what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can't keep your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes that you can change your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that you can change your destiny. What you want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can't give your radio back. Open your heart you what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give your ray your light. Open your heart and show your eyes. Your destiny, and grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes. what you want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night. Maybe you can't keep your radio blind. Open your heart and show your eyes. Change your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes. Change your destiny.
Glad you can hear something, right? Because if it's the music, it's probably better than what I'm hearing, which is the sound of cooling leaf blowers. Yes, it is that time of year again, and apparently I've got a stream scheduled on the day that the leaf blowers go to town. They're like no, except with you know what I'm saying? Can you hear me? I can't hear me. You can barely hear me. Yeah, I can barely hear me. Everything's effed up. Welcome to the effed up, scuffed stream of your lifetime, of my lifetime, right? Once again, I've managed to break the audio on my microphone. I'm so frustrated by that. I thought I could fix it before I got it on stream. I can't even fix my hair before I got on stream. Everything's out of whack, right? And it's almost like, you know, is it worth streaming with my hair messed up, or am I just gonna make more videos with my hair messed? You know what I'm saying? There's a reason beyond just, oh my god, you can hear me better now, not when the music is louder. Yeah, so just talk over the music. I'm sorry, chat. I'm just dealing with, my hair is so long, my hair is so messed up. Everything's messed up. Fighting depression to even make it here today, but that's my struggle. Oh my god, I hate this. No, why? Can I get a Biden? Why? I need that. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm really frustrated, right? I had my audio, and I know you can't hear this, right? This isn't gonna affect you, but it's gonna affect me, and it's really bad. My microphone is supposed to let me hear how I sound, right? And that works normally, except that I pulled the cord and it ruined the jack, and now the jack is like unreliable, and I only hear it in both ears when it's positioned just right. And my hair is so... Okay, fuck it. Fuck it, I am getting my time. Okay, let's get going. So, yeah, everything's messed up today. Literally everything. Sorry, chat. I'm struggling here, because I can barely hear myself. I can barely hear my music. What I can hear right now is, like, multiple leaf blowers blowing at different RPMs, so that it's almost like a harmony, but, like, not a good harmony. Not like a, you know, like I like a nice minor 6, right? As far as intervals go, minor 6th is good. Major 6th is okay. You can have a 4th, you can have a 5th, you can have a 3rd, you can have a 7th, right? You could even, if you get a wild hair up your butt, you could fucks with a tritone, right? Some people do, sometimes it's successful. The beginning of the Simpsons theme song, right? Dun, 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 that right there, boom, tritone, right? Like there's millions of examples of this, right? You can even make a discordant interval work, but what you can't make work is a random leaf blower on top of a random leaf blower, neither of which are tuned to A440. Can we bitch about A440, chat? No, not really. Active noise cancellation is a great thing for drowning out. Okay, theoretically great thing. Yeah, well, speaking of theoretically great things, there's this thing called the poop map, right? We're gonna be talking about the poop map. Is everybody ready for the poop map? Are people ready for the... I'm glad you can't hear the leaf blowers. I'm so glad that it's not coming across to you. It's just like, it's hard for me to do what I'm trying to do because I don't have good, like, you know, the stuff that's in my ears is bad, right? I'm struggling. The 440... Oh, I forgot, LaRouche doesn't like 440. What does he like? So if you don't know, A440 is just like a normal A, right? As far as what it means is you're calibrating your music the way that everybody else's music is calibrated in the modern day, right? Back in the day, they didn't know what a 440 was, right? People just kind of was like, this is A, and you'd play the organ in your church, in your town, and that was an A for your town. But you go over to the next town, right? And the A is like slightly different. You know, but you never notice because you're never hearing those organs play together. You're never hearing the comparison, right? And you know, eventually people you know, got the ability to measure frequencies and standardize frequencies, and the thing that they all agreed on is an A is 440 hertz. There are some people that believe that the music that was made before A440 was magical, and like some town out there had an organ that was holy. It was like the way that God wanted it. God likes his organ music like this. God likes bad music. God likes organ music, whatever, right? But this is the perfect, you know, tonality, right? I think this is what the LaRouche people are talking about. It sounds like some Skibbity lore. It sounds like some Skibbity lore. You know, funny enough, like for as immature as it is and as much as it appeals to like a young audience, Skibbity Toilets does not really have a lot of poo-poo humor in it. I mean, they are in toilets, right? So, I mean, there's that, but there's not a lot of gross out humor. That's more than I could say for Ron DeSantis, though. That is more than a new Ina just dropped. Yeah. I will get copyright claimed for that, though. I'm pretty sure. If not for the video, then for the music. Yeah, so, oh my god, there's so much. Let me see if I can get through one thing. There was a discussion. Oh my god. See, like, I'm so glad that you can't hear that. I'm so glad that you can't hear that because I can barely concentrate. I literally set up my stream with the perfect timing of like, oh yeah, you know, right when the... There it is. Okay, fuck me. That's what you're missing, chat. That's what you're missing thanks to my noise gate, right? That's what you're not hearing. You're not hearing. That's what we're dealing with right now. That's what I'm dealing with. That you can't hear it, so I sound like a I sound like I'm not completely connected to reality in the right way, but believe me, I'm dealing with something that Dyson needs to make a leaf blower. Okay, so Ron DeSantis debated Governor Gavin Newsom, Gruesome Newsom. Why? There's no good reason. There's literally no good reason. Like, Newsom is not running for anything. I mean, assuming that Biden does not drop out. Okay, god damn. Are they moving? They're moving. Are they done with the Leafs? You're done with the Leafs. Great. Wonderful. But he's got this poop map, right? Ron thought he had something to own Governor Gavin Gruesome Newsom. And that's the poop map. That's this right here. Right? This brown thing is the city of San Francisco. And this is an app. There's an app called Poop Maps, right? So I did a little research into where the poop maps come from. And you might be surprised to find out, right? That something is rotten, but it's not in San Francisco. It's a lot closer to home for this guy. So yeah, we're gonna get into that. We're gonna talk about that. We're gonna talk about the fact that they canceled Medhi Hasan, like the only person worth watching on MSNBC. You came up with poop maps over a decade ago in your mind. Yeah, they should be able to, in the future, you'll be able to copyright stuff and patent stuff in your mind, I think. Right? We just gotta get that Neuralink working. And then everything will be good. So yeah, we're gonna look into where poop maps actually comes from. We're gonna look at some stuff that DeSantis has got going in Florida and see who really is the messy boy here. Really? Ad break already. Oh no, we're doing 30-minute ad breaks. We're doing 30-minute ad breaks. And it didn't even warn me this time. It's so inconsistent. Oh my god, that's the wrong link. Somebody delete that. Oh wait, you can't. No, okay, wait, you pinned... Whoever pinned it pinned the right one. 30 minutes of ads. Not exactly. It's 1 minute and 30 seconds of ads every 30 minutes. Which, I don't know. Chat, like I'm neurodivergent as fuck, okay? I like that the ads happen at the top of the hour, once an hour. I like only having to remember, only having to mention them, only having to think about them once an hour. That maybe, theoretically, I can get down. You think, oh, or else ellipsis, you think that this is an ad break? That you think this is an ad read? Like, this would make no sense. Literally, the people that need to know about the ad break are in the ad break as we speak. They just came back, so it wouldn't be meaningful to let them know that every 30 minutes, apparently, on the 35, on the 05, right, on the 5s, they're gonna experience an ad break if they don't have a sub. They can get rid of that by using Twitch Prime to sub for free, to give money to me, to take money away from the owners of Twitch, right? That's a possibility. They can get out of it through paying $5 if they care to do so, to get out of the ad break, to help me, to get us closer to sub goal. And they could also possibly get out of it by being given a gift sub. It does happen, it can happen, it might happen. I don't know, I don't want to get your hopes up, right? It might not happen. Twitch has been underperforming, let's be real. Twitch is really like underperforming lately, but you know, it could happen. It's a possibility. It's more likely to happen if you're active in the chat. That's an ad read, that's an ad read. No, I'm just like, I'm pissed for a lot of reasons. Like we started off in the the fuck is it even called? The eternal regress, the egress, the great egress. No, what is it freaking called? Your favorite streamers are getting... Oh my god, Shakespeare! Thank you. Thank you for the 5 gift subs right out the gate. Zeno, you just got a gift sub from Shakespeare. Proud Side Piece, you just arrived here and you got a gift sub from Shakespeare. Amy the OG, Amy B the OG, I'm sorry, I'm gonna read your whole name. You just got a gift sub thanks to Shakespeare. And Tip, your Yobidashi, you just got a gift sub. The egress? Yeah, the Shining Force. No, I'm like thinking of something else. Like, you know the thing where there's the picture of like the mouse and the child of the mouse, and they're like, they're eating like some corn or something. There's a can of corn, and on the corn there's a picture of that, and so it's like you hear it, you see it over and over again, ever smaller. Infinite regress, that's what I'm looking for. We started off in the infinite regress. That's never a good sign. But also not a good sign is the fact that Medhi Hasan got canceled. Now, I've heard some people speculate that it was about ratings, and that despite the fact that Medhi Hasan is basically a folk hero to all of us at this point, that on the actual station of MSNBC, people are not watching Medhi Hasan, right? Because like we're not the audience for MSNBC. We don't watch MSNBC. We watch like clips. We watch the, you know, the YouTube channel of MSNBC. Like we're not their audience, right? We're not who they're going for. Who they're going for are people that think that Hillary got robbed, and it was probably Bernie's fault too. That like they Putin hacked the election and Bernie helped him. That's who this is for, right? And they don't like Medhi Hasan. Apparently, they're not resonating with Medhi Hasan, despite the fact that, like, I don't know, I feel like he's like one of the only good things on that cursed network. But yeah, he's gone now. He's gone, and who knows where he'll end up. Hopefully, it's not the Young Turks, right? That's what, like, right? Because you could probably think of some bad places. True, watching MSNBC is in my literal hell. Yeah, I mean, like, if it's Morning Joe, that's for sure. Yeah, it's definitely hellish. He had good YouTube viewers That's where we watch more than 65. Yeah, he should just do a YouTube channel, honestly. He should just take views from me. He would though if he became a YouTuber. Putin was the villain of the Moby hackers? The movie. Wait, really? I mean, Putin's a villain of like US creation more than anything. The United States like absolutely has their own foreign policy to thank for the fact that Putin is running Russia. Morning Joe, we're kissing Kissinger's ass. Of course they were. That's the other thing that happened. Right like towards the end of our stream yesterday, not yesterday, but Wednesday, the last time I streamed, we got the news that we got some good news, and we got some more good news, and then we got some bad news, right? We just can't win, can we? Right? We lost Kissinger, which is good. We gained Shakespeare back, which is also good. But then we lost Medhi Hasan, and we lost Polly People. At least on Twitch. For now. I mean, like, look, I'm knocking on wood, right? I don't know how what Polly wears could be any worse than what anybody else wears on Twitch. It's like the same thing she always wears. I don't know why this time it was considered a breach of community guidelines, whereas usually it's fine. But yeah, Twitch is just not something that we can count on. Not something that I'm counting on either. That's why I'm kind of putting my eggs in the basket of YouTube now, if you haven't noticed. I mean, not entirely. I'll still stream on Twitch. There's no reason for me not to, right? Ideally, chat, I would stream maybe on Twitch, YouTube, and TikTok. I think those would be the platforms for me. I think those are the platforms that make the most sense. I don't have a good sense of Kick. The people that I know that stream on Kick are like chuds and edgelords, and like it seems bad. Mike Figueredo was really delightful on Kissinger last night. Are we talking about the leftist mafia? Yeah, well, here's the deal. Eventually, right? If Kick and or Rumble like work out, right? If they become, because they're not. As far as I know, they are not financially viable. They've spent so much money on Kick in get Irene on Gab. Yes, there we go. People have said Trovo. Yeah, look, I'm looking at options. I wanna diversify. I want all my eggs in various baskets. That's the best way to carry eggs if you're gonna carry eggs, right? But yeah, Medhi Hasan no longer carrying eggs at MSNBC. We will see where he ends up. Hopefully it's not the Young Turks. Elon Musk. This one I'm excited about though. Elon Musk. Yeah, I'm really excited. I think he's a genius businessman. He's just brought out his new Cybertruck. Did you know that thing could have saved Al Capone? Ooh, there's a request fulfillment that I'm not seeing. If it's... Oh, that request.
Why?
That's really... That's what he sounded like. That's what he sounded like. I feel like it's higher and it's faster than I remembered. Like in my mind, it's like a lower Biden saying why, but obviously that's just how I remember it. On leftist mafia, Mike said Kissinger is dead and he hopes his family is sad. Okay, something else I'm gonna say. Okay, so I don't want anybody to take this the wrong way and think that I am complaining, because I am not. You are very cool, and I appreciate you. Okay, like as far as appearances on other platforms such as the leftist mafia, Matt knows that you know that you all want to see me on there. Okay, I just don't want anybody to press it too much, because it's just like that's his platform. That's their platform, right? They, you know, make the decisions that they make for the reasons that make sense to me, or to them. And as a fellow content creator, I respect that, right? So, you know, I appreciate that everybody's talking me up I appreciate that you're sharing my name, sharing my links with other people. I've had a lot more people like come in basically through, you know, you all talking me up, and I appreciate that. Just yeah, just keep it on the reasonable side, right? I don't want to I don't want him to feel like there's like pressure or anything like that, because there's no pressure. There's no pressure. I like Matt. Whether or not he has me on Leftist, whether or not I make an appearance on Leftist Mafia, I still appreciate all those people. So just a note, but I do appreciate it. Like, right, I don't want you to take this the wrong way. Like, I'm actually like blushing. Oh, I believe you, Zara. I believe you that that's actually how he sounds. I remember it differently. Why? He's really, that's like me when the leaf blower comes by. That's like me when my my microphone won't work. That's what like me when I'm in the infinite regress. But yeah, this is the thread for today. If you want to appear in my notifications, which I will now turn on, now is your chance. Now while we're setting all this up, right? We've got... Yeah, well, you are cool. Just like, I just don't want it to like, because here's the thing. Like, I know as a content creator not to advertise in other people's streams, and so I'm really careful not to do that. But when and it's okay if somebody mentions something, like people mention other content creators all the time, like that's okay too, right? You know, if you want to do that or mention something that I've done or mention something in here that anybody's done, right? But when it starts to feel like it's like my fans going and like advertising for me, that would be what I'd be worried about, right? And I know that's not, you're not trying to put any pressure on him, so have no comment chick. So could you cancel the skywriting of have no comment chick on Leftist Mafia? Yeah. Rumble, oh my god. Yeah, so Elon Musk can't control himself. Have you noticed this about him? What I think he's lacking is self-awareness, right? So I was having a conversation with somebody yesterday about this, and you know, the media's like talked about his use of ketamine, which, you know, a lot of people use to great effect, therapeutic effect. Just, you know, like, you know, it's a very helpful drug to a lot of people, right? And so the media, like, you know, making it sound like it's like this, like Elon's got a drug problem, is kind of weird, right? And it's definitely not going to make him aggro, right? Because that's what the media was suggesting, is that Elon is aggro because of his drug use, right? And in general, you know, just like the whole thing of like, you know, oh, so-and-so's got an addiction problem, right? That's a negative thing, right? That makes real addiction, you know, harder to deal with for people that, you know, takes drugs that might be helpful to people that might actually not be an addiction or a problem, might actually be, you know, what's, you know, kind of allowing them to deal with stuff, right? And casts like a negative light on those. You know, people don't really know what something like ketamine does, which is definitely not like, you know, makes you hostile, because Elon was hostile. Elon was mad. He was flipping out over the fact that he's lost advertisers, in particular Disney, and he ends up calling out Bob Iger like while he's doing it. So we'll take a look at that debate as well. Yeah, I mean, I don't even know. I don't even want to guess what Elon's substance use might be like. The only thing that I think that there might be a connection there with the ketamine, it's not so much to his anger and his expression of that anger or his lack of control at expressing anger. It's more like maybe, you know, self-awareness thing, because as the CEO of a large company, I don't know, I think it was a bad look. Now, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong because his fans are like, yeah, he said, don't advertise. You know what I think about advertising? Don't advertise. Don't advertise. Go F yourself. Go F yourself. And they're like cheering him on. So I don't know. Maybe it worked out for him. I just think that he doesn't know how he comes off. And that's the problem that he's having. I think he's an angry guy. Right. I mean, what do you want to bet? That, like, if you work for him, that you're just, like, you're the sounding board for him to vent. Weed makes people violent, Kappa. Yeah, like, so my understanding of, like, he's microdosing the ketamine, right? He's not taking a whole bunch. He's not, like, out, you know, like, so, because, you know, actual ketamine will, you know, be, it's like an experience, right? It, you know, people do it at home. They, you know, they, like, relax and do it. It's not something that somebody would be, like, in public on a whole heap of a lot of ketamine, but it is something that maybe that people microdose as well. Actually, people microdose like everything. In fact, there's some evidence, right? There was some recent study suggesting that things like fungus and how do I say this? How do I say this that won't get me in trouble? Psychedelics. Maybe I can just say psychedelics. Substances that are considered psychedelics might be microdosed by people with ADHD in order to help them stay mindful. But yeah, like, I don't know. Ketamine definitely has nothing to do with Elon being... Well, no, yeah. So, yeah, it has nothing to do with... Like, it wouldn't make him... Like, that's not what ketamine does, right? It's not a drug that you take and freak out and get angry. But whether a certain substance is good for a certain person is really a matter of that person. Even if somebody else tells you that they've had a lot of success, they've had that you know, a substance has helped them a lot, it might not work for you, right? And so, I mean, maybe it's just not the right thing for Elon to be on in public, or maybe he just, like, is up his own ass and it has nothing to do with the ketamine. Is that Twitch restriction? No, we're talking about, like, YouTube, right? YouTube is the scary stuff, because here's the deal with YouTube. They don't, like, I mean, if you violate community standards or something, you're gonna get a strike, you're gonna get banned, you're gonna get this, you're gonna get that, right? But if you just say something that is like a no word, a lot of times they won't say anything to you. It's just that your video won't get watched. It's a shadow ban, a real ass shadow ban. I think that Twitch just wants to know that I'm not giving advice that tells people to do things that might hurt them. And I would never advise you to do anything that might hurt you. In fact, I am saying that even a substance that is not harmful to somebody else could, you know, be an overall net negative for you. So it's like your mileage might vary. And listen to your body. He was like, if I was high, if I turned my head too fast, I was gonna be ill. Wait, Elon said that? Microdosing L? Oh my god, Pax Maroon. Thank you for the Twitch Prime sub. But we gotta get into it, right? Because, like, I'm sleepy, I need to drink my coffee and wake the fuck up. I'm not sleepy, I'm just, like, groggy. Oh my god, I don't even know what to start off with, right? Let's start off with Elon. Is that cool? I mean, I guess we could come back to this later. Are you ready?
Hate me, like me, or indifferent. Do you want the best car or do you not want the best car? So
out the day, and I couldn't be more pleased to sit with Elon. Good evening, everybody. Thank you so much for being with us throughout the day, and I couldn't be more pleased to sit with Elon Musk as our final interview of this remarkable time we've all had together. He doesn't need much of an introduction, but I want to say a couple things. He's the richest person in the world. He may very well be the most most consequential individual in the world right now.
Yeah, before you start thinking about like diagnosing Elon with like a substance abuse problem, maybe the media should be thinking about if he's getting high, Chad, it's on his own supply. It's on his own ego, right? He's up his own ass in a myriad of ways.
He runs the most innovative companies.
Oh, you hear this? Like this will definitely do it to you as far as lack of self-awareness. If you are so spoiled, if you are so entitled that you literally don't have to be self-aware ever, like, how is it even surprising that he's like this?
In the world, Tesla space.
He's off in his own little world, and literally nothing can change that, right? If you're like me and you're off in your own little world, you got a lot of external pressures, right? You know, if I don't make enough money, if I don't, take care of my body, like there's all kinds of things that are like real world like limits that I can't really be off in my own little world, or else I'll something bad will happen. But Elon Musk has got this giant cushion of $250 billion, billion with a B, dollars that allows him to not really care about what any of us think, about what his advertisers think. And I'm starting to think that this was a strategy from the beginning, right? This was never about turning Twitter into the everything app. This was never about succeeding with Twitter or, showing the world that he knows how to do this better than Jack Dorsey. This wasn't even about creating like a long-lasting free speech platform. This was about destroying something that he deemed to be on the opposite side of the culture war. And what I'm seeing now is him looking for someone to blame for that, for his own failures.
SpaceX, Starlink, which is part of that, Neuralink, the Boring Company, X, and his X.AI. And he's disrupted each of these lanes. He's moved at breakneck speeds.
What can I say?
But he's faced a storm of controversy in the process. He joins us today following a visit, as you all know so well, and we discussed.
Okay, so I don't know how the Elon fanboys are characterizing it. My guess is that they're seeing Andrew Ross Sorkin here as being adversarial to their god emperor, but I just see him glazing Elon up. What do you think? Like the way that he said that, he's done, he's a controversial figure. He's faced some criticism.
And he's disrupted each of these lanes.
He's a disruptor. He's a master. He's a genius. He's awesome, but
he's moved at breakneck speeds. But he's faced a storm of controversy.
He's got a little controversy. Who knew? He's doing superhuman feats, right? He's flying faster than a speeding bullet. He's able to leap buildings, jump tall buildings in a single leap. But some people are like, I don't know. I don't like the way he stepped on my head when he jumped off the building, right? So, we're here to talk about that. In the process of saving the world, is there like a little bit of, criticism for him?
In the process. He joins us today following a visit.
Even that's too much for him. He feels called out by that little bit. It was like glazing, and just like a touch of some very non-sharp teeth, right? Just like he felt the teeth, chat. He felt that there was slight little bit of teeth.
As you all know so well,
but it's like 99% glazing.
Discussed earlier on Monday to Israel, where he met with the prime minister there and the president of Israel. And we're going to talk about everything. And my hope is that we can talk about how he thinks, about his influence, about his power.
What is up with their video? Do you notice this? Do you see the Venetian blind effect? I don't know if you can tell this. Let's go into, let's take a closer look. Do you see what I'm talking about? Like their video is just like, eh.
Hour about all of it.
You see the Venetian blind effect?
And we're going to talk about innovation and everything else.
What does that to a camera?
I want to say just two other things real quick.
Sure.
We met each other for the first time 16 years ago.
Yeah, it's a long time.
It's been a long time. And
Oldest kids were 3.
when we first met, I think you were about to deliver.
Zara says it's maybe like compression. So it's like oh, okay, I see. I can imagine how that would happen. You would think that, like, right, because I'm on YouTube competing with New York Times, competing with CNN, not very effectively, right? But, you know, we're all having to deal with the same kind of encoding issues and, you know, normalization of well, not even like normalization, you're like trying to get the volume, trying to give YouTube a file that YouTube will not mess up, right? And you would think that people with money, like the New York Times, would know how to do that, maybe better than somebody like me.
Deliver your first Roadster. I don't think you had yet. Larry Page was still waiting to get one.
Like 2007?
2007, 2008. And I remember
it was delivered 2008.
I remember going back to the newsroom and saying, I think I just met the next Steve Jobs.
Really?
And
okay,
I'm going to hold to that.
Okay.
I'm going to hold to that.
So if you don't know, Steve Jobs was not a good guy. Like, Steve Jobs was known for treating employees like garbage. There's a lot that came out about Steve Jobs, like after his untimely demise, that really sheds another light on. I don't know if that's as much of a, I mean, I know in this world, in the world of disruptors, right, being called Steve Jobs is the best thing you could get. Elizabeth Holmes, the Theranos chick, right, was literally like practicing the speech patterns of Steve Jobs, was literally trying to make herself as Jobs-like, as much of a Jobs clone as she could. And yeah, I don't know.
But a lot has happened between when I first met you and now. You came to deal with...
Not been boring, that's for sure. Wait, actually, technically, I do have a boring company.
2012, you came to...
You have several boring companies, actually, but one that's actually called Boring, and that's where that dad joke came from. Jesus Christ. Like, I bet my dad really wishes that he could get, like, a audience, like, were there laughs there?
When I first met you and now. You came to deal with...
Not been boring, that's for sure. Wait, actually, technically, I do have a boring company.
Oh my God, chat. We got to do a soft clap. Oh, Elon. Oh, Elon. Let's hit this one more time. It's such a moment.
Hold to that.
Okay.
I'm going to hold to that. But a lot has happened between when I first met you and now. You came to deal with...
Not been boring, that's for sure. Wait, actually, technically, I do have a boring company.
2012, you came to DealBook and sat on this stage, and we're thrilled to have you back. But there's been so much that's happened between now and then, and there's been so much that's happened in the past week and a half. And a lot of folks, and I want to tell you this.
Hell of a year.
A lot of folks called me up and said, you really...
Did I just get a request to skip the cringe part? Do you want to know what that would look like? Skip the cringe part. Let's see.
All right, thank you.
Appreciate it very, very much.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Here.
Your wish is my command. And there's an ad break. There's an ad break again? What the hell? It's almost like I'm making 30 minutes fly. And I'm not... I feel like I'm being boring. Are you entertained at least, chat? Yeah, we skipped the cringe part. Thank you for that suggestion. That really helps me out, right? No more cringe
With you
part.
for a second.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. There was a little bit of cringe there at the end. I'm sorry. I thought we had skipped the cringe part, but apparently standing up is too much for Elon to do without cringe.
I'm just going to say thank you to everybody who stuck around for what has been a remarkable...
Yo! Acknowledging that this might have been a little bit boring. Thank you for everybody. Yo, what is that? Maybe he is roasting him. What do you think, chat? Do you think he's roasting him? Because that's not something that you say unless people have left. Like, right? And if people have left during your interview, I mean, that's a bad sign for Elon.
Day. We're so appreciative of everybody.
He is so awkward, right? He's trying to handle this. He's trying to handle Elon with like kid gloves. He's trying to take care of him like a baby here.
Who has been with us for so many years, coming back to this every year. So thank you, thank you, thank you. I hope you had a great day, and I hope we have an opportunity to do this again. Elon Musk, everybody, thank you.
I feel like I don't know enough about this guy. Andrew Ross Sorkin, he's a journalist, right? Because like many people, when I see the name Sorkin, the first thing I think is West Wing. Like my mind immediately goes to West Wing, but that's Aaron Sorkin. That's a different Sorkin. This is Andrew Ross Sorkin, and like his name is familiar. I know he's a famous dude. I just don't know really what he's famous for.
I'm hoping we can do that. So I want to start just so we can begin this conveation and just level set. Take us through everything that happened.
He got 3 individual laps.
No,
yeah.
over the past week and a half.
How long have you got?
We've got the time.
Okay.
He's like,
you send out a post or an X or a tweet.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah. I'm trying to change. Like when things were just 140 characters, it made sense to call them a tweet because like a bunch of little birds chirping. But when the point at which you can put like 3-hour videos on, it's like it's a very long tweet.
So here we are.
Post is more descriptive, I think.
More descriptive or less descriptive? Look, let's be real, okay? Twitter, for all of its faults, for all of its difficulty monetizing, difficulty making it profitable, all of its struggles, all of its scandals, they got the word tweet into the dictionary. Their post, their version of a post, is so distinct from any other social media company that that people came up with a name for it, and that name got in the dictionary. They had such good branding, and this guy absolutely like turned it into a poop map. Like he wiped with it, Chad. He befouled it.
And at some point, I don't know where you were.
He stank it up.
But you write in responding to another.
I still want to bitch about that compression, though.
Tweet.
Yes.
This is the actual truth, and it set off a firestorm of
One in chat if I'm a petty bitch for complaining about technical difficulties.
criticism.
When I'm the entire beginning of the show was like one big technical difficulty.
All the way to the White House.
Right.
And then you make this trip to Israel. You have advertisers who've left the platform. People calling.
Well, the trip to Israel is independent of it wasn't some like apology tour. I want to be clear. That was.
Well, let's talk about that. So just take us back to the.
Oh no, it was just conveniently timed, I'm sure, right? So the Israel trip happened right after him finding an anti-Semitic tweet, replying to it with something to the effect of like, "This is the truth. What you have just said is the truth," right? Like not just agreeing, but agreeing with it in a cringe Elon way. Like, and you know, what's his fig leaf here? I support Israel. With my heart. With my heart. My heart goes out to those poor people in Israel while he's ignoring what's going on in Gaza. Yeah.
The moment at which you write that.
The trip to Israel is independent of it wasn't like in response to that at all.
Well, we'll do Israel.
Methinks thou doth protest too much.
And I have no problem being hated, by the way.
I love it. No, we got to slow him down. We got to slow him down, Chad. I wanted to speedway through this, but I wanted to pull the speed wagon on this, but we got to slow him down. We got to enjoy every delicious moment of this guy's awkwardness.
Okay, well, let's talk about that. So just take us back to the moment at which you write that.
But it's weird because it's not the kind of awkwardness where it's. Oh, I don't know. What do you think? Does he doesn't care about being hated? I don't know about that.
Trip to Israel is
maybe it is awkwardness.
Independent of it wasn't like in response to that at all.
Well, we'll do Israel in just a moment.
And I have no problem being hated, by the way.
I hear
hate
you.
away.
Okay, chat, this is going to be a reach. But there's something about his facial expressions here that's reminding me of another awkward public figure, that being Keffels. Anybody else getting Keffels energy from this?
That.
Trip to Israel is independent of, it wasn't
Okay.
like in response to that at all.
Well, we'll do Israel in just a moment.
And I have no problem being hated, by the way.
I hear
Hate
you.
away.
Well, but you know what? Let's go straight to that then for a second.
Sure.
Because there is an idea, and you could say that
I think
you
it's a
don't
real
care-
weakness to want to be liked. A real weakness.
Okay. I get what you're saying, Elon. I get what you're saying. You should be your own person, irrespective of how other people feel about it, right? If that's your truth, you know, go with it, right? I get what you're saying. However, there's one thing that is a bigger weakness than to care about being hated, and that is to care about the perception that you might care about being hated. Like, right, we got some, I don't know what you want to call this, like awkwardception.
I do not have that.
Well, let me ask you this then. There's a difference between saying I don't care if anyone likes me or they hate me.
Yeah.
But given your power and given what you have amassed and the importance you have, I would
Wait, is this his cool jacket?
think you want to be
You mean this jacket, or is there a cooler jacket?
trusted. I would think maybe you don't need to be liked or hated, but trusted matters. If X is going to become a financial platform where people are going to put their money, where the government's going to give you money for rockets, where people are going to get into the cars, they need to ultimately decide that you are. Maybe they don't have to decide that they love you, but that you are ultimately a decent and good human being.
Yes, I mean, I think.
Well, there's somebody reasonable at the driver's seat of the rocket to Mars. Yeah. On the maiden voyage of the rocket to Mars, like, people need to know that the pilot is not an unreliable pilot.
I think I am, but I'm certainly not going to do some sort of tap dance to prove to people that I am. So as for trust, I mean, I think we break that down in a few ways. If you want satellites sent to orbit reliably, SpaceX will do 80% of all mass to orbit this year. China will do 12%.
Okay, so here I gotta kind of agree with Elon. Okay, Andrew Ross Sorkin said, "Hey, listen, you know, you can be eccentric, you can be your own man, you don't have to care what people think. Fine. But people do need to trust you, right? You are fulfilling certain roles that a lot of harm could be done if they're if you're not reliable. And if you want to keep doing those roles, if you want to keep being, because we're talking about a person, like he said, 80% of space traffic, chat, 80%. The problem is that people have already bought into this guy. The problem is that people already trust this guy. And when he makes them nervous, they just put up with it. Yeah, he's not trustworthy. He's a dangerous guy to rely on. And the more important of a thing that you rely on him for, the more danger you're putting yourself at. But the society has collectively decided that a guy with $250 billion must be trustworthy. We've got this definition of what makes a person a good person, of what makes a person trustworthy, of what makes a person competent. And it is literally Ayn Rand's concept. She was buried with a dollar bill draped over her casket, chat, because she believed that money was the best token to represent virtue. The closest thing that comes to an analysis of a human being's level of virtue is the amount of money they control. And it's not, unfortunately, it's not just Ayn Rand. That's our capital class. They have slowly, over time, stopped being Keynesians and started being Randians. So it's not just Elon that we have to worry about. It's not just Elon that has too much control. It's that whole rotten class that he represents.
The rest of the world would do 8. That includes Boeing, Lockheed, and everyone else. So the track record of the rocket
sunken cost, kinda,
is
yeah.
the best by far of anything.
Prosperity
you could hate
gospel.
my guts next.
I never.
You could not trust me. It is relevant. The rocket
Actually, Damal, I never thought of that, but you're right.
track record speaks for itself. With respect to Tesla, we make the best cars. Whether you hate me, like me.
I don't know about that. Wait, okay, so yeah, I don't know the most about electronic vehicles, but my understanding is that China is gonna be doing that. Like, right, you know, he's got Tesla, and you know, Tesla, you know, has done okay for itself. But as far as the majority of the electric vehicles produced, they're going to be produced in China.
Are indifferent.
And like, look, you have the best car. You want the best car? You want the car that's gonna. You want the car that's gonna run over the most pedestrians? Do you want the car with like 5 inches of crumple zones at the front of it? So that when you get in a wreck, your body is exposed to the kinds of forces through that collision that are going to ensure catastrophic injury. Then yeah, go with him, I guess.
8. That includes Boeing, Lockheed, and everyone else. So the track record of the rocket is the best by far of anything. You could hate my guts next. You could not trust me. It is relevant. The rocket track record.
He's saying that he's the only game in town, chat. That's what he's saying. You don't have a choice. There's no alternative. It's very Margaret Thatcher.
What speaks for itself. With respect to Tesla, we make the best cars. Whether you hate me, like me, or indifferent, do you want the best car or do you not want the best car? So I will certainly not pander. And Jonathan, like, the only reason I'm here is because you are a friend. Like,
you're lucky to have me. I don't have to be here, right?
what was my speaking fee?
You're not making any. First
Exactly.
of all, I'm Andrew, but
Yeah, sorry.
it's
Wait,
okay.
you called him Jonathan?
Second of all, we've known each other for a very long time.
Like, what was my speaking fee?
You're not making any. First of all, I mean.
Whether you
where's
hate
the
me,
Jonathan
like me,
part?
or indifferent, do you want the best car or do you not want the best car? So I will certainly not pander. And Jonathan, like, the only reason
Is there a Jonathan Sorkin? I'm trying to figure out where would he be getting Jonathan from? This is a one-sided. Hey, what's up, Nabil? It's a one-sided friendship, to be sure. Yeah, what is going on with this? Why does Jonathan? Does anybody know a Jonathan that he looks like, or like where's he pulling Jonathan from? Like, is this like I mean, like, there's a joke about, like, you know, senior citizens that, you know, when they get to a certain age, they just call everybody Jimmy or Bobby or something like that. Like, it's kind of a trope, right? Okay, Jimmy, my name's not Jimmy, actually. It's Irene, but whatever, you know, right? He's going to call you Jimmy. Is he just doing that? Does he call everybody Jonathan? Oh my god. Oh my god. I was taking a sip of my plant milk right when you... Oh no, did Zara make you spit out your plant milk? Tesla's success is contingent on us subsidizing them with carbon credits. I'm thinking that he's confusing him with Jonathan Capehart. Okay, let me like put this on again. I'll try to find a picture.
I'm here is because you are a friend. Like, what was my speaking fee?
You're not making any. First of all,
Exactly.
I'm Andrew, but
Yeah, sorry.
it's okay. Second of all, we've known each other for a very long time.
I'm talking. Yes.
And
Listen.
you know,
What I'm trying to illustrate is that sometimes I say the wrong thing.
I think there are a lot of people who are tired. But let me go back. No.
You should hear the sketches that SNL wouldn't post, by the way. Those are really good.
Oh no.
And I would say, unfortunately, or fortunately or
what we're talking
unfortunately, the
about.
friendship we have, not great. We don't talk to each other
That's Jonathan
that much. But let me ask you this.
from PBS.
It's true.
Like, where am I?
Doesn't return
Anyway,
phone calls.
Yeah.
that
The point
often.
is,
Look, that's the one moment that you're relatable to me, Elon. Like that's what I feel like. I feel like, where am I? What am I doing? What are we talking about? What is today's show? Oh my God, chat. I apologize for the rough start.
I'm here because you're a friend, not because I'm being paid or because I need any validation or anything. It's that we've been friends for 16 years.
Is he just saying because it's oh my God. Oh no. Chat, my audio is so bad now. Oh no. Okay, wait. Testing? Yeah, it's still bad. Is some part of this supposed to be funny? I think he's funny in his own mind, right? Because think about Elon and think about the people that he's around. He's around people that are dependent on his goodwill for their well-being, right? For them having the jobs that they have, occupying the positions in society that they occupy. It's dependent on him, right? So when he tells a joke at Twitter, when he tells a joke at Tesla, when he tells a joke at SpaceX, right? People laugh. So he's just like, it's like as if you've gotten the easiest audience that you could imagine. And you just become so accustomed to that because they laugh at literally everything that you say, you think that you're the funniest, you think that you're God's gift of humor.
And I promise you I'd be here, and that's why I'm here.
Well, I appreciate you being here.
Not for any other reason.
But let me ask you this then. Let's just go at it. Just tell me what happened. You write this tweet that says that this is the actual truth. People read that tweet.
Yes.
And they say Elon Musk is an anti-Semite. That he is riling up this base. You're hearing it from, as I said, the White House. You're hearing it from Jewish groups all over. I think Jonathan Greenblatt from the ADL is here. There's lots of people who say this. And by the way, it's not just that.
Did you read the whole thing?
I did, and that's why I want to ask
And
you
the
about
responses?
Now, I haven't kept up completely on the saga of Elon versus the ADL, but he's been extremely hostile to the ADL, and he's been able to, and he's been called out by the ADL. But the statements that he makes about Israel seem to be able to mollify any problem that the ADL has with him, and that's a really, really bad sign. It's one thing if you got a group that is for anti-defamation, a group that's like watching out for the kind of dehumanizing language that leads to something like a genocide, and they have a blind spot when it comes to the Israel issue. That's one thing. But the fact that you're willing to make common cause with people who are really anti-Semitic and call people anti-Semitic for being anti-Zionist, that's even worse.
Excuse me?
I said more.
More responses?
Yeah, I said more than what you just read.
Yes. There was absolutely more.
Yes.
But I'll tell you the thing that struck me. It wasn't.
He's
and
confusing
I'm an
him with the
American Jew.
infamous Jonathan.
It wasn't just the people who had that view. It was actually people who really are anti-Semites, who said, "Oh my goodness, go Elon! This is fabulous." And that actually was the thing that really set me back.
I just wonder how much he's playing like ignorant about this, right? I wonder how much he's just playing off the idea that he doesn't know. Oh, the person's name was Based Groiper. Were they an anti-Semite? How How would I be supposed to know that from the name based Groyper? I don't really, so I don't know what that means. Maybe Groyper is their last name and they're very based. I don't know. Is that supposed to be something bad? Like, I don't know. I mean, like, you could tell what like, how is he gonna defend against this?
What's going on here? And I want to know how you felt about that in that moment when you saw all of this happening.
I need my void coffee.
Yeah.
And so do you.
First of all, I did clarify almost immediately what I meant. I would say that was, if I could go back and say I should, in retrospect, not have replied to that particular person, and I should have written in greater length as to what I meant. I did subsequently clarify it in replies, but those clarifications were ignored by the media. And essentially, I handed a loaded gun to those who hate me, and arguably to those who are anti-Semitic. And for that, I'm quite sorry. That was not my intention. So I did, post on my primary timeline to be absolutely clear that I'm not anti-Semitic, and that I, in fact, if anything, am philo-Semitic. And the trip to Israel was planned before any of that happened. It was neither here nor there.
That's how you know that somebody's anti-Semitic if they are not anti-Semitic. As long as they say they're not anti-Semitic, you know that they're not really anti-Semitic. Even if they agree with a tweet that with a weird conspiracy theory about like Jewish people being anti-white. How are you trying to claim that this was I'm sorry, no one knew exactly what I meant when I said you have said the truth to the anti-Semite? How are you trying to reel this back? This is such bullshit. This emperor has no clothes. And if he does, it's just a bomber jacket and like nothing else. No pants like Donald Duck. He's going out here Donald Duck style, trying to be like, don't you love my fine new outfit that I've got? And I'm like, dude, I see your duck little corkscrew thingy hanging out there. No, you're naked. You're naked, Elon. You're naked.
Do you see this thing? Mm-hmm. Do you know what it is?
I do, because I actually followed your entire trip to Israel.
Right.
Why don't you tell everybody?
This says bring them home. The hostages. It was given to me by...
Yo, he, like, okay, so not only does he think he's funny, but he thinks he's incredibly profound. You know what this is? It says bring them home. And by them, I mean the hostages.
The parents of one of the hostages. And I said I would wear it as long as there was a hostage still remaining. And I have.
What was that trip like? And obviously, you know that there's
that'd be a nice thing to say to Netanyahu. If you care about the hostages, if you care about the families of the hostages, maybe you might want to say something to the guy that's bombing the places where the hostages are.
Perception. And
yeah, he's gone back to bombing. The ceasefire is over.
And you're clarifying this now. But there's a public perception that was part of a apology tour.
There's a public perception. It's not what I think, Elon, but it's what some people are unfortunately saying,
if you will, that this had been said online. There was all of the criticism. There was advertisers leaving. We talked to Bob Iger today.
I hope they stop.
Oh, here we go.
Don't advertise.
You don't want them to advertise?
No.
What do you mean?
He retweeted a Keith Woods, known anti-Semite, Keith Woods. So yeah, this was a while ago, right? This was like a month or two ago. Shakespeare, does anybody have the link to that? I mean, we can go and look at the tweet where he's retweeting the most recent one where he says, "I agree, this person has said the truth." It's like, how many times do you need to see this guy being openly anti-Semitic before you say it doesn't matter how many trips to Israel? And honestly, empowering a fascist like Netanyahu does not convince me that you even care about people in Israel, let alone the Jewish people in total, like, right? That's not you're not convincing me, right? You're talking about somebody that's incredibly unpopular, that, you know, will be removed from office, you know, at the conclusion of all this stuff, and is actually trying to draw out the conflict, right, so that he can stay in office longer. And, you know, somebody that himself is a bit of a Holocaust revisionist in terms of blaming the Palestinians for Hitler's actions.
Somebody's going to try to blackmail me with advertising? Blackmail me with money? Go fuck yourself.
But
go fuck yourself. Is that clear? I hope it is. Hey, Bob, if you're in the audience.
It's just so funny, the combination of his the combination of his strident language with his subservient body language. Does anybody else see that? Anybody else know what I'm talking about? Like, when you say "go fuck yourself," you got to say it with your chest. If you really mean it, if that's what you're telling advertisers, and I guess he can. I guess he's got a pad of $250 billion. I guess Twitter can completely go down the drain, and it doesn't affect. He will still be rich. He will still be rich the next day. So, you know, he does have "go fuck yourself" money, but he doesn't have "go fuck yourself" posture. He doesn't have "go fuck yourself" body language. He doesn't even have, like, "I don't care what people think" body language. He has I am a he has very nervous body language for a person who has so little to worry about. Like, I feel like if I was in his position, I'd be. It's like a month or two ago, the tweet. He thought the crowd would react the way he would if Trump said that. He was channeling Trump. Soul Life, you're right. You're 100% on that. He thought he was channeling Trump. He wasn't serving Trump, though. He was serving, I don't know, DeSantis. We'll get into that later, okay?
Well, let me ask you then.
That's how I feel. Don't advertise.
Okay,
I won't. I won't advertise.
What do you think then about the economics of X? If part of the underlying model, at least today, and maybe it needs to shift, maybe the answer is it needs to shift away from advertising. If you believe that this is the one part of your business where you will be beholden to those who have this view, what do you do?
F-Y.
I understand that, but there's a reality too, right?
I mean, he's laughing.
Yes. No.
I mean, Linda Yaccarino's right here, and she's got to sell advertising.
Absolutely. So, totally. No. Actually, what this advertising boycott?
What is he looking at? Is it like I mean, I guess we don't know what the crowd looks like. Maybe he's in an amphitheater or like a lecture hall or something like that, where like he's at the very bottom of it, and like all the people seated are like up here and stuff like that. But like it kind of looks like he's like, what is he looking at? Like, it kind of looks like he's staring off into space.
Is
again, not confident.
Is going to do it. It's going to kill the company.
And you think that the
Elon, you killed the company, and I think you wanted to. I think you bought the company. Well, no, I think you bought the company as a meme. I think you thought you could make a bid on it, make some headlines, and not actually have to own it. But then when you got caught owning it, when you got stuck owning it, when you overpaid for it, I think you knew right there the company was going to go down. You've taken on so much debt to buy this company that there's just no path to financial viability whatsoever. So I think he knows this, but I think he's looking for someone to blame. And here's what he does. Just like Trump, right? Commits crimes, blames the judges, blames the deep state, blames the media, blames anybody, blames Joe Biden. Like Joe Biden's like telling these judges, like, you gotta, telling the prosecutors to charge him, telling the judges to convince him, right? He's got to have somebody to blame. And he's basically set this up so he can say that the advertisers are to blame and his stands can just hate them forever. And it's not actually the power move that he thinks it is, right? But you know what is the power move that you think it is? Oh my God. You know what is kind of a power move? I think Elon has a lot to worry about. He's probably going to billions of going through. Well, yeah, he's losing a lot of his money, but I guess he doesn't care. I know it's a stretch, but anyone else remember Amber Heard's testimonial during the Johnny Depp trial? How she awkwardly stared down the jury? Vaguely? Some famous people are just uncomfortable despite their resources. Yeah, it's possible. But for somebody trying to, like, embody the bravado that he's trying to embody, it's cringe. He's a cringe lord. He's a billionaire cringe lord. Yeah, so you know what is kind of a power move, right? That is using Twitch's money, Amazon's money, to get yourself out of the top of the hour ad break, which, or at this point, we're talking about the bottom of the hour ad break, right? We've got 2 ad breaks. They're 1 minute and 30 seconds, and you might have just experienced them. You don't have to experience them, though. The Chad move, if you have Amazon Prime, is to use that Amazon Prime to get yourself out of that ad break and not pay anything yourself and put money in my pocket and get us closer to the sub goal. All these things can be achieved, right, through a simple connection of Amazon Prime accounts to Twitch, and then the subsequent utilization of your one a month Twitch Prime sub, right? You could also make sort of a power move by buying a sub. That definitely impresses me, and that definitely helps me out a lot. You can also be the beneficiary of somebody else's power move if you're lucky, right? If somebody's feeling generous, and if you're lucky, and if you're active in the chat, because how else are they going to know that you don't have a sub unless you're active in the chat? That's
And the whole world will know that those advertisers killed the company, and we will document it in great detail.
But those advertisers, I imagine, are going to say that
he is in his own head, in his own imagination, thinking that, like, people are going to bear an eternal grudge over, like, what is the list? Do we have the list? Disney. Anybody got the list of me? List for me of the most recent. His most recent unsubscribes as far as ads go. There's too many companies, right? You can't boycott Budweiser and Target, and like people can barely keep like one boycott on their brain. He really thinks that his stands are going to be there for him in a way that they can't possibly. I'm like, he does probably have some fans that will, try to be good little Elon stands and boycott all the baddies, but it's not enough to matter. It's because really what you're trying, as far as what if he wants to convince the companies to stay, regardless, despite his despite all the far right stuff on his platform, despite all the risk to their brands, right? He's got to make it. He's got to put so much cost to it that it's worth it to them to hurt their brands through advertising. When you're advertising, right, you're trying to benefit your brand. You're trying to sell things, and you're trying to, sometimes it's not even about selling things. Sometimes, like, if somebody advertises on PBS, it's probably to make their brand look good, especially if it's like Raytheon or, some known, sort of villain of the military-industrial complex. But IBM, Apple, CNN, and Disney have all pulled their advertising. Yeah, I feel like and that's like adding to a list too. Here's the Keith Woods tweet. So that's under his likes. ADL's favorite tactic is financially blackmailing social media companies into removing free speech on their platforms. They even orchestrated an advertiser boycott of Tucker Carlson? Why should they have a platform on X to hold Elon ransom? We don't have the. I'm guessing. Yeah, this is like a month or so ago.
They're going to say we didn't kill the company.
Oh yeah.
They're going to say
tell it to Earth.
Tell it
but
to
they're
Earth.
Going to say that they're going to say, Elon, that you killed the company because you said these.
Tell it to Earth. Elon, I hate to break it to you, buddy, but on Earth, back here on Earth, Major Tom, you're a laughingstock. You are a lol cow. The Earth is not with you. If you were Goku and you asked people to raise their hand up to do a spirit bomb, you get like this much energy. You get like a tiny little spirit firecracker, like a spirit like what are those things called? Like snapping, you know, those things that you throw, they're like fireworks, but like you throw them and they like just pop. Are they just called snapping pops?
Things, and that they were inappropriate things, and that they didn't feel comfortable on the platform, right? That's what they're going to say.
And let's see how Earth responds to that.
Look at that far off. I mean, he's looking into space right now.
So, okay, this goes back to
we'll both make our cases,
right?
And we'll see what the outcome is.
What are the economics of that for you? I mean, you have enormous resources, so you can actually keep this company going for a very long time. Would you keep it going for a long time if there was no advertising?
I mean, if the company fails...
They're called like Pop-Its or Snap-Its?
Because of an advertiser boycott. It will fail because of an advertiser boycott. And that will be what bankrupted the company, and that's what everybody on Earth will know.
What do you think then of the... this goes back to the idea of trust, though.
Then it'll be gone. And it'll be gone because of an advertiser boycott.
So here's Elon's nightmare, okay? People look back at Twitter and they look back at all its rises and falls, its scandals, its missteps, everything that went on prior to Elon. And then they look at how things went under Elon and they say, this guy killed the company. This guy is not a magic boy. He doesn't have the Midas touch. He does have the Midas touch, let's just say. But instead of turning it to gold, it turns it into a substance that would be mapped by a certain app that Ron DeSantis could tell you about, right? He's got the Midas touch that turns things into shit, right? That's what he's afraid of. And people saying, actually, it turns out that Jack Dorsey knew what he was doing and Elon Musk didn't. Elon Musk had all this criticism, all this smoke for Jack Dorsey, and at the end of the day, Dorsey was right. Like, right, the detractors were right. This guy's a clown prince of bullshit. And that's what's going to be in the history book, right? That's what he's afraid of, right? So what he's setting up is an attempt to deflect from that and say that actually it wasn't Elon who caused the downfall of Twitter. It was the advertisers who were willing to advertise on the platform when they knew that the brand risk was minimal, when they knew that far-right Nazi tweets were not going to be associated with their product at all. And then once they found out that had changed, they jumped ship. Dear Earth, can we talk about your boy?
But you recognize that some of those people are going to say that they didn't feel...
That is an awesome metaphor. I don't know. I feel like kind of fell off. But you get what I'm saying, right? Earth is not with him. He's not Son Goku here. He is Vegeta. Wait, no, didn't Vegeta actually pull off a Genki Dama? Or did Vegeta? I feel like Vegeta became Goku's hype man, and helped Goku. So maybe even Vegeta, but like, you know, in the way that Goku's likable and Vegeta's maybe not so likable. Although I like Vegeta. I don't know how you feel, chat. How do you feel about Vegeta?
Comfortable on the platform. And I just wonder and ask you and think about that.
At least
for a
tell
second.
it to the judge.
But the judge is going to be...
the judge is the public.
And you think that the public is going to say that Disney is making a mistake?
The public's going to say that you're off in your own little world and they don't care about that world. They don't see your vision and they're going to laugh at you, Elon. They're going to laugh at you that you're at your no pants wearing Donald Duck ass while you say, admire my beautiful garments.
Yes.
And they're going to boycott Disney?
Don't talk trash about my boy Vegeta.
They already are.
Well, there are some that are for lots of different reasons, but you think that this is going to, that you have the, this goes to actually the interesting of power and leverage.
Let the chips fall where they may. Let the chips fall where they may.
Like, somebody needs to tell him where the camera is. Because if there was a camera where he's looking, I mean, that might work. I can't tell, though, because I'm not from that perspective. I'm looking at him from this perspective, right? Like, again, does anybody, oh my God, there's no way that there's like another, is there any way that is there another camera? Did anybody take like cell phone footage? Definitely don't know who Vegeta is, and I imagine it's spelled like fajita. I mean, that's a reasonable thing to imagine. Yeah. Vegeta is the prince of the Saiyans, but unfortunately, planet Vegeta, where he comes from, was blown up, and there really are no more Saiyans. So he's the prince of nothing, just like Elon Musk.
I ask why that is the approach, and I ask it because you've been
What's the other approach?
Well, you've been very particular about the approach to Tesla. When you think about the engineering involved in that, the approach to SpaceX, the approach to some of the stuff.
But okay, here's something I'll say in Vegeta's defense, though. Unlike Elon Musk, Vegeta learns from his mistakes. Yeah? He gets embarrassed, he posts cringe, and then he learns. And then he changes. And that is something that I don't think we're going to ever see from Elon.
You're doing with AI has been very specific, right? There's not a let the chips fall where they may approach to those businesses, I don't think.
No, we focus on making the best products. And Tesla's gotten to where it's gotten with no advertising at all.
I understand that.
Tesla currently sells twice as much in terms of electric vehicles as the rest of electric car makers in the United States combined. Tesla has done more
in the United States,
to help the
environment
than all other companies combined. It would be fair to say that, therefore, as a leader of the company, I've done more for the environment than everyone else.
What is his stance on the environment? Like, right, so if you don't know the history of Elon Musk, the history of Tesla, rich people buy Teslas. And I will say, I will grant them that they buy it probably for some different reasons, right? Some of them, it's a status symbol. Some of them, it is a conspicuous consumption. Some of it is just for them to feel smug, right? But maybe some of them buy it because they see the seemingly intractable problem of climate change, and they feel small, even being wealthy, and they want to do something. And they think that buying a Tesla, buying an electric vehicle is going to be like, their part, right? So essentially, his market for Tesla was libs. I mean, wealthy libs, right? Because Teslas are not cheap, but libs nonetheless, right? And, a lot of it did have to do with the environment, whether it was like that they want the, they want people to think that they're doing something about the environment, whether it's, that they want to, kind of show off, like, smugly, the fact that they're doing something and that you're not doing. But, some of them probably really care. And those people have been alienated by this guy. But I can't imagine, because that's not his audience anymore. Those are not his fans. Those were his fans. That was his crowd, right? He wasn't considered a political figure of the right back in the day. If anything, he was considered a political figure of the left, because he was making a product which was perceived rightly or wrongly. And we could get into that with, like, where do you plug, what kind of power are you getting when you plug in your vehicle, right? That matters too. But like, that was making a difference in terms of carbon emissions. And he has absolutely alienated those people in favor of the cat turds of the world, in favor of the libs of TikTok of the world, right? In favor, in other words, of people who do not believe that climate change is real, who use climate, when they use that word, with the word hoax attached to it. The climate hoax, that's what it is. It's a climate hoax. There's not a problem. Nothing bad is going to happen. We can keep on emitting as much carbon as we want, and we're going to be fine. And I don't know. I don't. Has he ever like, has he? Because I know that if he actually talked meaningfully about climate change, that would turn his fans off at this point. But he's almost alluding to that.
Single human on Earth.
How do you feel about that?
It's just the weather, yeah.
No,
How do I feel about that?
Yeah, no, I'm asking you personally how you feel about that, because we're talking about power and influence, and
I'm saying what I care about is the reality of goodness, not the perception of it. And what I see all over the place is people who care about looking good.
I care about the reality of goodness.
While doing evil. Fuck them. Okay?
Let me ask you this, because I think part of this, by the way, there's some people who said, look, owning X to begin with has just created problems, that you've created so many amazing things that are changing our world. And I know you want to make X this fabulous town square free speech platform, but that unto itself, that has created such a distraction of all of these things. This is the conversation we're having. We're not focused, or we're not talking at least yet, and we will. On Tesla, you have your Cybertruck deliveries tomorrow.
Yeah, project much Elon, right? I wonder what Elon thinks about genetics.
And everything else that you're doing. But
yes,
is there any...
it would be the biggest product launch.
Maybe someone in the crowd is holding up a big ass mirror. That would do it, Monope. That would definitely do it. I got exactly the same observation, yeah.
Of anything by far on Earth.
Years of owning an electric vehicle, I saved about $4,000 differential between electricity and fuel.
This year.
Is there any part of you, though, that just says, you know what? I just shouldn't have done this, or maybe I should sell it or give it away or do something else with the X piece of it.
Yeah.
Given the...
And look, for the record, okay, I'm not shitting on electric vehicles, right? I think I would prioritize things like public transit, mass transit, before I would, right, like I think that kind of stuff is more important. I think there's, but electric vehicles could be, a way to save carbon, right? But only if we get the grid off of fossil fuels. You built your own electric mini bike? That's actually cool. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying, is that, like, the issue, the reason that it's not as good of it's not as much of a contribution as it would be, is because you plug into an electrical grid who gives you who knows what kind of energy. But yeah, theoretically, right? Theoretically, if you're in a place that really invests in some in some non-fossil fuel energy production, yeah, it could be part of the problem. But yeah, there's a lot of other things that are solutions that I think I'd prioritize.
Propensity for some of the things that you do and say on that platform to create these issues.
Yeah. Of all the posts I've done on the platform, I think there might be 30,000 or something like that.
Right.
Once in a while, I will say something foolish. And I have. And I would certainly put that comment, that you said the actual truth, among perhaps one of the most foolish, if not the most foolish thing I've ever done on the platform. And I did do...
Oh, so Vegan Stallion is saying, and yeah, this is coming from Vegan Stallion, the low-hanging fruit for averting the worst-case scenarios of catastrophic climate change is a shift to a plant-based diet. I'm eating a vegan meal right now, so like I definitely resonate with that. It's it's definitely something that some people can do to have a positive effect. However, I don't want to put the burden of averting climate change on the people who are making relatively small contributions to it, right? It's if we want to avert climate change, governments need to change. industry needs to change, right? Governments need to regulate industry, right? To really get it. So yeah, without putting too much of a burden on individual people, I will say that I somewhat I agree with that. Some people can do vegan like once or twice a week. Interesting how you work that in though. Like I like that. I don't think we talk about plant-based diets nearly enough. It's just because it's such a like I actually know a lot about nutrition. I know a lot about plant-based diets, and I always feel like it's too big of a can of worms to open because if I started talking about that, there's like a lot to talk about. There's so many levels. I had a solar and battery storage at the house, thus additional savings. Then my wife sold the house while I was taking care of my dying father. Apparently, United Auto Workers has become the largest union in the U.S. to call for a full ceasefire. Amazing. Their spokesman announced this today in front of the White House. Yeah, the biggest challenge for the vegan diet, like, right, and where people run into issues with, maybe having uh, problems getting what you need nutritionally or with excess expense, is that, like, it's not something that I grew up with. For most of you, it's not something that you grew up with. And you know how to eat maybe like a reasonably like complete diet, non plant-based, and it's like just bridging that gap to getting to knowing how to do that on a plant-based diet. But yeah, like some of the bridges, right, are like are those faux meats that are really really expensive, especially now, right? If you stick to whole foods like grains, yeah, grains, beans, frozen vegetables, a plant-based diet it can be cheaper than you realize. That's true. That's true. This is why we cannot have a border wall either, because it destroys these fragile habitats. Unfortunately, and I was talking about this the other day, right? There was an episode of Pod Save America, which, yeah, like I try to keep track of the of the liberal mindset and where that's going, right? And the way that they were talking about immigration was like it's as if they came to the Trumpian consensus. These are libs too. These are libs. These are people that hate Trump, but they're like, yeah, we really need to get the immigration under control. And basically backing Biden's completion of Trump's dream of the when you think about the U.S.-Mexican border, you should think about this family of wild black bears and their favorite swimming hole that sits near the line between Arizona and Sonora. Please know that borderlands are beautiful, biodiverse, and wild. Yeah, and there's something there is that doesn't love a wall. Something there is that does. But yeah, like I'm sorry, like I shouldn't have let us get too much into the vegan discourse, because that's its own subject. That's a whole ass thing to talk about.
Do my best to clarify afterwards that
they look like cozy bears.
I don't mean anything anti-Semitic in that.
Isn't Cozy Bear the Russian hacking organization? It's a cheaper diet overall when incorporating those. I have recommended. Yeah, I just don't want to like at the same time. Like I don't know. I'm like like for me, eating plant-based has worked, and I switched over a long time ago, and I haven't had any problems with it once I sort of figured out basically how to do it. But I know that it's not necessarily as easy for other people, and I might just be weird in that like I kind of don't like meat. I'm lucky in that animal products aren't particularly like appealing to me, like they're yucky, but not everybody feels that way.
The nature of the criticism was simply that the Jewish people have been persecuted for thousands of years. There is a natural affinity, therefore, for persecuted groups. This has led to the funding of organizations that essentially promote any persecuted group or any group with the perception of persecution. This includes radical Islamic groups. Everyone here has seen the massive demonstrations for Hamas in every major city in the West.
Okay, now this is interesting, right? Because here's this free speech warrior, right? He believes that free speech should be our law, should be, almost like unmitigated, free speech with no like real limits, right? Like when you hear him talk about Twitter, when you hear him talk about social media, it's all about free speech, right? Like somebody's like, hey, can you moderate this transphobia? And he's like, well, actually, that person just has a different idea than you, and they think that you are less of a person for being trans, so I'm going to let them have their free speech. But what about when it comes to college kids, right? The one place that, like, if people protest at all during their lifetime, it's most likely to happen while they're in college, right? They're the most connected to what's going on now. They're the most like socially engaged at that time, right? So, but what's he gonna say about these college kids?
That should be jarring. Well, a number of those organizations received funding from prominent people in the Jewish community. Right. They didn't expect that to happen. But if you generically... Right.
A number of those organizations receive funding from prominent people in the Jewish community who stand with them, right? A lot of the activism about Gaza has come from the Jewish community.
Without condition, sort of fund... If you fund persecuted groups, in general, some of those persecuted groups, unfortunately, want your annihilation.
Oh my God!
And what I meant by that, when I subsequently clarified...
That's what he's saying. This is his explanation for that awful tweet. Anybody got that tweet for me? I feel like we need to bring it up. I feel like we actually do need to look at it. Oh my God, I didn't mean to start a fight in the chat. It's my fault, chat. It's my fault. I feel like we need to look at that tweet again. He's literally like, oh my God, chat. Spark that blood. Thank you for the resub. That is 24 months and a 16-month streak. Shoulder's been hurting really bad. Oh my God, I'm sorry. Think it's getting better now? I hope so. Shoulders are difficult to heal. Yeah, they're sometimes, yeah. I almost want to tell you a little bit about that joint, right? Like the shoulder is almost like a mirror of the hip joint, right? And that, we got our torso and we've got kind of like a appendage attached there. But the difference between the hip joint and the shoulder joint is that in the shoulder joint, we sacrifice some of that stability that we've got in the hip joint that's really kind of locked down there for extra range. Look at what we can do with our shoulder, like compared to our, if you could move your leg like you move your shoulder, that would be wild. But yeah, because of the extra mobility that you have in your shoulder, you're kind of giving up some of the stability, and that's why it's so susceptible to injuries. And I see guys in the gym all the time that can't do overhand lifts, right? They've messed up their shoulders. You had frozen shoulder? Oh my God, that's the worst. Yeah, there's all kinds of things that nerve-wise, muscle-wise, connective tissue-wise that can go on with the shoulder. You're impressed? Well, I mean, like, I'd have more of a range of movement if I was like not standing in front of a green screen, but okay, so here's what he's doing, right? He is justifying his tweet, right? The one that he's tried to explain away, the one that, like, he's literally being like, this is why that's correct. This is why that's based and red-pilled, right? Because these Jewish people didn't realize that in their efforts to fund minority groups against white people, that those minority groups one day might turn against them. And it was like, he has such a monolithic view of Jewish people, doesn't he? So far from reality. He doesn't recognize that there's a huge difference between Jewish people in living in diaspora and like the political opinions of Jewish people in Israel, right? And that, or maybe he does, I don't know, like, but he's like, he's justifying his statement that the you basically telling Jewish people, like, well, how does it feel now? How does it feel now? You've been attacking white people for so long, and you were fine with that. But then when these same groups that you have been funding, like, that's like, this is like some deep anti-Semitism. Like, he's eaten more than a few red pills here. You hurt your left shoulder wrestling in high school in 1990, right shoulder snowboarding in 1997. Yeah, it's really tough. It's really tough. There's a lot of different I almost sometimes wish that this stream had a different focus, then I could talk to you about your shoulders and your diets and all that stuff. I feel like you're really over analyzing Nazi shit. I'm just amazed that he's actually defending this shit. I'm just amazed.
Is that it's unwise.
Like, I mean, I know he's down the rabbit hole. I just didn't realize how far.
To fund organizations that support groups that want your annihilation. Is this coming across clearly?
Yeah, no, it is. My question to you, though,
I think logically this makes a lot of sense.
Is there any part of you, I mean, just tell me what happens, though, once all this happens.
Let's say you fund a group, and that group supports Hamas, who wants you to...
Look, I'm mainly surprised at my ability to be surprised at this point, because I already had a bad opinion of his politics as being, far-right and anti-Semitic. Just like, what's amazing to me is that there are people that don't think that he's anti-Semitic. There are people that'll still defend him after this. That's what I'm amazed at, right?
Die. Perhaps you should not fund them.
Right. But you do.
Thank you.
Oh my God! Wow. Those claps were for that tweet. Like, again, I don't know what this audience is like, but
you do appreciate.
It's funny. They didn't laugh at his jokes, but they're ready to clap for his Nazi shit.
That when you wade into these very delicate waters at these very delicate times.
Yes.
Oh, you dropped the tweet in Discord.
That it can create a real, I mean, as it created headlines for the past 2 weeks and economic impact. I'm just so curious what happened in your brain when you see all this happening. Are you sitting there going, "Oh my God, I stepped in it. I wish I didn't do that"? Are you saying,
he's not.
"Screw
He's
them,
not. He's
I hate
defending
these people,
it.
why are they after me"?
Defending it.
All of that. Yeah, all of that. I mean, look, I'm sorry for that tweet or post. It was foolish of me. Of the 30,000, it might be literally the worst and dumbest post that I've ever done. And I try my best to clarify 6 ways to Sunday. But at least I think over time it will be obvious that, in fact, far from being anti-Semitic, I'm in fact philo-Semitic. And all the evidence in my track record would support that.
Yeah, and look, if he really thought he said something wrong, he wouldn't have left the tweet up. Okay, at the risk of analyzing Nazi shit too hard, the artist formerly known as Eric says, in response to so this is the original tweet, right? The cowards hiding behind the anonymity and posting Hitler was right. So that's the thread that he's on. This is such bullshit, right? He'd have like a itsy bitsy better argument, maybe, like, not really, but like it wouldn't be so obvious maybe if this was the tweet, right? Artist formerly known as Eric, if that was an original tweet and he responded to that. But that tweet is responding to somebody saying, hey, all you cowards hiding behind anonymity to like Hitler post, right? I fucking see you. Why don't you say it to my face, bitch? That's what the artist, formerly known as Groiped Up Sweaty, is saying right here, right? Okay, Jewish communities have been pushing the exact kind of dialectical hatred against whites. Yes, so this is just not something that you can. This is not something that you could agree with and say that you're not a Nazi, especially the context of what it's replying to. I'm deeply disinterested in giving the tiniest shit about how Western Jewish populations coming to the disturbing realization that those hordes, oh my god, this is kind of language that we're using, hordes of faceless minorities, I guess, that support flooding their country. Oh my god, I mean, this is just a replacement theory. This is literally just a great replacement theory. And it's supposed to be a snappy comeback, a snappy answer to this question of, like, if you're gonna Hitler post, you know, why don't you say it to my face? You have said the actual truth. So that's a more detailed elucidation of great replacement theory, of literally what the Nazis in Charlottesville were saying when, you know, when they were chanting with tiki torches, right? That's the Twitter verified more than 240 character version of that, right? And Elon says, you have said the actual truth. Now here's him. He's saying, I tried to explain what I was actually saying, right? But it's clear. It's clear. Why you have said the actual truth, right? There's not a lot that you can be like, actually, what I really meant was what I was really trying to say. Right? You just agreed with it. Like, how do you agree with somebody more than you have said the actual truth? The ADL unjustly attacks the majority of the West. Okay, so he's still on the ADL, which is, like, I guess he's sort of bought off at this point. He's got the ADL, not bought off, but like he's got he's repaired the bridge with the ADL. Like he's got, you know, the ADL, he's got ADL people saying positive stuff about him now, based on his stance on Israel, after all this shit, right? ADL unjustly attacks the majority of the West, despite the majority of the West supporting Jewish people. Oh, the West. It's a conflict of civilizations, and we got the West. The West is our only hope, apparently. This is because they cannot, by their own tenets, criticize minority groups who are their primary minority groups are the primary threat. There we go. This isn't explaining anything. This isn't making anything better. This is doubling down, and he doubled down again. How the fuck does anybody take this guy seriously? How the fuck is anybody playing defense for this guy? I hate to break it to you, Elon fanboys, but your dude is just a Nazi.
There are people who say crazy things on X, as you know. Maybe you think they're crazy, maybe they're not.
The aspiration.
Paul Squall says, you cannot move your leg how you move your shoulder. Well, not with that kind of attitude. I mean, you know, you can increase your flexibility. That's true. Hate that we have to care about this guy and what he does. He's so vile. Yeah.
For X is to be the global town square. Now,
look, I don't think it's not. Sorry, I said bought off. I didn't mean that literally. I'm not talking about like transfer of funds or anything like that. I'm just talking about, like, he has I don't know if can anybody find the tweet that I'm talking about? There was some guy from the ADL that was like basically saying, okay, good job, Elon. That's good. You're doing good. Bud. Like after he basically tried to dismantle them. The Elon fans know who he is and what they like. Anyway, sorry, chat. I'm stun locking and paying way too much attention to I'm giving him way too much credit as far as like actually analyzing the Nazi argument that he is buying into, doubling down on, and now doubling down on again. I mean, that's all it is.
If you were to walk down to, let's say, Times Square,
Right.
do you occasionally hear people saying crazy things?
Yes, but
Yeah.
they're not. But they don't have the megaphone, right? And that's the conundrum.
No,
Right? They
but-
can only say it to the 50 or 100 people that are standing there in Times Square.
They don't have a mega. I mean, look, the joke I used to make about old Twitter was it was like giving everyone in the psych ward a megaphone. I'm aware that things can get promoted.
It's so weird that this guy stands up like he's for free speech when he says something like that. It's like giving everyone in the psych ward a megaphone. What he's talking about is the fact that people can cultivate reach, that people make statements on Twitter. Those statements either resonate with other people or they don't resonate with other people. If somebody makes statements which resonate with enough people enough times, right, then they develop reach. You've got, the famous shit posters, right? You've got, you've got people that aren't famous, people that aren't rich, and yet people listen to what they have to say. And if somebody that is famous and or rich comes in and says something and they disagree with it, people listen to that, and the rich and the famous get ratioed on the daily, right? He literally hates what Twitter is, which is like a somewhat of a leveling. I mean, not entirely, right? If you're rich and famous already, you're gonna have more followers, you're gonna have more stands, you're gonna have more engagement, et cetera, on Twitter. But there's a little bit of equalization that goes on Twitter. And he's got the attitude of the elite, like the elite, the people that he's supposed to be against. Yeah, he is that elite.
That are negative beyond the sort of circle of somebody simply screaming crazy things in Times Square, which happens all the time.
Yeah, that's how he's defining. That's how he's defining. That's how he's defining crazy as woke.
It's actually pretty rare for something, frankly, that is hateful to be promoted. It's not that it never happens, but it's fairly rare. I mean, I would encourage people to look at, for those that use the system, when you look at the sort of the feed that you receive, how often is it hateful, and over time has it gotten more or less hateful? And I would say that if you look at the X platform today versus a year ago, I think it is actually much better. I mean, what is your personal experience?
Are you surprised?
I'm just curious. You use
Like, hateful to this guy is like calling somebody cis.
I use the platform religiously. I
So you
will
would
admit to
notice.
being an addict,
You would
and I
notice.
use the For You, and I will
cringe.
say now the problem is, because I'm a journalist, I go looking for stuff.
well, that's not our
I'm
fault.
just saying. And because I also think the algorithm, for me personally, because I'm looking for stuff, also is feeding me other things.
This is actually a challenge in that, like, sometimes people will say, like, why is it showing me, posts from this person that I hate? And we're like, well, did you interact a lot with this person that you hate? Well, yes. Well, therefore, it thinks that you want to interact more with this person that you hate. That's like a reasonable.
Let me ask this:
you kind of want to have an argument.
When you tweet,
That's like been an issue that's been on Twitter. That's not like a you thing, Elon. That's how Twitter functions. Nobody's like complaining about you. Like the only complaint that the complaints that are about Elon are the complaints that this random fucking far right account now has attention, now has reach, because Elon came in and was like, oh, this like basically a description of the argument that the Nazis at Charlottesville were making. This is a good post, and what they're saying is the truth, right? He comes in there and he does that, and he gives attention to people that should never get attention, right? That's what people are talking about. or the fact that there's like a separate, you know, algorithm for Elon, right? He's not even on his own like shit as far as like, you know, he like, right, he would get more reach than most people because he's a famous dude, because people listen to him, etc., right? That wasn't enough. He came into Twitter, he said that my tweets aren't getting enough attention. My tweets should be getting more likes. Why aren't my tweets getting more likes? And they're like, you're on the same algorithm as everybody else. I don't know what you want to look at the code here. There's no special fuck Elon, like, you know, line in the algorithm. Okay. You're good. Right. And he was like, that's not good with me. You're fired. Right. And so he got in somebody that would be like, okay, Elon, let's write a separate algorithm that just forces your tweets down people's throats. That's what's going on.
Yeah.
Do you ever post? Let's say post. When you post,
I mean, listen, I'm open. If anyone can come up with a better word, that would be great.
When you post, though,
but the least bad word I can think of is post. Yeah.
When you post, though,
I mean, like, you've just taken a word that Twitter had coined, tweet, and like that's amazing branding. If you've got branding that's so strong that it makes it into the dictionary, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. And you're like, you're trying to post. Okay, a post is something you do on Facebook. A post is something that you do on Instagram, right? It's like anything else. You just turn something unique about your site and valuable about your site into a valueless, like, unremarkable thing. He wants to call tweets posts because he hates Twitter and he wants to X out everything.
Are you trying to rile up either a base or an audience? Do you recognize the power you have in that? And also, by the way, not just rile up one version of side of it, but also rile down, which is to say, as I said, there are people who are demonstrably anti-Semitic on the site. I get Jew boy things and all sorts of things that come my way.
Hey, for a while they thought I was Jewish, so they would, I'd get it too.
But the question is,
my name is super Jewish.
Do you ever think to yourself, you know what, I'm going to go online and I'm going to say, these people, I condemn these people.
There's all these little things that I want to like talk about, but I know if I do, we'll never get through this.
That are on my site saying these things. Because
I have.
You say I've condemned anti-Semitism, but do you ever go?
Yeah, I said I condemn. I literally posted I condemn anti-Semitism in all its forms. Like that is a literal, I believe, literal post that I made. I mean, I'm like, listen, if I can get out the thesaurus, if you know, and we could,
Listen, I can give you pictures of like Nazis tweeting out like, dude, I'm totally not a Nazi. Like National Socialism is cringe. It's not 1938, right? Like.
Let me ask you a different question.
You compose it, I'll post it.
Okay, let me ask you this. You were on a podcast about a month ago, and you said something that struck me, and it struck me as accurate. It came out of your mouth, so hopefully it is. But I'm hoping we go deep on this.
Just because it came out of my mouth does not mean it's true.
No, but you said my mind is a storm. I don't think most people would want to be me. They may think they want to be me, but they don't know. They don't
know what it's like.
Don't understand. What did you mean by that?
To me, that sounds like a lyric from Chapo Trap House's like parody of rap. Like they do this thing called Episode 1, and it's like they've actually like it's a parody of like a white like SoundCloud rapper from like 2016. That's what people don't understand, man. People just don't get it. People think that they want to be me, but if they really were me, if they really were this like rich kid, living out his vanity career on SoundCloud, like telling you about how hard his life was, then they wouldn't want it. They would understand. Like, it sounds like a parody. He is a fucking walking parody, isn't he? No self-awareness whatsoever. His mind is a storm, a daily storm. Yeah, somebody might even say a sturm. Lefty has been plagued by a 10-character limit. Again, what?
Your mind being a storm.
Am I getting trolled?
I think it. I mean, I have known you for quite some time. I think it is a bit of a storm.
Yes.
But my dreams, they aren't as empty.
Yeah, I mean, in as much as a weather metaphor makes sense.
As my conscience seems to be.
My mind often feels like a very wild storm. I mean, I've found.
I prefer King Von's. I don't want to be. You don't want to be me.
I mean, I have more ideas than I could possibly execute. So I have no shortage of ideas.
Yo, this is literally like this.
not
This is like
the
literally like some fucking narcissistic fucking. Yo, I have ideas all the time that they're like, I can't even express. Can't these random thoughts of genius just roll through my mind at all different times. I could barely catch them. I can barely pluck them out of the ether. Oh man, it's tough to me. It's really
execution is the problem. I've got a million ideas. I mean, I've got an entire design for
he texts
an
in haikus.
supersonic vertical takeoff.
He texts in haikus. I always see Peterson doing that. Elon is a dollar store gold member. Complete with a shitty Dutch accent. That's true. That's not. You're not wrong. He's Mr. Burns rebooted. Okay.
Jet.
Like a younger. Yeah. Like what was Mr. Burns like before he was 90 years old?
I mean, I just can't do that as well. I've had that for 10 years. I mean, there's a million things.
Is your storm a happy storm?
No.
It's not a happy storm.
No.
It's definitely not a happy storm for marginalized people.
Tell us about that, because I think that actually, when people try to really understand you, I think that there's...
Oh, bad lefty texts and haikus.
A lot of this comes from some other place, and I want to talk about that. What do you think that is?
I don't know how much more of this I can take, chat. It's like he's navel gazing and we're looking at his navel with him. He's navel gazing with a GoPro, chat.
We should need like a psychiatrist couch here or something.
I mean, that's kind of...
I think to some degree...
I mean, in the same way that a psychiatrist is paid to sit there and listen to whatever comes out of your mouth, yeah? It's like a psychiatrist chair.
I was born this way, and then it was amplified by a difficult childhood, frankly. But I can remember even in happy moments when I was a kid that it just feels like there's just a rage of forces in my mind constantly. Now this, productively manifests itself in technology and building things.
Okay, I feel like we reached the part where he's like, this guy's been glazing him up the whole time. Now he's gonna self-suck. And I'm not here for that. We've got a lot to cover. Now, if anybody in chat can help me out here. Oh my god, Morgan the Fae, thank you for the raid. Welcome, raiders. Welcome, streamer. Welcome to the stream. And thank you for the resubscribe as well. That is 5 months. NCC time. Exactly, yeah. Look, what's up, Furious Gems? Good to see you. I'm getting through this, okay? We just did, this was difficult. I think we're gonna tap out on the Elon Musk thing. Yeah, he's auto-filleting himself at this point, and I'm just not here for that. I watched this guy glaze him up. That was bad enough. I watched him literally double down on his Nazi take, right? He's not even trying to hide it. He's not even trying to retcon it. He just repeated it in different words. Like he's just a Nazi. I don't know what else to tell you. This guy believes in fascism deep in his heart, I guess. So what else we got? We got Medhi Hasan. We got Henry Kissinger to talk about. And we've also got Ron DeSantis. This is the one I'm kind of excited about. Like, I think I might have fun, actually. And it's time for me to have fun. Do you think I deserve to have some fun, chat? Oh, wait. Somebody sent me something that is fun. Okay, now, I don't know. How do you feel about epic rap battles Is this like, I remember there was something weird about this like channel. There was something that I like didn't like about this channel, but it's been so long that I like forgot it. Is this the Fine Brothers that does ERB? No, it's ERB. Wait, are these the Fine Brothers? Why do I associate this with the Fine Brothers? Am I wrong? Henry Ford versus Karl Marx. Although it's a pretty big channel, I don't know, my stream might get taken down. Has anybody... It's Nice Peter and Epic Lloyd. Okay, so they're not connected to... Okay, this is not... I don't know why I thought this was the Fine Brothers. I just remember the Fine Brothers trying to patent React content and everyone on the internet hating their guts. Do you think we're gonna watch this? Should we try? YouTube, let me know if the stream goes down, because that's how we'll know that we're not allowed to cover this. Some of their stuff is aged. Some of this stuff, yeah. This is a new one though. This is Henry Ford versus Karl Marx. Should we risk it for the biscuit? What do you think, chat? Do it. Lulz. George Santos is out here. Yeah, the first congressperson to be kicked out of Congress in 20 years. There's like a list of, he is the 6th member of Congress to be forcefully ejected from Congress. A lot of those other people were former Confederates. Or I don't even know if former is the right. Yeah, everybody go follow Morgan the Fae if you are not already. Thank you, mods, for the shout out to Morgan the Fae, who you should go over and check out. How was your stream, by the way? What were you talking about on stream? Can't see them being annoyed as long as you add content. Yeah, it's just that it's usually with big channels, and their channel's like 15K. I mean, I'm sure they don't have the I'm sure they don't get that many views, but did I say 15K? I meant 15 mil. Henry Ford. Karl Marx. It's always a concern. I was playing Pokemon Platinum Randomizer. I barely know what Nuzlocke is, but it sounds cool. I forgot about epic rap battles. Yeah, this was the shit. This was kind of the shit back in the day, but like somebody said, like some of their stuff definitely has not aged very well.
Mr. Motor City needs some medicine. Red, my lines are up.
So YouTube, like I'm counting on you. The second that anything happens to the stream, let me know, okay? Because it's not going to be a big deal. They'll take down my stream, and I'll have to stop watching it, and then it'll automatically come back up. But just let me know the second that happens.
Production, your lines are red. Disassembling timepieces is how I got my start now. Watch me tear your ideology apart. You scream, unite the workers, free the class slaves. Lose your chains, trade them in for mass graves. I would stop it. Wow, appalling amounts of body bag. When a world leader likes you, that's a red flag. I produce with my 2 hands. You're a destitute tramp. Scheming to trade bootstraps in for food stamps. Any person tried to seize my private property will catch a torn prez to his private parts properly. Who takes advice from a broke slob? It's laughable. I wouldn't wipe my tailpipe with your DOS crappital. If you'd saved a penny for his daughter you named Jenny, you might not have needed to bury quite so many.
Who's that proud young Nogarian, heavy drinking card carrying, future thinking legal letter income proletarian? It's Karl Marx. Prepare to be right.
That's not a German accent. Why did they give him a Russian accent?
I'm dropping you like Hitler dropped your name in Mein Kampf. My codes of didn't cause mass bleed. You get that from books, but you didn't read shit. Your self-made man studies come from a Taurus. Your daddy's two hands gave you a free fall and forest. You were the first of 6 kids till the 7th killed your mother. Maybe that's why you spied at your workers like Big Brother. Your Model T, total lack of style is killing me. They can take shit from you according to ability. Do what your first car can't and back up. Beating is like your city in Brazil. Nuts!
Wait, a city in Brazil? Oh, Brazil nuts. I'm silly. Yeah, Brazil nuts. That's the thing.
Don't step that close without some beer shampoo, son. You lived in Cologne. Look like you could've used some. I drip a style like a dipstick drips oil. You look as sick as your chronic dick boil. I'm mass producing abuse on a
Yeah, so people are talking about Ford's, ideology. So far, all we've gotten mentioned is that he got a shout out in Mein Kampf, right? That Hitler was a fan of him, but we're not getting the fact that, he was that it went the other way around too.
Utopian hobo, I'm throwing you for loops like the F of my logo. I gave man work, you brought nothing but harm. Take your bourgeois pig shit back to Animal Farm.
Your factory conditions were bleak. Crap with machines, cranking out 4 severed fingers a week. You controlled what employees could think, drink, and eat. And when they marched for better wages, shot them dead in the street. In truth, what you produced were alienated working men who would clock into.
My real what I'm wondering here is like, what does ERB? What do Epic Peter? Wait, what is it, like Epic Lloyd and Nice Peter? I never knew which one was which, right? But one of them is Nice Peter and the other one is Epic Lloyd. But like, I wonder what they think. Because sometimes you can tell. Sometimes you can tell. Hitler had a portrait of him at his fireplace. Ford was a full-on Nazi fascist.
Detroit and lose themselves like Eminem. And now your Great Lakes State ain't exactly a great sight. You were west of Michigan and Flint's water bikes.
You grabbed the bite of press and don't leave me impressed. You're not hot, Carl, that's just shit on your chest. For a man.
Wait, what? The shit on your
In a state less, you got an awful lot to say. I pay you $5 a day to go away. Your buddy Engels bankrolled you with this textile bill. I guess the capitalists are cool when they're paying your bills. You're a hypocrite, a nitwit, his love with substance issues. Step up.
Oh my god, it's like literally the you are not if you're a communist, right? You're supposed to not eat. You're supposed to not have a house, right? Like that. That's like, you were subsisting on the money from Engels. Like that's
Off your soapbox, take the soap with you.
Look, dummy, shedding money is the communist vision. Engels Bank was the crank that got the revolution spinning. We made everything to see the common people advance. I'm so down for the cause, I even pawned my own pants. You grew so out of touch, you sabotaged your only kid. It's a stomach cancer, showed more love than you did. Took a glance, your legacy is in ashes. Remembered as the fascist sympathizing cause of climate change and car crashes. From your newspaper to your Nazi factory, cross the pond. Frankly, Hank, it's clear that's what you and us. This battle's been applauded like that hemorrhage in your head. I leave a Ford as expected, found on road dead.
okay. So here's my analysis, right? Can we post the links? Link in chat. Maybe better in the server. Yeah. Communism is when poor. Yeah. Well, communism is literally when can't eat. Communism is when destitute. Yeah. I was thinking the same shit that we hear today, right? And it's weird, right? Because it's either like, you're poor and you're communist, and your ideology is bullshit because of course you would be communist since you failed in the game of capitalism, right? Or you're rich and you're a hypocrite. It's like, it's a double bind. It's an absolute double bind. I think that they are siding with Marx, right? And here's my thinking, okay? And this is just a very basic analysis that I do on ERB content. The person that gets the last line, that's whose side they're on. I think they believe Marx or favor Marx at the very literally a rap battle version of George Orwell 1985, Animal Farm, Vuvuzela, iPhone 1 billion dead. Black Book of Communism. Yeah, people believe that. Yeah, like it's like capitalism, like literally, like tries to embargo and shut non-capitalist states down, coups, etc. Right, and then it's like, oh yeah, but look at you. None of communism has never succeeded anywhere because we make sure that it doesn't. Capitalists have ensured that. The wiki is helpful with a breakdown of lyrics and their meaning. Wait, they give you the meaning for Ford? Oh, okay. Guess we could take a look at this. They're talking about the Red Menace was a Cold War era term that referred to the Soviet Union and other nations or groups that followed communist ideology, thus posed a threat to the United States. That, like, what is the United States, though? Is it the people? Guess not. Guess if communism poses a threat to it, I guess it's not the people. Having helped out to turn Detroit into a major hub of car production, earning the name Motor City. Okay, so this is Mr. Motor City meets the Red Menace. Oh my god! I mean, like, some of this stuff doesn't need to be explained, but it's there in case people don't get it. Workers of the world unite. Oh yeah, good point. Marx was technically Prussian when he was born because that was what that part of Germany was called back then. Oh my god, they're literally explaining that I wouldn't wipe my tailpipe with your Das Kapital. Like, is the tailpipe is a euphemism for the ass, by the way, in case you didn't get that. And Das Kapital was a book by Marx. Oh wait, what is this? You get that from books, but you didn't read shit. And it talks about the Black Book of Communism. A 1997 novel written by Stéphane Courtois and Nick Worth, detailing the horrors committed by communist regimes in the 20th century. Wait a minute, you're not going to include the Ford grew up on the countryside and had no formal education and was not able to read because of this. Marx said, well, yeah, I mean, like, anybody that tells you capitalism is like some kind of meritocracy, it's not. Marx says there's no way, you know, like, so I told you earlier that Ayn Rand thought that capitalism and the accumulation of wealth was the closest thing that we had to a measure of human virtue, right? Now, obviously, I don't agree with that, but does it measure something? Maybe it could be correlated with privilege, loosely correlated with privilege, because obviously there's other things at work when it comes to privilege. Marx says there is no way for Ford can confidently claim his ideas killed millions, as he could not have read the Black Book of Communism or any other books. The one thing that they didn't mention is that the Black Book of Communism is just the Black Book of bullshit. Actually, it's not. I remember coming over this page when they did the Russian history battle. Yeah, I mean, like, in some places it might like some of the stuff that, you know, if you like don't know what they're saying. And oh, okay, so Fordlandia was this is the part about the Brazil nuts, right? Fordlandia was an industrial town in Brazil founded by the Ford Motor Company in 1928 to cultivate rubber. The venture is agreed to be a failure as none of the rubber farmed ever made it to the tire manufactured by the company. The synthetic rubber was found shortly afterwards, which rendered the entire city obsolete. Thus, the idea behind the city was foolish or nuts. Ha 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 ha. In reference to the tree and the fruit commonly found in the country, the Brazil nut, the delicious, high in selenium, high in magnesium, but actually really high in selenium. Like, right, you wouldn't want to eat a Brazil nut based diet, right? You might actually intake too much selenium. Marx has said, but yeah, like, you know, three a month is pretty much your that's pretty much your RDA. Marx is saying that trying to beat him in a battle is equally as crazy. This is also a pun on Brazil nuts, a popular health food. Yes, yes, yes. You look as sick as your chronic dick boils? What is the dick boil? Did he have like a venereal disease or something? Did he have a sorry, that's like the old school name for it. Did he have an STI? Oh wait, or is this about, is this, are we back on Ford? We're back on Ford. So this is Ford saying dick boils about, I don't know. They see, the one part I want them to explain is the dick boils. But I don't see, maybe they didn't know that. Okay. The Ford Hunger March, also known as the Ford Massacre, which begins with a demonstration of unemployed auto workers in Detroit, Michigan during the Great Depression. During that demonstration, a confrontation occurred that resulted in security guards employed by Ford Motor Company and the Dearborn Police Department to begin shooting at the workers, unaliving 4. Many others were injured in the shooting. The 5th worker died later in the hospital. Oh, I see what they're doing. So what this is like, they're not explaining everything in here because they, you know what I mean? They might not have been able to find something for everything in here. But they are like, so this is like the F in the logo is this one, the dipstick that, so we don't have an explanation for the dick boils. Does anybody in chat have an idea? Yeah, the dick boils. Oh, yeah, you're right. They're probably still updating it. That makes sense. Yeah, it's literally 3 hours. Kind of fresh off the presses here. Okay, so here's my question for you, right? I think we're going to go to Medhi Hasan. And talk about his cancellation. We got the Young Turks, we got The Hill. Novara Media, let's take a look at this.
Medhi Hasan has been one of the few mainstream hosts in the Western world who has put proper scrutiny on Israel's actions in Gaza. That's included highlighting the genocidal statements from Israeli leaders, as he did here.
When it comes to quote-unquote intent in the context of the Genocide Convention, listen to what Israeli politicians and generals themselves have said. Cabinet ministers like Yoav Gallant, the defense minister, who said Israel was fighting human animals and ordered a complete siege on the Gaza Strip, no electricity, no food, no fuel. Or Energy Minister Israel Katz, who said no electrical switch will be turned on in Gaza, no water pump will be opened, and no fuel truck will enter until the Israeli abductees are returned home. Or Heritage Minister Amichai Eliyahu, who said blow up and flatten everything in the north of Gaza and give that land to Israeli settlers.
By the way, I do read the chat.
And if you think that's bad, just listen to the man in charge of Israel's government and military speaking on Saturday.
You must remember what Amalek has done to you, says our Holy Bible, and we do remember, and we are fighting.
That was Prime Minister Netanyahu invoking a biblical story in which the Israelites were told to exterminate, to literally kill all the men, women, and children from an ancient tribe called Amalek. Not a great reference when we're debating accusations of possible genocidal intent, I think we can all agree.
So statements like that won't be new to you guys. We've been highlighting this stuff for weeks now, but not many people in the mainstream media have. You don't see many segments like that in the mainstream media on MSNBC, on the BBC here, on CNN, for example. Medhi Hasan has also been an exceptionally tough interviewer. So 2 weeks ago, he put questions like this to Netanyahu advisor Mark Regev.
Why did your military spokesman on Monday point to a calendar in Arabic and say these are the names of terrorists on them? That's false. Can you accept that here and now?
I'm not aware of the incident.
Let's put up the image. We have the image. You have no
I don't read Arabic. It doesn't help me. I have no comment. I'm not familiar with the incident.
Does your spokesman read Arabic?
Hang on, I have a question, Maddie. You're a journalist. Have you made a professional mistake ever? Not intentionally, but have you made a professional mistake?
Exactly, and I own up to it.
Have you made a mistake? So can you
own up to the mistake?
So if I've made mistakes, you've made mistakes. But there's a difference between making an honest mistake and between Hamas that deliberately exaggerates numbers to suit its propaganda purposes. There's a huge difference.
So it sounds like hold on. You said propaganda. Can we just deal with your colleague Ophir Gendelman's tweet? It's still up 7 days later. Why has it not come down? It's a Lebanese short film. We can put it on screen. It's not Palestinians faking their own injuries. Can we own up to that mistake and take that down? Is that not propaganda?
Once again, I understand that was also a mistake. And
so why is it still up 7 days later?
I'll speak to Ofer about it if you like. I'll speak to Ofer about it if you like. He's a friend of mine and a colleague. I quite like him. He's a good man. He's actually very effective. Why is he effective?
Well, he speaks mother tongue level Arabic. Mark.
I agree. He made a mistake.
Mark Regev is not the kind of guy who usually admits to making mistakes, and Medhi Hasan got him to admit twice there that Israel had made mistakes when it came to pushing out fake news. Right? I haven't seen many other journalists do that over this period. Obviously, we don't get to interview people like Mark Regev on this show. Those were tough questions. And as I say, forensic interviews like that are all too rare in the mainstream media. Yet.
Oh my God, chat. This title is almost calling to me. Cenk Uygur explains why he thinks MSNBC canceled Medhi Hasan. Like, I mean... It sounds like clickbait, doesn't it?
What is Medhi's reward? Well, he's had his show taken off air. The news was reported in Semaphore magazine, and they write this. 2 people familiar with the move, which MSNBC privately announced to Star Thursday morning, told Semaphore that Hasan will become an on-camera analyst and fill-in host. Over the past several years, Hasan became a cult favorite online for his tough interview style and impassioned monologues, but these never translated to rating successes on the weekends or during fill-in appearances on prime time shows. The decision has provoked outrage among progressives. Noura Erakat is a Palestinian human rights lawyer. She said this: MSNBC cancels Medhi Hasan's show. MSNBC make this make sense. Medhi Hasan's program felt like an oasis on air and more needed than ever. His program with Mark Regev was a whole class on journalistic method. He should be amplified, not shut down. And Cenk Uygur from the Young Turk said this: MSNBC cancelled Medhi Hasan's show because of course they did. It's not just because he treats Muslims as real human beings. It's also because he actually challenges his guests. And that is the biggest heresy in mainstream media. Access must be protected.
I mean, yeah, I guess that's... maybe we don't need to watch Cenk's video. Funny people online like him. People who only watch TV don't like him. This doesn't sound like a Medhi problem. Yeah, it's a demographic problem. It's I mean, that would be like one answer, right? If there is truth to what people are saying about the ratings not being good for Medhi Hasan, right? Then that's probably why it's a, demographic thing. But
David, I mean, to me, seems like an enormous shame. We can probably only infer the reasoning. What do you think has gone on here?
Well, Michael, as your U.S. American correspondent, I have to say I'm just not at all surprised, and it's tough to overestimate the influence of the Zionist lobby in the United States and the things that they're able to say and do in the most brazen fashion. Just a few days ago, we had a fundraiser for the IDF in New York that blew up into kind of a big festive party. I think there were a couple Israeli Jews who came in and protested, and of course were violently removed. But it's very hard to imagine a fundraiser for an army that's
Wait, when did Jamie Peck come up?
what's bragging about the slaughter and humiliation of millions of people in Gaza and across the West Bank. This is a kind of the nature of the Israeli exception in the United States, and we just have to see this play out in our politics, which is now playing out so dramatically. You look at a guy like John Fetterman, Senator John Fetterman, who was feted and promoted by the progressive.
Feted Fetterman. Chat, that means like feasted, or like if people threw a feast in your honor, then you'd be feted. It's anyway.
Flank of the Democratic Party for obvious reasons, his working class credentials, taking on the establishment. And then if you read a recent investigation, I'm forgetting where it was published, so forgive me for that. But you can see how over the course of that campaign, the Democratic Majority for Israel, which of course related to AIPAC, kind of got its claws into the campaign and basically said, we're going to sink you unless you change your policy on Israel. And now this guy is draping himself in the Israeli flag and has become one of the biggest kind of apologists for the present unfolding genocide in Gaza. Meanwhile,
AC says that Medhi Hasan should make a YouTube channel. I think, yeah, like I don't know. I just like, as long as he doesn't end up with the Young Turks or something. Like, I'm trying to think of
steps of the U.S. Capitol. There's a vigil and for the ceasefire and people trying to speak out about Palestinian plight, and there are like 6 people holding candles. It's tough to overestimate the extent to which the Zionist consensus in the U.S. is not just signed and sealed, but vacuum sealed. It's almost impossible to break. And I think this has to do, it's helpful to get a bit into the weeds it's not that much in the weeds on US politics for just a moment. We are, I think, the only country in the world that has congressional elections every 2 years. Obviously there are parliaments that are dissolved and come back around the world, but we have fixed congressional terms of 2 years, which means that our members of U.S. Congress have to run campaigns and be reelected every single 2 years. Now, of course, those are huge consequences and related to the extent to which we can actually govern the country when 18 of every 24 months are spent fundraising and managing a campaign. But it means that our electoral system at the congressional level is extremely porous. Now, we've seen groups like Justice Democrats come around and take advantage of that porousness through primary processes that can guarantee a voice or a space for progressive politics. Justice Democrats, that's now being wound down in the absence of a sustained source of funding. But it means it's also porous to a mighty, hypertrophic AIPAC that is willing to spend literally hundreds of millions of dollars to unseat progressives who are taking a stance against Israel. We're seeing this now in the naked, brazen offer of $20 million to Nasser, another candidate to run against Rashida Tlaib, who's been the sole voice to really take on the Zionist lobby in the United States. So when we look at the U.S. mainstream media, I think that your tweets said it well. There's another dog that's not barking, which is people taking this question seriously and interrogating.
I'm trying to figure out what he meant by hypertrophic. So hypertrophy is like, when you're picking up muscle, when you do damage to your skeletal muscle through exercise, and the repair to that skeletal muscle actually brings your muscle back a little bit stronger. In other words, your gains. That's what hypertrophy is. Gaining muscle. I'm just trying to figure out why he's using these words like that. That I'm having to stop and explain to make sure everybody's tracking.
To Nasser, another candidate to run against Rashida Tlaib, who's been the sole voice to really take on the Zionist lobby in the United States. So when we look at the U.S. mainstream media, I think that your tweets said it well. There's another dog that's not barking, which is people taking this question who are AIPAC that is bound down in the absence of a sustained source of funding. But it means it's also porous to a mighty, hypertrophic APAC that is.
So gaining strength, I guess, is what we mean by hypertrophic here. Anyway,
going to spend hundreds, literally.
No, I'm having fun. Like, right? I like it when people use big words.
Literally hundreds of millions.
As long as they're not Vosh and they actually know what those big words mean, I like it.
Dollars to unseat progressives who are taking a stance against Israel. We're seeing this now in the naked, brazen offer of $20 million to Nasser, another candidate, to run against Rashida Tlaib, who's been the sole voice to really take on the Zionist lobby in the United States. And, so when we look at the U.S. mainstream media, I think that your tweets said it well. There's another dog that's now barking, which is, people taking this question seriously and, interrogating some of the propaganda, lies, fabrications that are coming out of the highest levels of the Israeli government and, of course, civil society. But if we look at the political system and we see that lock that AIPAC and other groups are able to exert on the U.S. political system, it shouldn't be any surprise for us that the kind of parasitic mainstream media world, which sort of sits like that little shark under the belly of the great big shark, which is the U.S. political system, would be attentive or cautious or thinking twice about putting anyone who might be critical of Israel on the air. And Medhi, I just think cross
high level ideas
enough of those
but unironically
lines that someone said, okay, we've had enough of this of a guy who's giving token appreciation to the Palestinian cause, and it's been too much. And so it shouldn't come as any surprise to us, I think, because this is a very long-standing unspoken tenet of the U.S. kind of mainstream media world, which is you just don't do that. You just don't call bullshit on the Zionists, and you don't speak too loudly on the behalf of the Palestinian cause. And of course, now that we're seeing this new round of violence take its vicious and visible toll in Palestine, the grip those organizations is only going to strengthen. Now, it could strengthen in a productive way, so there's more tension. The distance between where the U.S. public is and where that elite consensus that's so dominated by the Zionist lobby is growing by the day. But we should expect those talons to be even stronger as they kind of grip on to the institutions to which we hope to influence as they begin to lose their grip over public opinion.
Yeah, I mean, obviously this will have an effect beyond just the actual people who are taken off air.
Chat, what is your opinion? 1 in chat, if you drink coffee after it's cooled down. 2 in chat, if you throw it out and you make more coffee. What do you think?
Yeah, right. So if someone as famous as Medhi Hasan can be taken off air, I mean, as we say, we can't confirm the precise reasons, but it does seem like a bit of a coincidence if it is during the Israeli bombardment of Gaza that probably the most critical person of Israeli policy has been taken off mainstream television. Obviously, there was also that story actually immediately after October the 7th where MSNBC took a number of Muslim hosts off air. So they're not being exactly subtle about this. And as I say, this has an effect directly on people like Medhi Hasan, and that will reduce the quality hosting we see on that platform. It's also going to have a terrifying effect for everyone else. If you were considering, is it worth me putting my neck out to criticize Israel? If you've just seen someone that high profile lose their job, you're going to think twice, aren't you?
So something that I've heard a lot of people bring up is a guy named Phil Donahue, who I think he was a talk show host at one point, but he was a journalist. He was on, he was on one of the networks, like either MSNBC or CNN, during the Iraq War, and he was one of the only voices critical of the drumbeats to war. And he got fired. He was like the only one disagreeing with the military industrial complex consensus, and he got fired.
Exactly the same when it comes to politicians. If you're seeing Rashida Tlaib having people being offered multi-million-dollar bribes essentially to stand against her, if you're weighing up whether or not to put out that tweet criticizing Israel or whether or not to ask that question in a select committee that's critical of Israel or that sort of points to the truth of what's really going on, you're going to say, well, if it could happen to those really high-profile people, what would happen to me what would happen to me, right? It puts this completely chilling effect throughout American society. And I know people who work in entertainment
that's the definition of a chilling effect
in the US, and they are terrified of speaking out about this stuff, right? Because they see that people are losing their jobs and their careers. And that's a very helpful way, isn't it, of reducing criticism for something. Make everyone terrified. They can lose it. You don't have to bother with argument and reason and debate. You don't even have to bother with sort of producing propaganda, because you can just fire.
Yeah, I guess I don't know enough to really say like what the calculus would be with a network, right? That's got a host who maybe his ratings underperform on television, but he gets a lot of attention on Twitter, a lot of views on YouTube, etc. Right? I don't know. What is that like something that they value? Is that something that makes them money? Right? Like it is in all likelihood. I mean, like the timing is just like unmistakable. Even if it was about ratings and they made that decision now, it does create that chilling effect. So, and I'm sure that was, calculated on some level. I'm just trying to figure out like how much, reality there is to this like claim of he wasn't getting enough ratings, because he seemed to be doing something good for MSNBC. He's like, in my political sphere, he is one of the only relevant voices in like cable news, right? But I don't take cable news very seriously. Cable news is mostly trash, even on the left. It's just liberal, like, it's junk food. It's not, there's no substance to it, right? It's not particularly useful. But you know what is useful? Knowing that at the top of the hour there is an ad break every hour, and you might have just experienced that on Twitch, right? We've got an ad break at the top of the hour, actually at the bottom of the hour, at the middle of the hour as well, right? Where you get to forced to watch 1 hour and 30 minutes. You get forced to watch a minute and 30 minutes of a minute and 30 seconds of ads through no fault of your own, but you can get it out of that through a Twitch Prime sub, which you get for free. Take money from the big corporation, give it to me. Makes a lot of sense. Pretty cool trick there, right? You can also pay the big corporation $5 to get your eyes back, to not have to see those ads at all for a month. That's pretty cool too. Get the emotes, get the whole package, right? And support the stream. Or if you're lucky enough and you're the recipient of a gift sub or a community sub, you will also not see those ads, although that sort of thing happens more often if you are active in the chat. Donahue isn't just a daytime talk show host. He, for better or for, he made the genre. He was like one of the first hosts. Soft spot for Phil because of his convictions. Yeah, and he just like disappeared from public. Like he disappeared from public at that point. You remember or else ellipsis. I thought he was super cool back in high school because of that. Yeah, and there was really no other place for him to go, right? There wasn't like a comparable I don't think YouTube, yeah, that's right. YouTube didn't exist. I always forgot. Like in my mind, okay, if you ask me and I haven't had my coffee yet, and you tell me that like, yo, this was back on this was on YouTube back in the 90s, I'd be like, oh yeah, back on in the 90s, and I would think to myself, they probably had like a lower lower resolution, it probably wasn't great. It was probably grainy and the audio was weird, but yeah, sure, they had YouTube in the 90s. Nope, they didn't. YouTube started in, I think, like 2006 or something, right? So it's really, he couldn't have gone to YouTube. There was no real online like infrastructure. He could have maybe become a blogger. That would have been what he would like to have any sort of influence at all. Like, right, the only real option that was open to him was to blog. And I don't know how much of a writer he is. I don't know how much he likes participating in a medium like that. Or maybe, what was it called? Air America. Was Air America? So Air America was a radio, like a terrestrial radio station that was also online. I don't know when it started, but it was like sometime in the 2000s, and it was left wing. It was liberal. It was where I think Sam Cedar started his career. That's why I know about it. I believe Rachel Maddow also. I'm trying to remember. There's a lot of like lefty, like famous lefties that started their career on Air America. So maybe he could have signed up for. Barely had internet in the 90s. Oh yeah, and it wouldn't have been. It was dial up, right? Yeah. Like the CDs, the AOL CDs that were like in cereal boxes. That's where you would get the internet out of a cereal box. That's how old school it was.
Hire anyone who criticizes you. Very, very authoritarian. We've got a video premiering on our channel this weekend. It's an exclusive behind the scenes. Look at how Downstream is made.
Pretty cool. Okay, well, shout outs to Novara Media. Pretty good news source there. And F's in chat for Medhi Hasan. I guess we could watch like a little bit. Like we don't have. Okay, look, if we hit the sub goal, then we'll finally watch the. This is the interview that everybody's talking about. Medhi challenges Israeli advisor Mark Regev on false Israeli claims, right? And a lot of people are pointing to this as the thing that got Medhi fired. Here, let's like just really quickly, like yeah, seriously, if we can hit the sub goal. All right, what I'm looking for, I just saw like almost 900,000 views on that video, right? It's pretty popular Medhi Hasan video, I'm guessing. But like what I want to compare this to is other stuff on MSNBC. I just really scroll down there because they're posting all the time. Yeah, in fact, they're probably cutting into their views with how much they post. So we got one day ago 44,000 views on a video. Let's get to more like, I want to see like 3 days. Oh my god! Wow! I want to see like 3 or 4 days out here. Soul Life, thank you for the gift membership to John Fuchs. I'm sure that's how your name is pronounced. I'm sure it's pronounced Fuchs or Fooch. Fooches. But yeah, you just got a gift sub, and you can thank Soul Life for that gift membership on YouTube. I'm just trying to figure out. Okay, 3 days. Let's get to 3 days. 3 days. 3 days. 3 days. Okay. What? Okay, so we got one story about Rachel Maddow story about Fonnie Willis that's got about the same number of views. And Rachel Maddow's like their flagship, right? Like Rachel Maddow's like, she's been there forever. You know, she's very popular. She during the Trump administration, if you watched Rachel Maddow, you always got the feeling that she was always like, watch this space, like, right? You get the feeling that if you watch her long enough, she's gonna show you Trump being carried away in handcuffs. That like any second, Mueller's gonna do his job. They're going to take Trump out of office. They're going to reverse the election. They're going to reverse everything that Trump did. They're going to put Hillary back in there and everything will be good. We can all go back to brunch, right? Rachel Maddow was serving that schlop up for years and years and years. And obviously, there was nothing that Mueller was going to say or do that was going to put Trump behind bars while he's got executive privilege. So kind of clickbaited us, didn't you, Rachel? Anyway. Like, I want to like Rachel. She makes it hard. Okay, so... Oh, they brought it... So Andrea Mitchell talked to this guy, too. Interesting. Not quite as... Look at that! Andrea Mitchell! She's been there forever, too! She's a big deal. She got 6.3 views 4 days ago. Okay, almost 300,000 with Morning Joe here. They don't get that many views here. Morning Joe, you know, like 3 times what Morning Joe's seeming to get here, and much more compared to somebody like Andrea Mitchell, same guest. Andrea Mitchell talks to the same guest, gets a fraction, less than a tenth of what Medhi Hasan was getting. So like he might not be getting the views on the network, right? But when it comes to YouTube, I would say this guy, look at this, there's another guy, he's being interviewed again, right? 9.5K views, 1/10 of what Medhi Hasan got from the same guest. Okay, he seems like he's the GOAT. I mean, he's a GOAT. He's in GOAT tier. He's a GOAT tier internet view getter on MSNBC. I was also, well, I mean, I guess we'd have to wait. Here he is again, 7.5, same guest, 7.5K views, right? Versus almost 1 million. So there does seem to be, I'm not buying this like his ratings were bad, right? They've got, this stuff has to count for something, right? Their online views have to count for something. And as far as online views, it kind of looks like he's the GOAT. So, but they eliminated him nonetheless. Yeah, like I said, if we get to the, if we hit the sub goal, if I can somehow do the maths and say that, yeah, that's pretty much a sub goal, then we will, we'll watch his fateful interview that probably got him fired.
Keeping a campaign promise to put the...
Oh my God, Sandra Day O'Connor, dead at 93. Yeah, we'll watch this if we have time for it. What else do we have to do? Oh yeah. So I gotta ask about this, right? We kind of risked it with the doing the epic rap battles of history. That's a big channel. Sometimes we get taken down for watching a big channel's video. This time we did not. This time we were okay. But what I really want to know from you, and this is important, chat, because like, right, making the wrong choice on here could get my Twitch taken down, could get my YouTube taken down. Who knows, right? We don't want to mess with that, right? I am, as of February, I will have no warnings. I will have no strikes. I will have a completely clean record on YouTube. I don't want to mess that up, right? What I want to know is, are people getting away with watching the Fox News debate between Ron DeSantis, Pudding Ron, and Gruesome Newsom? And so we're gonna cut before we get there. We're gonna talk about Kissinger, from my favorite YouTuber, Johnny Harris. I completely trust this guy, don't you? Don't believe the lies, chat. He's not with the CIA. Ha 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 ha. No, of course not. He's giving you the straight facts like he always does, right? I'm sure he's gonna give us the straight facts on Henry Kissinger with this video. Was Henry Kissinger a war criminal? Johnny Harris, take it away.
Henry Kissinger, one of the most controversial and powerful figures in American politics, is dead. Kissinger was an American...
I mean, Pacman covered it live somehow. He is a 2 million strong channel, though. I'm just like, can I watch it? Should I maybe I should watch the clips? Maybe I'd be safer just watching clips. I don't want to get in trouble. And somebody told me that Fox News was coming down hard on this. Coming down super hard.
American diplomat and political scientist. He served as National Security Advisor and Secretary of State under 2 presidents. And his career is full of a lot. Some laudable achievements, such as normalizing relations with China, but also full of some actions that many call war crimes.
Yo! Why are you so afraid of a dead man? Yeah, the sad thing is, chat, as much as Henry Kissinger is dead, and I'm sure that makes a lot of people really happy, Realpolitik as a operating system, as an operating philosophy for the State Department, for the United States government, etc., it is still very much not dead. All right, Henry Kissinger is dead, but his influence is so damn pervasive that it's almost like cleaning him out of the apparatus of state is gonna take quite some time. Reheat
Many
it.
of you watching are 100% positive that Henry Kissinger is a war criminal. Others might see Kissinger as a brilliant leader who helped the US navigate very uncertain times during the Cold War. I actually met Henry Kissinger once. I was working at a think tank in DC where he was a counselor and trustee. And frankly, I didn't glean much about this guy's character in our little meeting. But since then,
The fact that you want to, like, I don't know. He's a little too proud of that. He's a little too happy with himself. Like, I actually met the guy. I'm
we've gotten to know him.
So yeah, I mean, Johnny Harris is just like a, I don't know what you want to call him. It's like a lib YouTuber, does a lot of political or semi-political issues, and I don't know. People joke around about him being in the CIA. It's almost like if he wasn't it's almost like if he didn't exist, the CIA would have to invent him.
At least his career. We've studied him and his actions, both the good and the bad. So today I want to look at this man, Henry Kissinger. I want to look at what he did and evaluate what we can learn from this person who, for better or worse, has played an influential role in how American power is wielded on the global stage.
On this, perhaps the most gentle and graceful land in all of Asia, President Nixon and Mr. Kissinger unleashed 100,000 tons of bombs.
Henry Kissinger was born on May 27, 1923 in Germany. When he was a teenager, his family left Germany for the United States, fleeing oppression from the Nazis. He went to Harvard and later was drafted into the army during World War II, serving in a counterintelligence role. After the war, he returned to Harvard and pursued a PhD in political science. Kissinger made a name for himself as a political theorist and author. He focused on the role of nuclear weapons. And
You know, the feeling I get about the way that people regard Kissinger is that most people can call him what he is, which is a monster. An absolute monster. And instrumental to all of the monstrosities that the United States government committed during like his time of influence, right? But there is a certain group of people that feel like that's what schlubs think. You think he's a monster? Well, you just don't get it. You just don't get it, because what you're supposed to do is say he's actually a complicated figure. Yeah, it's more like, right, like there's like being enlightened is embracing Henry Kissinger and what he represented and realizing that there's like really evil things out there, and the number one evil thing is the United States not being able to enact hegemony over the entire globe. And so as long as Henry Kissinger's actions can be seen through the lens of saving us from that horrible possibility, right, of the United States losing global influence, then all the bullshit, all the deaths, they're justified.
And this new geopolitics that had emerged after World War II. He studied a political philosophy called realpolitik, which emphasized...
Now this is weird to me because I associate this with Henry Kissinger. Maybe I'm wrong. I should probably look it up in Wikipedia like Vosh would. But I thought that he came up with this.
Is how countries gain power by reacting practically to conflicts and situations, as opposed to based on ideology or values. But from my reading, what made Kissinger powerful was his ability to connect with people, to network.
But I mean, do you get that? Do you get what that means? Right? And these people that believe in realpolitik, right, they think they're smarter than you. You're worried about war crimes. You're worried about humanitarian concerns. You're worried about ideology, and you're worried about morality. But here in the state, we manufacture reality, as Dick Cheney once said. Coined by Ludwig von Rokow, August Ludwig von Rokow, German journalist and politician, he engaged in the Frankfurter Wachensturm in 1883 and was subsequently spent 10 years in exile in France I said Frankenfurter. Oh, I'm so funny. I know Frankfurter. Frankfurter Wachensturm. He was published. He published the famous Grundsatz der pronouncing it. This is not a good German accent here. Der Realpolitik angewendet auf die staatlich Zustande Deutschlands. Okay, so here's how our friend Ludwig described Realpolitik. The study of the forces that shape, maintain, and alter the state is the basis of all political insight and leads to the understanding that the law of powers governs the world of states, just as the law of gravity governs. So you see how much we're sort of taking this out of an ethical framework? It's laws of physics, much like the law of gravity governs the physical world. So it's just like, getting your head out of your ethics and putting it up the ass of the state, I guess. The older political science was fully aware of this truth, but drew a wrong and detrimental conclusion. The right of the more powerful. Okay, so this could be seen as might makes right. The coiner of this term, Ludwig von Rokow, is trying to tell us that it need not be so. It need not be might makes right. The modern era has corrected this unethical fallacy, but while breaking with the alleged right of the more powerful one, the modern era was too much inclined to overlook the real might of the more powerful and the inevitability of its political influence. Oh my God, so it's considered... Like, they connect it to earlier stuff too, right? Sun Tzu's Art of War. Mao Zedong's Three World Theory is described as realpolitik by his critics, that not something that maybe a Maoist would see in that. So 20th century proponents of political realism include Hans Morgenthau, Henry Kissinger, and George F. Kennan, as well as Charles de Gaulle and Lee Kuan Yew in Singapore. Okay, so Henry Kissinger has been credited with formally introducing the policy of Realpolitik to the White House as Secretary of State to Richard Nixon. I believe he was also Secretary of State to Lyndon Baines Johnson prior to that. And yeah, Johnny Harris is going to get into that in a second. In that context, the policy meant dealing with other powerful nations in a practical manner rather than on the basis of political doctrine. So the United States will paint itself, will describe itself as a shining city on the hill, will say that we have the true democracy and we are a free people. And we want to share that freedom with the rest of the world. And you know how that goes. You know how sharing freedom usually just means bombing somebody, right? But we you know, the United States thinks of it as spreading freedom, right? That it's an ideological, the way that we justify the Cold War, right? It's through, yeah, the problem with the Soviet Union, the problem with communist regimes is that there's not enough freedom. It's not that we, you know, hate the economic egalitarianism. We want to achieve that ourselves through reform, right? Remember, especially, you know, in the post-Roosevelt era, in the Keynesian era of politics, right? There was like a fig leaf of you know, trying to create a middle class, trying to create an American dream, trying to make it available to more and more people, you know, getting anti-segregation policies, civil rights policies, right? That the United States, if it was not a free and just nation, that it was on track and more on track than anyone else to getting there, right? That's part of the national mythology. That's part of what made people believe in the United States throughout the Cold War. But what was really behind the United States' action was this bullshit realpolitik and Henry Kissinger and Richard Nixon and all these fucking ghouls. In that context, the policy meant dealing with other powerful nations in a practical manner rather than the basis of political doctrine or ethics such as Nixon's diplomacy. Yeah, we talk about a rules-based system, right? And this is not just the United States. This is the United States' allies in the UN, right? That our world is a rules-based world, right? And that the actions that we should take are based on whether other countries follow those rules. The primary one being not, starting a war of aggression, despite the fact that it's pretty clear that the United States has done that, right? But no, our wars are not of aggression. We attacked, we had an interest in Vietnam. Our ship was attacked, and we had to defend our interests in the region, right? And also there was the domino theory, right? If you let Vietnam fall to communism, then what's next? Thailand can't, like all these other Southeast Asian countries will, and pretty soon the whole world will be communist, right? So that justifies the war of aggression in Vietnam. But I mean, this is the fig leaf that the United States holds over itself, right? This is the cope of the United States as seeing itself as a moral actor on the world stage, as the moral actor on the world stage, right? The truth, justice, and the American way, all that bullshit that your parents or grandparents like grew up with, right? All that beautiful boomer bullshit is is what hides the actual philosophy that the United States is operating under, which is like, beyond good and evil, I guess. Anyway, let's get back to Johnny Harris here.
In Washington, D.C. That was perhaps his greatest asset, and the thing that kept him close to power. This was later exemplified by the fact that Kissinger served under both Republican and Democratic presidents. You can start to see Kissinger's realpolitik and networking skills in full.
This is so disturbing. No matter who you elect, right? It seems you get this guy in their ear. You get Henry Kissinger. You can't vote Henry Kissinger out.
Action well before he ever stepped foot in the White House. According to this archived document from Nixon's chief of staff, early in his career when he was working for the Democratic president LBJ as an advisor on Vietnam.
Advisor, okay, so he's a war advisor.
He cozied up to the Democrats' political opponent,
Yeah.
Richard Nixon, who was running for president. So he cozies up to Nixon and conspires to pass Nixon information about secret Vietnam War peace talks happening in Paris. Nixon could potentially.
I feel like this needs like more. This needs more unfolding. Like I need to know more about this, right? God damn. I mean, this is probably a video that's gauged for the algorithm. So like we're gonna get to this later on, right? Or he's gonna admit this later on. But he had this video in the can. He had this video ready to go. Kissinger was 100 years old, and it was pretty clear that sometime soon he's gonna die, right? So Johnny Harris went ahead and made this video, and he went ahead and made it 13 minutes and 51 seconds when, like, I want to understand more about this. I want to know how this happened, right? What are we watching? We're watching Johnny Harris. Johnny Harris is a YouTuber, an American YouTuber, and talks about a lot of politics and geopolitics, and people joke around that he's in the CIA, right? Just because he just has this way of reaffirming whatever the State Department thinks, right? That's Johnny Harris, right? And he's talking about Henry Kissinger, the history of Henry Kissinger. We're right now in the middle of the Vietnam War. LBJ has been defeated, right? Much because of the war, right? So, the United States sort of took over France's place in colonizing Vietnam. And they did it under the auspices of protecting their interests in the regions, because there was a ship which was attacked, right? We found out years later that was a false flag. The United States attacked, that was a bullshit, casus belli, but that was the official reason for the United States to get involved in the war, I believe under JFK, right? So the great JFK, wait, no, it wasn't. Was it Eisenhower? I think it was Eisenhower. But it gets ramped up and ramped up and ramped up as it becomes clear that the puppet government in the South, the United States sets up a puppet government in the South to defend against the communist, North, which, would otherwise take over. And they just start bringing in more and more men, more and more weapons, and making more and more of an effort. Yeah, it's just shit lib. Yeah, sure. That does actually, that's pretty much it. That's pretty much it. The CIA actually keeps updated obituary videos like that for all the people that they want to lionize. And that's what I like. I don't know. I don't know that he's CIA, right? There's, he's a YouTuber, right? Maybe he's not, right? There's a good chance that he's not. But what I'm saying is that, like, he's useful. He's useful to that crowd. Yeah, the Gulf of Tonkin incident, right? This is the false flag incident that was used as the casus belli, the cause for the war, and the United States gets in there, starts committing more and more men, and then it starts to go bad, right? There's a Tet offensive that the United States just does not see coming, even though they absolutely should have seen it coming. People want to defend their country. Vietnam's been being fucked with since like the 1800s, I think, when it comes to France, right? They've been, this attempt to colonize them and to manipulate them has been going on for a really long time, and they're sick of it, and they want other countries out, whether it's the United States, whether it's France, whether it is Japan. Japan was in there for a while, or later on China and wait, is that it? Yeah, China made an attack on Vietnam as well. They want to run their own country, right? And so anyway, the Tet offensive happens, the war starts going badly. Walter Cronkite, a famous journalist that was trusted, that was like somebody that your parents or your grandparents or, somebody in your family, some old person in your family probably watched Walter Cronkite and looked at Walter Cronkite as like, this is the guy I trust, right? There was very few news outlets back then. It was basically, 3 networks, maybe 4 networks, but, just like limited. They're all kind of saying the same thing on the news, which is usually like, this is the United States is fighting against communism. They're fighting for the freedom of the South Vietnamese people against this evil communist dictatorship trying to take them over. When really it's like, no, that's our dude. That's our dude in there. The South Vietnamese president, that's our dude. That's the dude that's in there to do what the United States says, to do what the United States wants. He's not popular. He's not like, there's not popular support there. But the United States is trying to just jam it down their throat. And so it starts going really bad, and it starts looking really bad. And people are sick of their sons and their husbands and their nephews dying in this conflict in Vietnam for a goal they can't completely understand. And Johnson, who was an incumbent, incumbents usually have a pretty easy time getting elected, traditionally. He's stinking. He's stinking to high hell. There's no way he's going to win this thing. And his Democratic opponents in the primary know this. Johnson ends up dropping out, right? He's doing so bad. This war is so unpopular that he drops out. And there's actually somebody that's pretty far, left that runs as the Democrat. That's Gene McCarthy, right? And it's Gene McCarthy versus Richard Nixon, 1968. And at the time, Johnson's still president, right? Johnson's still running the war. Henry Kissinger is a war advisor for Johnson, right? he's talking to Nixon behind the scenes, right? He's working for a Democratic president, but he's talking to the Republican candidate because he wants to extend the war. And Richard Nixon wants to extend the war. And they want to, if not win the war, if not shove, American-style capitalism down the throat of Vietnam, they want to, at the very least, achieve, peace with dignity or something like that, I think was the phrase. They want to not look like they lost, right? Because it's really embarrassing to say that this tiny little country, North Vietnam, this guy Ho Chi Minh, beat the United States. That's really embarrassing. That's really cringe. Nobody wants to be the president that was like, yeah, they fucking beat us. Like, I give up. I give up, Ho Chi Minh. You're too strong, right? But that's their back. That's their home. That's their home, right? That's where they live. And they've been fighting this like resistance for years and years and years. So they are not about to let the United States, do to them what France had been trying to do to them. And this is just not a good war to be in, right? But anyway, here we are. Let's let Johnny take it away once again. I think I've correctly put this into context for us.
Use this information that he got from Kissinger to prevent the peace talks from going well, which in turn would make the Democrats...
So there's peace talks, right? LBJ is trying to negotiate a peace with North Vietnam. Kissinger is undermining this. Where have we seen this before? This seems familiar somehow, doesn't it? This seems like a lot like what happened in 1980 with Jimmy Carter and Ronald Reagan, in terms of the Reagan administration going behind the government's, the State Department's back in order to, negotiate with Iran to prevent the release of hostages, right? Iran had taken, hostage after the United States. Oh my God, I don't want to explain all of Iran, but most of you know the basic details of Iran. The United States put the Shah in. The Iranian people did not want the Shah, and the in the revolution that ensued, prisoners, United States, I think maybe military, were taken prisoner, and the Carter administration's trying to negotiate their release. The Reagan administration says, no. Do not let the hostages go. We'll give you a better deal. We'll give you a better deal than Jimmy Carter would. You just need to fuck him over for us, right? We want him not to be able to get the hostages out, and that was an issue in the campaign. So that's Iran-Contra, right? It's really similar on some level to what's going on here with Henry Kissinger, and working for LBJ. But basically, he's a spy for Nixon. Basically, he's telling Nixon what's going on. And they make a plan together. Like, no, we don't want peace. We don't want to negotiate a peace settlement. We want to keep the war going.
Let's look bad, since they were the ones in power, and help pave the way for Nixon to win the presidency.
It's the embassy stuff. Thank you.
Now, there's a significant debate on whether or not all of this sort of backroom
Iran
deal thing had any impact on the peace talks. But what
Starting
I
in
care
the
about in this little
1950s?
story
Oh my God.
is what it shows about
Look, I could, but it would totally derail us.
Henry Kissinger, that he was willing to go to these lengths.
I should probably talk about Iran sometime.
To betray the president he was working for, and to cozy up to a candidate who he hated but thought could potentially win the presidency. To pass on information that could potentially compromise the peace talks that might end the war in Vietnam. Anyway, the peace talks did indeed break down, the day before the presidential election, no less. Nixon ended up winning. And Kissinger, this political theorist turned power-hungry networker, had shown that he was willing to sabotage peace talks in the name of gaining favor in the eyes of a powerful man. Nixon appointed Kissinger as his national security advisor, giving him an unprecedented level of control. Control over what he could use the American power machine to do on the global stage, all in the name of national security. Now listen, most of us weren't alive at this time, so we don't really know what this was like to live during the 60s and 70s, when kind of everything was about the Cold War and specifically Vietnam.
So here's where it enters into, right?
So now you have Henry Kissinger.
So we've put Henry Kissinger in a bad light. He seems like a traitor here. He seems like a fake friend, right? He's working for LBJ. He's undermining LBJ. He's helping Nixon get elected, right? What a scumbag, right? But no, you don't understand. It was the Cold War, right? None of us understand what it was like at the time, right? We're justifying acts that are obviously not ethical on the basis that the Cold War was just a mess, and anything that would bring us victory in that war is going to be better. So who are we to question great men like Richard Nixon and Henry Kissinger?
During the 60s and 70s, when kind of everything was about the Cold War and specifically Vietnam. So now you have Henry Kissinger
Is that Kent State?
and Richard Nixon overseeing this war. It was a war that was no closer to ending. A war that, remember, these two conspired to lengthen so that together they could end it and score Nixon political points. And this leads us to perhaps the most infamous of Kissinger's sins. There's a reason why Anthony Bourdain said, quote, "Once you've been to Cambodia, you'll never stop wanting to beat Henry Kissinger to death with your bare hands." That's because in March 1969, Kissinger
As a content creator, it's kind of cool to see Anthony Bourdain get away with that. Now, of course, he's no longer with us, and that's part of it. You know, and he said that at a different time, and he said it in such a way, it's like, not that he would do it, but that, you know, a lot of people, upon seeing Cambodia, would want to do it.
The U.S. Air Force to fly over.
He forgot to say in a video game, though. I don't think Minecraft was a thing at the time. So
Vietnam's neighbor, Cambodia, a neutral third party, and to drop bombs everywhere.
President Nixon and Mr. Kissinger unleashed 100,000 tons of bombs, the equivalent of 5 Hiroshimas. The bombing was their personal decision, illegally and secretly. They bombed Cambodia, a neutral country, back to the Stone Age.
The goal was to eliminate North Vietnamese supply lines and strongholds that were in Cambodia. But the response was carpet bombing. Carpet bombing is indiscriminate. It has unknown targets, which means that civilians usually get caught in the crossfire. So now you have B-52s raining down hell from the sky at all hours of the day.
So remember, the United States is not at war with Cambodia, not at war with Laos, right? The United States is at war with North Vietnam, and they're attacking neutral parties. Now, they're not completely neutral, right? Because there's stuff going on in there. There's a trail that is supplying some of the clandestine forces in the south, right? And it goes through Laos and it goes through Cambodia. It's called the Ho Chi Minh Trail. And that's you know, but at the same time, it's not, the government is not pro North Vietnam. The government's neutral. Oh my God, this one's really complicated, right? The whole Cambodia thing. Pol Pot is more complicated than people. Okay, I don't want to say that wrong. I don't want anybody to think I'm saying Pol Pot is a complicated historical figure, and we can't really. No, I'm not saying he's a monster. He's a monster, right? But people tend to call Pol Pot a communist when, like, to me, he seems more like it's actually a lot like American fascism, what he's doing in terms of harvesting the grievance of the rural population against the urban population. And it's a vast distortion, right? He did study with communists, but he didn't get communism. He didn't even understand it. And that's not what he was, trying to enact. So yeah, Pol Pot is an absolute monster, and like beyond the bombing that Kissinger and Nixon oversaw, right? The result of this bombing was the empowerment of the Khmer Rouge, which later the United States, under with Kissinger's advice, like made common cause with. They were allied with the United States. They were enemies of North Vietnam.
Homes were reduced to rubble, entire villages were turned immediately into refugees, and what the record shows, that came out later, is that all of this indiscriminate bombing, this slaughter from above, was approved by and then concealed by Henry Kissinger.
Chat, if this ends up being a video, I'm gonna probably insert a little bit more about Cambodia, because there is a lot. When I said Cambodia is complicated, I'm talking about the transfer of power from one government to another, and really the alliances are what's kind of complicated, right? There's people that fight each other. Forces that fight each other that end up, becoming allies later. The king is exiled and then brought in to be part of the Khmer Rouge government. Like it's complicated.
This map that you're looking at is not some stylized representation of this. This is actually
Let's see, Mekong Delta. Mekong Delta's like right down here. This is the really interesting geography in Cambodia.
Actual data. We have the data of every bomb, hundreds of thousands of.
Yeah, there's the Mekong right here.
Bombs that were dropped on Cambodia during this time. All in all, at least 100,000 Cambodians died in all of this. 2 million were made homeless, and this is in a country of only 7 million people. In total, the US dropped 2,756,000 tons of bombs on Cambodia. Many of these bombs went undetonated, turning the country into a...
And this is all to deny a safe haven to the North Vietnamese forces. This is all to disrupt the supply lines and
minefield of undetonated explosives that still exist today. And perhaps more significantly, contributing to the destabilizing of this country, making way for a violent communist party to rise to power with a vengeance.
Violent communist party. They did call themselves communist. They don't seem to have anything to do with communism, though.
Leading to a mass genocide. All of this happened in secret, without the approval of Congress. It was Henry Kissinger.
And they dropped that communist label, I think, later on, right? They actually formally renounced
this one man wielding his deftly gotten power to ruthlessly get what he wanted at any cost. As the end,
you can tell that it kind of pisses me off when somebody reduces Pol Pot to communist dictator, right? That there's really missing the point there.
Endless war was near its end. Peace negotiations kept breaking down. In response, Kissinger sent another round of brutal bombings around Christmas 1972 in an effort to force the North Vietnamese back to the negotiating table. And I'm not exaggerating here. Kissinger literally said, quote, "We bombed the North Vietnamese into accepting our concessions." Some historians argue that the bombings had little effect on the peace talks and instead only resulted in more pain, more death, and more destruction. And yet, this is where the story takes an insane turn. The next year, Henry Kissinger was given a Nobel Peace Prize for brokering the ceasefire in Vietnam, an award given to him for ending a war that didn't actually end.
We bombed them into accepting our concessions. That's what he said. Yeah, it rose in the aftermath of the U.S. genocide in Cambodia, and really his path to power was made possible. Oh my God, Dirk Monkey Rich, thank you for the resubscribe. That is 3 months for you. And like I said, if we hit the sub goal, then we can watch Medhi Hasan argue with the the Israeli official that probably got him fired.
that his North Vietnamese counterpart would decline. 2 members of the Nobel Peace Committee resigned in protest because of this.
It is as if everyone at the Olympic Stadium joined in carrying an athlete on their shoulders in an endless triumphal procession, without pausing to realize that in fact he had won no gold medals at all.
And Kissinger himself even felt weird about this and offered to give the medal back to the committee. Okay, this is one of the great parodies of the modern era that this ever happened, but it doesn't end here. In Chile in 1970...
Not this guy, Molten Panda says, don't worry, we're not here to praise Johnny Harris, but to bury him.
Kissinger directed the CIA to destabilize the country and seek to overthrow its recently elected socialist president. The coup attempt failed here, but it eventually did lead to the assassination of a Chilean general.
This is so weird. This is so weird. Oh, you know, they just wanted to do a nice little coup there. It didn't work out, you know. Oh yeah, and the president got assassinated. Oops. Oops, Salvador Allende got unalived. Oops. Totally didn't mean to do that. This is where Johnny Harris is like, I can't defend the way that he's putting this, the usage of the passive voice, the way that he's trying to wipe the hands of the United States from what happened in Chile is gross, right? The way that he's trying to clean up Kissinger's mess is disgusting. Yeah, 1973. Big whoopsie.
Was eventually over.
Oh, we need that. We need the Tim Pool. Sarah just got me the Joe Biden. No. Like, or like, what does he say? Wait, I can find. You can actually grab it here. Why? Why? Now I feel like we need the Tim Pool. Whoopsie. I can't believe that Tim Pool actually said whoopsie, like in that way. That's like so golden. And all we have is Weasel! But that's okay. We got our weasels, chat. We got our weasels. We got our void coffee. I'm almost done with my void coffee here. Well... Oh my god! What just happened? Monope gave 5 nocommentchick memberships. Infallible Foul. How is it that my chatters, like literally, like I got the best named chatters? Like my name, do you know that like my name, like literally it's like, I made this when I was like young, right? And it was just like, it was like, the joke was like, I'm not gonna comment, like, you know, in the YouTube comments, okay, I'm gonna comment, you know, and burn somebody up, like, right? That's why I got the silliest name, the most thoughtless name. Y'all put a lot of thought into your names. Sierra Sai got a gift membership as well. Capel Capra, you got a gift membership from Monope. Blazer got a gift membership from Monope. Emily M got a gift membership from Monope. All of you now have memberships, and that means you can post things. That means you can post all these emotes. From the grumpy cat to the wow face itself, to the laser eyes Irene, to the weasel, to the NCC bad, to the, all that stuff. All that stuff is yours now, and more. There's more videos that you can see as well. Thank you so much, Monope. That is very kind of you to give all those memberships. And I don't know. I mean, like, it feels like we're pretty close to the. I mean, that I can't do the math, but we're definitely closing in on that. Like cumulative, like sub goal, I guess.
Replaced by this Chilean general who would go on to kidnap, murder and torture his political opponents. But because he wasn't a communist, Kissinger turned a blind eye. In fact, one of the features of Henry Kissinger during his time was cozying up to dictators all around the world, all in the name of securing America's place.
I mean, there's a real question whether they wanted to inflict something like Pinochet on the Chilean people, right? Read Shock Doctrine.
as the global superpower.
Naomi
he pledged
Klein.
his support for this Indonesian military dictator as he was invading East Timor using American weapons. We had this
more murders in the name of anti-communism.
declassified document of the conversation between Kissinger and this military dictator. Kissinger telling this military dictator to move fast on his invasion and to not be too obvious about the fact that he's using US military weaponry in support. The dictator did move fast and soon was exterminating hundreds of thousands of people. Kissinger and his big powerful apparatus standing by to watch what they had sponsored. While illegally bombing Cambodia, Kissinger also oversaw illegal bombings in Laos. He supported Pakistan in their
So yeah, Laos is to the north of Cambodia. It's also part of the, the Ho Chi Minh Trail goes through there.
genocide against Bangladesh. He supported Turkey as they invaded Cyprus. He helped kick off US dependence on Saudi Arabia for oil in exchange for selling them weapons, a relationship that we're still bound to today. He supported coups and death squads across Latin America, and the list goes on.
So you're getting a sense of what realpolitik is all about?
And on and on.
I won't have it from him that he's doing this again.
Like, you see the mask every day of the United States claiming to be the pillar of the rules-based order in the world. Claiming to be the shining city on the hill that just wants to bring democracy and freedom to everyone. This is the reality. This is what's behind that mask, right? This shit right here.
It's communism.
Henry Kissinger is reality.
It's just another of the constituents of the gigantic lie
And as much as he's dead, he's not as dead as he needs to be.
that constitutes his reputation. He's a thug and a crook and a liar and a pseudo.
What he represents lives on, unfortunately, and it's going to take a hell of a lot. It's going to take a hell of a lot to get rid of that.
Intellectual and a murderer, okay? All of those things are factually verifiable. Factually verifiable.
I mean, listen, it was the Cold War. Like, again, none of us can really capture what that was like. You had two superpowers racing to see who could get more nuclear weapons. There was real fear.
Yeah, it was the Cold War. You don't understand. It was a different time. Yo, this is like, I don't know. I'm trying to think of like what like the analogy would be. Like, right? It was a different time. It was a different place. There was complicated shit going on. So all this shit that I've just shown you that in no way is okay, that is an absolute like abomination to our humanity and just the reverse of how the United States presents itself internationally, right? All this should be understood with understanding that we were fighting against the evil empire of the Soviet Union. And so all this bullshit is justified.
Here, and leaders had to make very difficult decisions. Defenders of Kissinger see all of this behavior that I've listed as just a leader living in the Cold War, having to do what it takes to avoid nuclear conflict, or a communist takeover, a vital elder statesman serving America and making impossible decisions along the way. But the most vociferous critics tend to see the opposite. An evil genius who was given the full arsenal of American power, which he then wielded to achieve his grand vision of how the world should look. But when you look at the arc of Henry Kissinger's career...
What Johnny Harris is saying is y'all just chirping. That's what he's saying. Right? You vociferous critics, you don't fucking understand. I'm enlightened. I understand that the Cold War was a different time. I understand that, like, what is Henry Kissinger, Aaron Yeager here? Like, you made yourself a mass murderer to, god damn, like, what the fuck?
Neither of these characterizations hold. An evil genius, idle elder statesman serving Americans. Defenders of Kissinger see all of this behavior that I've listed as just a leader living in the Cold War, having to do what it takes to avoid nuclear conflict, or a communist takeover, a vital elder statesman serving America and making impossible decisions along the way. But the most vociferous...
Oh my god, it's even worse. It's even worse than him. Like, so he just doesn't agree with that, right? He doesn't agree with the defenders. He's literally riding the fence here. He's like, I'm the enlightened one because I can see both sides. I can see both arguments, right? On one hand, we had an evil empire in the Soviet Union and anything that we did was really justified. And on the other hand, yeah, this shit was really fucking horrible and Anthony Bourdain was right.
Critics tend to see the opposite.
Anthony Bourdain, if anything, didn't go hard enough.
Evil genius who was given the full arsenal of American power,
Freaking
which
commies.
he then wielded to achieve his grand vision of how the
make
world
sure
should
that-
look. But when you look at the arc of Henry Kissinger's
Make sure to tell that to the victims' families in Cambodia. Yeah, God.
career, neither of these characterizations hold. He was not a master strategist or an unparalleled genius. In fact, he's a guy full of contradictions. He conspired to extend the Vietnam War despite thinking that the war was foolish. He joined the Nixon White House despite...
I love how people think they're smart for sitting on a fence like this. It's like, yes, you have a fence post, like you're sliding down a fence post. That's correct, right? You consider yourself smart for this. Like, I can take this whole fence post. This is nothing to me. I've ridden fences all my life.
long maintaining that Richard Nixon was not presidential
You're so
material.
smart.
He orchestrated these increased bombings of Vietnam and Cambodia despite
I don't know how Bourdain could have gone harder.
all evidence indicating that the US could not win this war. A reminder that Henry Kissinger grew up being bullied and beaten up for being a Jew in Nazi Germany. And then he fled that brutality to come to the United States, where he studied how power works between countries, but also between people. He used those skills to navigate himself into standing in the most powerful places in the world.
Look, I don't want to be here calling a Jewish guy anti-Semitic, okay? But I will say that like Kissinger, it was definitely ingratiating himself to an anti-Semite in Richard Nixon. That's what I will say.
Next to the most powerful people in the world, the most powerful military in the world at his disposal, and the permission to use it as he saw fit. Henry Kissinger knew what it
Now I need NSFW artwork of this fucking lib taking the whole fence post.
took to
I'm sure
stay
he
on
would
top.
appreciate that.
And what it took was shifting alliances, secret bombing
He's got splinters, right?
campaigns, sabotaging peace talks, supporting dictators abroad, and the list goes on. I guess the point here is that Henry Kissinger's master guiding principle was to have no guiding principle. He infused that.
That's it. That's realpolitik, right? I mean, I don't know. Maybe that's not. Maybe that's selling him short a little bit. Maybe there is a guiding principle. It's just not a good one.
Into his leadership, into his decisions, leading to the destruction of many lives around the globe. Ripples that are still felt today. Even if Henry Kissinger were still alive, I believe he would never face true accountability for.
Yeah, it's so wild, says Medley, how this guy points out how many bad things Kissinger did, yet still tries to present him as a great, as a complicated historical figure. No, it's even worse than that. He's like literally fence riding, right? Some people see Henry Kissinger as a war criminal and as a monster, and that's certainly understandable. But on the other hand, some people see him as a great statesman who shepherded the United States through a existential crisis of the Cold War against a literal evil empire in the Soviet Union. That's wait, what is that? I can't believe that Nixon actually got away with, called him, all kinds of stuff. And he was like, thank you, sir, may I have another, right?
For his actions. He played the game too well.
Like, I mean, he's got quotes that sound, Kissinger has quotes of his own that sound like he's being anti-Semitic. It's, he's joking, but he's also, I don't know. I mean, there's big pick-me energy, for cozying up to an anti-Semite like Nixon. Kissinger said that he'd be anti-Semitic if he wasn't Jewish. Yeah. That sounds about right.
Too liked by powerful people on both sides of the aisle. But ultimately, if we can learn anything from this, the death of Henry Kissinger gives us an opportunity
Can I find
to
that Dick Cheney
appreciate
quote?
what can happen when too much power is concentrated in the hands of one man. Thank you all for watching. Today's video is not sponsored. We actually made it many months ago and published it today for obvious reasons. If you want to support the channel and the journalism we do here, you can go to the newsroom, which is a place where you can get behind the scenes of how we do what we do here. You can get access to my scripts. You can get music that you can use on your videos if you're into that. And you can just support the hard work we do here to tell stories.
That's okay, Johnny. I feel like you'll get enough support without me. Don't you think, chat? Okay, here's a Karl Rove quote. We're an empire now. When we act, we create our own reality. Oh, it was Karl Rove. Okay. We're an empire now. And when we act, we create our own reality. And while you're studying that reality judiciously, as you will, we'll act again, creating other new realities, which you can study too. And that's how things will sort out. We're history's actors. Yeah, literal great man of history, Karl Rove here. And you, all of you, will be left to just study what we do, motherfucker. I thought that Dick Cheney said something. Is there any Dick Cheney quotes on here? 2014 interview, former Vice President Dick Cheney said, "I think there will be another attack. Imagine what would happen if somebody could smuggle a new." Okay, no, this is not. I feel like I thought there was some quote by Dick Cheney along the same lines, but yeah, that was Karl Rove. That literal like revolution fuel of a quote that I just read was Karl Rove. Okay, I'm like worked up now. I'm like, and now we got to get down to brass tacks, okay? We need to get down to brass tacks and figure out if I can watch this debate between a slimy governor of California and an absolute shitbag of a governor of Florida. What do you think, chat? Do you think I can get away with it? Do you think I can do that? Karl freaking Rove, yeah. Dude, like I knew this was gonna like get me worked up. Bush's brain, that was one of the names. Oh yeah, Bush called him Turd Blossom. Bush had like nicknames for everybody. Like I think there was some guy on Fox News that was really tall and Bush called him Stretch. Hey there, Stretch. How you doing, Stretch? Right? And then with Karl Rove, it was Turd Blossom. And I think it was like that he could make a rose bloom from bullshit. I think that's why Turd Blossom was his name for Karl Rove. To me, it just sounds like a word for asshole, right? I don't know. Turd Blossom kind of sounds like another name for asshole, but apparently it was supposed to be a loving nickname. Insert American Dad wolf howling. I haven't seen enough of American Dad to know very much about that. Where are we right now, chat? I keep on missing the fact that at the top of the hour and at the middle of the hour, we've got an ad break. That's right, 2 ad breaks, each of 1 minute and 30 seconds, right? Unavoidable, or so it seems, There is a way to avoid them, right? The cheapest way to avoid that is if you happen to have a Amazon Prime subscription, you can take money away from a big evil corporation and give it to yours truly and get us closer to our sub goals and get emotes and all kinds of good things. You'll make like flowers bloom, not even out of poop like Karl Rove, but like real flowers bloom out of good stuff, and you'll make rainbows appear in the sky by using a Twitch Prime sub, which you only have one of. So if you give it to me, that means a lot to me, honestly. It always warms my heart when somebody is willing to park their Prime with me, right? You could also pay $5 for that same kind of sub. I think it's $6 if you're on mobile, and I think it might be more or less depending on what country you're in, right? So I'm talking about for the United States, it might be different. Your mileage might vary. You also have the possibility, if you are lucky, if you are feeling lucky, and someone is feeling generous, of getting a gift sub. It can happen. It does happen. It probably will happen at some point, right? But it's more likely to happen if they actually know that you're there and you don't have a sub. In other words, stay active in chat. Stay active in chat and just like rub the lack of a Persona 2 icon into people's face, and maybe, just maybe, you'll be graced with a gift sub or a community sub through the kindness of someone's heart. But what do you think? Do you think I can? You put the YouTube link in to the debate. Do you have people been watching this whole debate on YouTube and getting no Cause like Republicans are dicks, right? The last time I watched a Republican debate on stream, I got in trouble for it. Oh, it's the Karl Rove on American Dad. How short is it, Morgan? Like how many seconds is this? Yeah, God, the fucking Cambodia is such a clusterfuck. Like, and I feel like I never see a good explanation for it, right? I'm you know, even like in trying to explain it, I'm always having to remember like the name of the king and the.
We served alien.
Oh no, it's like 2 minutes. I don't think I can watch it. I don't think I can watch it because it's too long. Wait, let me see if I can just find the Karl Rove part. Oh, he walks in. He sits down. Well, like,
Look at her. She's an it contained a horrible
wait, let's just try watching the there's like a most watched part here. Let's try watching the most watched 4 seconds or less.
ingredient. An unholy ingredient.
Unholy, you say?
What? Is he showing us junk? They definitely don't like seeing that. You know, the other thing I could do is try watching, try looking at, let's see, D-Satan. Ooh, Buffy with the epic, GIF. It's almost like Buffy knew what we were going to be covering today. Do you see that? Like Buffy knew how distasteful, like today's, content was going to be. Here, I'll put the Twitter link in case anybody hasn't liked it. Also, like the stream. I always forget to say that, but like the stream. It helps more than you could imagine, right? That's the biggest thing that carries a video is you know, when you like it, oh my god, it's still in the still pinned. Let me pin it here too. Boom bong. Bong bong. Bong 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 bong. Bum, 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 ba, 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 ba. It's all blues today, chat. So yeah, there's what I posted, right, which looks like Ron DeSantis wiped his pudding hand on a piece of paper. And he's showing it to us, but as you can see right here, the icon poop maps, right? That's an app. And I promised you I was going to tell you where poop maps comes from. Right? Why did poop maps get made? Do you want to know? Feud over Miami homeless leads to the creation of Poop Map. Now, I want to say the obvious first, all right? The reason that people are pooping in the street is because housing is unaffordable, unattainable, is commodified. This country punishes people through forcing them to live on the street, and then shames them because they're not let into restaurants, they're not let into bathrooms, they don't have a place to be able to do the human function of going to the bathroom in a way that, you know, feeds into our sewer system rather than sits on the stump outside of Cenk Uygur's house or whatever, right? So like the first thing I want to say is that like this kind of shaming of homeless people is gross. And also I want to say that, you know, although Ron DeSantis is, you know, bringing this up, not because he cares about homeless people, not because he wants affordable housing, but because he thinks that Gavin Newsom should have more like punitive policies towards homelessness like he does. The reason that there's so many homeless people in San Francisco, in California, in places like that is because the rest of the country is downright like homicidal against homeless people, right? So I just wanted to get that out of the way first. And Gavin Newsom is not a good dude. Gavin Newsom, like, although the, you know, obviously he's not DeSantis, is a scumbag and hasn't done what needs to be done to put people in houses and to not have this problem. So yeah, he is to blame, but not for the reasons that Ron DeSantis says. People move, you know, to California specifically because places like Florida are unfeasible for them to live in. All right, so that's a poop map, right? Created. It's an app. So people, I think what happens is people walk around and when they see a human poop on the street, they enter it into the app and a little poop shows up at the location, right? Tasked with marketing Miami to tourists and investors, the tax-funded Downtown Development Authority has plenty of maps highlighting restaurants, tourist attractions, and real estate development. They this week, they unveiled their latest, a detailed map showing where people pooped a squat on downtown streets. A scatological atlas. See, like I kind of don't like making it into a joke, right? Because it takes us away from, like, it comes from a real humanitarian crisis that you know has just been normalized. Smiling poop emojis, scatological atlas, smiling poop emojis, and all was created amid the swirling dispute between downtown boosters and the Miami-Dade Homeless Trust over how to get homeless men and women off the streets, how to deal with corresponding sanitation issues. The two public agencies have been feuding for about a year now, dating back to the creation of temporary shelter program at Camilla's house and more recent DDA's promotion of souped-up porta potties. Longtime Homeless Trust Chairman Ron balks at both the ill-conceived initiatives already studied and rejected by the trust, which focus primarily on providing housing for the homeless. In response, he has been criticized as a dictator blind to the downtown issues, who is flushing millions down the drain as part. God, with these jokes, millions down the drain as part of the effort to shame book and urge the trust to reconsider. The DDA spent 8 hours on May 8th documenting urine and feces, and then released its map, where the agency says feces was spotted during the sanitation workers' 8-hour shift. Now, there's little hope of wiping the slate clean. Oh, come on. You've had enough. You've had enough. Enough poop jokes, right? As the chief advocate, and it's not funny. If you're having to pop a squat outside, right, because nobody will let you into a bathroom, it's not fucking funny. For downtown Miami's growing base of residents, businesses, and visitors from around the world, the Miami DDA has been making the case that homelessness is having a disproportionate impact on our urban core for years, and the Homeless Trust has resorted to passing the buck and ignoring the problem. Okay, so where is this happening? Florida? Florida? This is happening in Florida? But wait. Wait a minute. This is San Francisco. But literally the concept. Like, when is this? When did this get posted? 2015. The concept of the poop map, if not the app itself, because I was thinking that this was like going to talk about the app. There's an app. That's what Ron DeSantis is showing us here, is the printout. He printed it out, and it literally does look like he wiped his butt, like on a map of San Francisco, and it's just like, this is what I think of your city, Governor Gavin Newsom. Ha ha ha. Former mayor of San Francisco, Gavin Newsom. this is what I think about. I wipe my butt on it, but no, it's the poop maps, and he's showing the population density here in San Francisco. Now, like I said, anybody I think can just like get the app, you know, claim to have seen poop in a certain place and get this brown spot on the map, right? And it's really like in a given area, how many people are motivated, how many people know about the app, how many people are motivated to do this stuff, right? It doesn't really tell you like this is the poopiest city in the world, although, right? Although, like, you know, San Francisco has a huge housing problem. Like, housing is unaffordable, and there's like, you know, there's a homelessness problem as well. There's and you know, in general, California cities will get an influx of homeless population from other areas because they're less draconian, although they're still pretty draconian, and they're still not doing a lot about housing and making it affordable, right? So there is something to criticize Gavin Newsom for here. But Ron DeSantis, your hands are not clean either. I guess that's what I'm trying to say, right? Your hands are not... Okay, Anyway, you know this guy's messy. He's the guy that eats pudding with his fingers. I just hope it's not the same hand that he wipes with, right? Because that's just gross. But he's a gross guy, so I kind of expect it to be like that. Maybe it's like that, right? Maybe that's how he rolls. Oh my God, rolls. See, everything is like a poop metaphor, right? Everything is a poop joke. I'm really not trying to make poop jokes. It's real. Yeah, the poop map is real. It's a real map. It's a real app. But like I said, it's not scientific. It's not a scientific study that like there, you know, this map exists. Therefore, San Francisco is the poopiest place in the world, right? In fact, we're gonna see some more stuff about Ron DeSantis. Oh wait, should I go back to I'll go back to my notifications, right? Because people sometimes like to show up on my notifications, and there you are. People who just liked the repost, and if anybody else wants to give that post a like, you'll show up as well. But yeah, we're seeing Buffy here, and you know, we're seeing all the other people boosting this post. Thank you so much for doing that. Thank you for helping. Okay, so we're looking for Ron DeSantis. Why am I typing in Ron DeSantis? I don't know. I mean, Satan kind of doesn't deserve to be compared. Like, I feel like I'm insulting Satan here. Like, Satan eats his pudding with a spoon, okay? I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure he doesn't go in there with his fingers and like, you know, slurp it down, right? I was thinking this was gonna have clips of the... Oh my God, okay, I don't know what that's about. Wait, what's this GIF? Ooh, no! Oh God, his smile! His smile is like the worst. Wait, what's this GIF? Oh my God! Hamana, 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 right?
%higher. The murder rate. 7 of the top 10 murder rates in the United States of America are red states. He has a 66% higher gun death rate than the state of California. He has a higher murder rate. Go to places like Jacksonville. Go to places like Orlando. Go to places like Tampa. The murder rate's off the charts compared to cities like San Francisco. And you know what? Even more egregiously, Sean, and I think this is important, the American people deserve an answer from you, Ron. You had one of the worst mass shootings in American history, Parkland. 17 kids were gunned down, lives lost, 17 others, lives torn asunder. You had a young girl by the name of Jamie Gutenberg, whose father pleaded with you to do something about it. And you know what you did? You did the exact opposite. You made it easier for felons to get guns without background checks, without any training. These people pleaded with you, the parents and the families, to get tough on gun safety. And again, you made it easier for felons.
And I'm pleading
on, and I agree with them.
I'm pleading with you to get tough on the bottom of the hour ad break. Look, no one expects the middle of the hour ad break, right? It's in the middle of the hour. We didn't used to get it, but now we're getting it again. Every middle of the hour, it's coming up here in just in like 3 minutes or so, right? This is your chance to get out of that ad break, to see no more ads, right? You can do it with a Amazon Prime sub. You can do it by buying a sub for yourself, or you could do it if you're lucky enough to get a gift sub. But again, that kind of thing is going to happen more often if you're active in the chat.
After you sign that concealed carry bill, which increases the likelihood, Fred Guttenberg said, of more Jamies losing their lives and more Parklands, he called you weak, pathetic, and small. So with respect, I appreciate you're talking to police officers in the state of California. You may want to spend a little bit more time, not on the Ohio Trail and other places across this country. You may spend a little more time back in your home state and address the murder and gun violence in your own backyard.
So this is
in the 1970s,
Oh my God, not the Curb Your Enthusiasm. I'll definitely get shit canned for that. Here, let's mute it. We can just like watch whatever they've got. He's drinking the water. He's awkwardly smiling. Licking his lips. There we, oh geez. Oh, you gotta lick that pudding off. Puddin' Ron. There he is, okay. And gruesome Newsom. I thought there was more clips on this. Oh yeah, they're calling him New Scum, and like, look, this is Chuds calling him that, but kind of fits. It kind of fits. Where are my clips? I know, they're called magazines. They're called magazines. God, every time you search DeSatan, it's like just bad stuff. Bad stuff. The Trump train. Trump train. What happened to the Trump choir? Do you remember the Trump choir? There were those like Southern women that like had a band, and they were like the Trump. I can't remember what they were called. They had some funny name. Oh my God. I can't find my clips. I feel like Sneeko here, chat. I can't find the clips. I'm getting moist criticaled here. DeSantis Newsom. Let's search that. Get some clips here.
Ron, I'm happy that you continue to talk. Let's talk a little bit about Bidenomics, because I'm happy to take that on right now as well.
Oh God, Bidenomics. See, this isn't going to be.
And I think it's a fair
big
point.
Supporter of it. I appreciate you acknowledging
14 million jobs, 10 times more than the last 3 Republican presidents combined.
Because he had
815,000 manufacturing
the jobs were because of the COVID lockdowns. Are you kidding me?
3.9% unemployment. As he continues to talk over me, I'll talk to the American people. 3.9% unemployment, the lowest black unemployment in American history, the lowest unemployment for Hispanics in American history, the lowest unemployment for women in 70 years, the lowest black poverty rates.
I kind of didn't like the way he said Hispanics. I don't know. It felt like it could have been a here's one about COVID. That might be the one I'm looking at. Magazines,
in history. That's
no, it's not. This is angry staffer.
Agenda. And by the way, as you smile and smirk over there, you should know this, the American people. Here's a guy who celebrated Bidenomics just this week.
Oh no! What is he gonna do though? Because he just called him out for smiling and smirking, and he's trying to be like, okay, look normal, Ron, look normal.
Celebrating 28 million.
This is normal. I'm being normal.
$1 million that came into your state.
The normal. I'm not smiling too hard.
Because of the CHIPS and Science Act, one of the most significant economic plans since FDR. I'm proud of the work Biden and Harris have done.
Would you like to respond?
I mean, look, it only looks good compared to Trump. Honestly, it only looks good compared to Republican policies. Like Biden has not done enough for working people. And Gavin Newsom hasn't done enough to get to protect the unhoused.
Bottom line, if at the DNC convention they come and ask you, will you run? What will you say?
Joe Biden will be our nominee in a matter of weeks. And in a matter of weeks, Sean, he'll be endorsing Donald Trump as a nominee for the Republican Party.
If they come to you at the DNC and Joe is incapable of running and they
God,
ask
he
you,
really does have some dry lips, doesn't he?
hard no.
It's not even optional. He's bottom line.
Oh, he's like gulping. God damn, he could not look worse here.
Lives lost, 17 others, lives torn asunder. You had a young girl by the name of Jamie.
Oh, George Santos was expelled too, lest we forgot, right? George Santos has been expelled. And there's the ad break. I promised. Already showed the poop map clip? Yeah, we should. No, actually, I didn't. Natalie, you're on it. You're on this. God, I almost like want to hear the Curb Your Enthusiasm theme song now, because like I got a little taste of it. Oh no, I should stop saying things like got a little taste of it. In the context. Chat, in the context of what we're talking about, I don't want to get a little taste of it, okay? Oh my God, no. Let's get the poop maps, okay.
Off the streets. We've also invested in unprecedented resources in reforming our behavioral health system. Ron has literally the worst mental health system in America, forgive me, outside of Mississippi and Texas. And so with all due respect to being lectured on some of these topics, Ron DeSantis is not the one I'm going to be listening
30-second response. Well, I'm looking at total time.
Is this where we get the poop maps? Yeah, he's going to bring up poop. He brought out the poop. He brought out the poop.
Francisco. There's a lot of plots
it's
on
poop.
that.
It's all poop. San Francisco is completely covered in poop. Thank you for making us aware of this, Ron DeSantis.
Be asking, what is that plotting? Well, this is an app where they plot the human feces.
More like plop.
That are found on the streets of San Francisco, and you see how
off the streets. We've also invested in
cleaning up the streets, and he pulls out the poop map. He pulls out the poop map. I feel like we need to look at the Greasy Gavin. There's all okay. This is James Woods. This is like has-been actor James Woods, Final Fantasy Spirits Within alum James Woods, talking about Greasy Gavin. But what about the Greasy Ron? What about the Greasy?
He needs it.
This is a
like. Look, I just thought I thought he wiped his hand after. That's like him wiping his hand after eating pudding. Like, right? I couldn't tell what that was at first. I really thought that he just was showing us his napkin or something. Of like, yeah, after I eat the pudding with my hand, here's where I wipe it off.
Map of San Francisco. There's a lot
it's all poop.
Plots on that. You may be asking, what is that plotting? Well, this is an app where they plot the human feces that are found on the streets of San Francisco. And you see how almost the whole thing is covered, because that is what it...
That makes you think if you walk in San Francisco, you're going to slip in some poop. Like, it's going to be, like, unavoidable. Like, it's all over, right? That's the image that he's portraying here.
Has happened in one of the previous greatest cities this country's ever had. Human feces is now a fact of life, except when a communist dictator comes to town. Then they cleaned up the street.
They cleaned it up for communism. We love our communist dictator.
They lined the streets with Chinese flags. They
didn't... Chat. We like 100% love our communist dictator and his
Dingus Gambit.
Didn't put American flags there. They cleaned everything up. So they're willing to do it for a communist dictator, but they're not willing to do it for their own people. This is a map of San Francisco.
Oh my God. Okay, so like this is what the right wing is chortling about right now. Someday I will tell my grandchildren. This is Miss Liberty Bell here to tell you that someday I will tell my grandchildren about how Gavin Newsom's presidential aspirations were ended by a poop map. Rolling, laughing face with tears. Ron DeSantis just held up a poop map of San Francisco to show where people are tagging feces from homeless people on the public streets. Holy shit. Literally. Ha ha ha. And there it is. There's the poop map. There's the population density. There's my post. Okay. He has a poop map. Now, look, I'm scrolling down on this poop map thing, not because I'm obsessed with this joke, but somebody posted... Oh my God, I really hope I should have just, like, you know, the easy thing to do is just bookmark your tweets, right? Breaking poop map. This moment will go down in debate history. It may even destroy Newsom's career. Bravo, Ron. Bravo to the shit show that is American politics has become. This really capped it off. Wait, is that a poop joke? Is capped it off a poop joke? No, I don't think so. Thank you, Culture War. DeSantis holds up a map to Newsom that people use to know where the poop is on the streets of San Francisco so they can avoid slipping in it. Then points out that he cleaned it up for Xi Jinping because he's a communist dictator. Wait. Okay, this one we looked at, right?
You're down 41 points in your own home state.
Wait, is that what
on
happened?
the issue of immigration?
No, Curb Your Enthusiasm. No. I'm gonna get owned. I'm gonna get sued by Larry David's gonna come on stream. It's just gonna be a knock on the door, and Larry David himself is gonna swat me. I'm gonna get, and he's gonna play the Curb Your Enthusiasm music so I get sued again. Like, he's gonna have a boombox with the music, and he's gonna be like, "That's what you get for using my music." I don't think doesn't he have some bad takes lately? Oh my God, he does kind of look like low key, chat, low key. There is a resemblance. There is a resemblance. Okay, so what I'm looking for is somebody that talks about, like, they've got real poop problems. Oh my God, look at that! They're putting the glasses, like, he's so cool! You got the poop map! Look, you owned him! Lib owned! Even though the poop map was literally created in Ron DeSantis' own state. Now, the one thing that I'll say, though, 2005, I don't think DeSantis was governor yet, so some other Republican that you can blame for that, but... Right, 2015, sorry, I didn't mean to say 2005, I meant to say 2015. What's up with the pudding fingers? He's got the pudding fingers. The pudding fingers, chat, look at the pudding he's got the pudding fingers. What's going on with his pudding? The pudding fingers, no, there's still pudding under those fingers, no. He's saving a treat for later, chat. Oh my God, this man's so disgusting. I swear I saw it when I looked up poop. That's funny. The bear is like eating it. What the fuck? I'm so immature, chat. I'm going to hell. Anyway, whoa, okay. Poop Patriots? I'm looking for, oh my God, it was like a tweet with a quote tweet. And the tweet that got quoted was talking about, like, some actual, like, sewage problems in Florida. There's the poop map for... There's the poop map for Florida. Oh my God, so much poop. So much poop, chat. Oh, they're so cool. Look at him. He's got this sunglass. Thug life. DeSantis thug life. I mean, like, I haven't seen the chuds be this friendly towards Ron DeSantis in a long time. Okay, here we go. Here it is. Are you ready? Are you ready? Here's the real story, chat. Are you ready? Florida is facing a sewage crisis. Population growth, septic tanks, aging sewer lines. That's not all that's aging in Florida. Using dried sewage for farm fertilizer. Oh, that Florida citrus. Oh, God. Sorry, chat. I don't know if that's true. I don't think that's true. I'm not saying that that's true. I'm not saying, like, I'm not trying to associate this with any particular crop or any particular, group that might, be supporting a certain industry in Florida. I don't know this. This is not a claim that I'm making. I just know that there's some kind of farm fertilizer using dried human sewage somewhere in Florida on something, but I didn't mean to insult the chat. I'm going to get sued by citrus farmers. What's her name? Anita Bryant's going to come for me. First I'm pissing off Larry David. Now I'm pissing off Anita Bryant. She's going to pour orange juice all over me. Oh my God, chat. I'm in so much trouble. Okay, sorry. I'm no poop on the citrus. I didn't mean to say that. Flooding, corruption, lax regulation. Yeah, flooding when it comes to sewage is really worrying. Lax regulations, tax abatements for developers have left the state bursting at the seams with literal shit. Article from 2020 USA Today. During the past decades, deteriorating sewers have released 1.6 billion gallons of wastewater, much of it polluting the state's estuaries and oceans. More than 370 million gallons of that was completely untreated. So poop right into the ocean in Florida. Don't worry, the fish will clean it up. No, not how it works. In addition to spills, we have biosolids. Within weeks of the BS Ranch opening its gates, he said its neighbors reported seeing the BS Ranch. Really? It's really called the BS Ranch? Biosolids Ranch, okay. Reported seeing tanker trucks carrying treated and partly treated. Oh, partly treated? Partly. I don't like the treated, but now we got partly treated. That makes me fresh from the sewers. Like a Ninja Turtle, fresh from the sewers, right? Pulling in the aroma was just putrid. Damn. I mean, that would suck to live next to, right? Biosolids are solid waste byproduct of sewage treatment, and as you can imagine, it's composed of more than just feces. No! Oh my God, chat, think of all the things that could be in the biosolids. Anything that is bio and solid could be in there. In 2019, Melbourne, Florida had a toxic algal bloom outbreak on Lake Washington, where 160,000 people get their drinking water. Yum. Delicious water in the state of Florida. People were outraged that local farmers were spreading this stuff in fields that flood and drain every summer. Instead of solutions, kabuki theater. Why do you have got to drag kabuki into this? What they just passed in the commission allows biosolids applications to continue. Senator Debbie Mayfield went a step further, writing state legislation that preempts all local governments from banning biosolids. Yo, Debbie Mayfield, you must really like poop. That's all I have to say. This video of the Dutta Sod Farm, that sounds interesting. Dutta Sod Farm, which sits next door to the sewer plant and uses biosolids as in its sod production. Wait, what is sod? Sod is like, it's like, isn't it like they like shave off the top of some soil or something? Is that what sod is? That poopy sod ends up in the yards in new homes being built and sold in Florida. You won't find, there's a lot of poop in Florida. That's what I'm getting from this. There's a lot of poop. It's a poopy state with a poopy governor that has very unclean fingernails. What are we looking at? Oh my God, are those things spraying poop? Is it in the irrigation?
Look at this.
Wait, what's going on? Oh, that's poop. There's the poop. Is it an alligator dying in the poop?
Somebody needs to come out here and test this.
No, it's a dead alligator.
I can't tell if that's just sludge or what.
Chat, it's not moving. Is that thing dead?
It's not the same on the other side.
Irrigation ditch.
Runoff, presumably the irrigation from this.
There was an alligator, right?
See the pipe right
but
here.
But it's not moving.
Another pipe right here. And this, whatever this sludge is, man, it's nasty.
I mean, it's Ron DeSantis's pudding waste, I guess.
They've been having algae blooms out of the St. Johns River recently, which is drinking water for over 150,000 people in Brevard County.
There's a lot wrong in Florida. There's a lot wrong. Yo, is that an alligator?
Right, there's turtles.
Turtles.
There's the other pipe.
Yo, that shit killed the alligator. It was going in for like a mud bath or something. Drainage ditch. There's a sod farm. There's a sewage plant. Drainage ditch goes do into here, and then do into the drinking water. Ew. And Cocoa and Cocoa and Cocoa West are right there too. Anyway, chat. I am too immature. In addition to the sewage spills and biosolids being spread everywhere, Florida has 2.5 million septic tanks. Contaminants flowing into septic systems seep out through Florida's porous sands and limestone and into the groundwater aquifers. Most swimming, fishing areas in Florida are not tested for bacteria like fecal coliform, E. coli, cyanobacteria, Vibrio vulnificus, all which cause serious illness, to say nothing of viruses and toxic chemicals. Beaches that are tested for these things close frequently. Oh, I see. So it might be more convenient not to close it, not to test it. Beach being closed for E. coli. No swim advisory. Swimming is not recommended. Increased risk of illness if water is swallowed or gets in the eyes, nose, ears, cuts, and sores may become infected with poop. Bacteria levels currently outside acceptable limits. Not a good place to swim, right? But that's what people come to Florida for. They come to Florida to swim. In Fort Myers Beach, they passed a law outlawing handheld signs after it took years of protest to get... Wait, what? They outlawed handheld signs? What kind of fascist state are you running, Pudding Ron? Florida has no state income tax. The amount of property development tax abatements available to developers is staggering. This passes the buck for enlarging and upgrading sewer infrastructures to homeowners and local governments. Great. In addition to the toxins and harmful pathogens and bacteria, the sewage drains and spills contribute to the massive algal blooms that completely wiped out most of Florida's inshore fisheries. Out of sight, out of mind. The Florida way, yes, sweep it under the rug, just like the pudding stains under his fingernails. Interestingly enough, again, according to EPA's website, approximately 30% of Class 1 wells in the U.S. are municipal waste disposal wells, and these wells are located exclusively in Florida? The fuck is wrong with Florida? Drilling holes and pumping sewage into the ground is not a solution. Florida's geology is very porous, and Florida aquifer is where 20 million people get their drinking water. Our state collection of freshwater springs are a national treasure. Yeah, it would be. And they are turning green. Wauchula Spring no longer clears completely. The water is a greenish color. Algal bloom. More than 1,000 manatees died in Florida last year. More than 10% of the state's population, the deadliest year on record. Unusual high mortality rate for manatees has continued in 2022. 562 deaths in the first 5 months. Death Santos. The county commissioner I ran against in 2018 suggested that the solution to the dying manatees was to have a manatee hunting season. What?
You know and I know that would be very difficult with manatees because everybody loves the manatees. If you killed a manatee, my God, the world would come to an end. But I think something has to be considered along those lines. You know,
you don't have any manatees left, right? While the Biden admin makes historic investments in infrastructure, the Republican solution is to privatize water systems. More than 90% of Floridians get their water from public providers, but the corporate water lobby is trying to change that. Another idea is toilet to tap, where treated wastewater would be recycled into drinking water systems. Yo, Ron, you're gross. Technology exists to make this feasible, but no one trusts Florida's leaders to do it the right way. I don't know. Maybe don't. Oh, there we go. The state of Florida with a poop on the flag. Hey, you know something about this? You see this flag? Does it look like another flag to you? Like, imagine if this red was blue, if this white was red, and there were stars on here. Yeah, it's basically the Confederate battle flag, right? That is inspired many state flags of the South. It looks like Florida too. Wasn't Florida like a swamp during the Civil War? Like, with nobody living there? There's some more algal bloom. Yeah, so there we go. Florida's beauty will be its undoing due to the corruption and short-sightedness of people in charge at all levels. Its unique geology, hydrology can't support so many people without using the best science and a little sacrifice. Breaks a Florida native's heart. All right, chat. That was wild. How does killing manatees stop manatees? Like, I guess if they're dead, then they won't die? I don't know. It's some weird twisted pretzel logic. How are we doing, chat? Is this... Oh my god. Now, I don't know what to go to next, because, like, I feel like we're pretty freaking close to meeting the sub goal here. But we have some options, okay? We have a couple options. We could try to watch some of this debate because it's pretty funny. I mean, like Ron DeSantis is funny and Gavin Newsom is funny, and they're both, you know, debating each other. That's pretty funny. Or we could watch the Medhi Hasan debating and arguing with an Israeli official. What sounds good? Do you remember the Florida guy that carved Trump 2020 on a live manatee? God damn. I mean, that sums it up, right? That's their whole rotten philosophy to a T. Next time people talk shit about Ohio, I want people to remember how messed up Florida is. Seriously, yeah, Ohio does some good stuff from time to time, right? Ohio protected its the bodily autonomy of pregnant people. What are y'all doing? Yeah, good question. What are we doing? We just got done with examining, like, giving Florida a rectal exam, I guess. Mentally wants to watch the Medhi Hasan debate, so we got one vote for each, right? We're trying to decide what to do next, right? We could watch the Pudding Ron versus Gruesome Newsom debate, or we could watch the Medhi Hasan. You're tired of hearing about DeSantis, Hannity, and it was kind of 2v1. Florida needs a lobotomy. Well, instead they got a colon exam. What's the consensus, chat? What's the consensus? Are there any more clips that I need to look at? I know Natalie was sending me some clips and I may have missed some of those. You want the debate. Wait, which one's okay? You're talking about the okay, so we got two for putting Ron versus gruesome Newsom. We got one for Medhi Hasan versus the Israeli official. Possibly the reason that Medhi Hasan was I can't believe, chat, I'm gonna get in trouble with the Florida Citrus Agency or whatever. I used the poop app to check on Florida, and there was a huge pile in the governor's mansion, right? Or maybe it was pudding. Maybe it was pudding. Bad Lefty says, seen both. Anybody else got an opinion? We have three for the Ron DeSantis gruesome Newsom debate. Wait, is that meh debate as in Medi debate, or is that meh debate as in meh, I guess the debate? Pudding fingers Ron, yeah. You watch too much YouTube? The second one? Wait, what's the second one? Oh my god. Okay, so yeah, okay, so there's 4. Okay, so I'm starting to see a pattern. People want to see Pudding Ron versus you missed the Q? The debate. Okay. That's pretty definitive. I'm just like, how do we watch the debate and not get me in trouble? We're gonna have to try some tricks. Wait, maybe we could find highlights or something. There's like 9 minutes of highlights. Yo, somebody said Ohio is not getting enough respect lately. I feel like they are now, though. I feel like people like look Ohio, like when you say something is Ohio and skibbity, like I think that's a positive thing, right? Oh no, it's Fox and Friends. We don't want to watch Fox and Friends. Like I thought it was like legit the highlights.
Joe Biden is sitting on his hands. He refuses to take care of the border. He refuses to hold the drug cartels accountable. This is the vision of Biden, Harris, Newsom.
I support border security. I think the asylum system is broken. I believe that we need...
I understand that.
I'm the only guy here that's a border state governor. You're trolling folks and trying to find migrants to play political games to try to get some news and attention so you can out-Trump Trump. And by the way, how's that going for you, Ron? You're down
41%.
41 points in your own...
Oh, God. I didn't realize that's an unfortunate number, but...
...own home state.
Everybody.
Biden administration, the last 3 years...
Would watching Hassan watch it work? I mean, it'd make it, like, take longer.
3.9%.
I thought this was state versus state.
No, but it's about the United States.
Like, if we could find exactly what Hassan watched, we'd probably be okay.
America. I thought this guy was running for president of the United States.
If
we could find the video that Hassan watches.
You're running for a third term.
You just won't admit it. You will not admit it.
Is Joe Biden experiencing this cognitive decline? Is it a danger to the country? Do you find when he speaks, what is your reaction to it?
Yes, he's in decline. Yes, it's a danger to the country. He has no business running for president. And, you know, Gavin Newsom agrees with that. He won't say that. That's why he's running his shadow campaign.
We'll take Joe Biden at 100 versus Ron DeSantis any day of the...
Ron might be right. DeSantis might be right. Maybe this is... There was like an ad that DeSantis ran, basically contrasting California with Florida, and it kind of has the feel of a campaign ad. So maybe he's right.
The week at any age, you had quarantines. You had quarantines. You had checkpoints all over the state of Florida. By the way, I didn't say that. Donald Trump laid you out on this, dead to right. You did that.
True.
You followed science. You followed Fauci, Ron Santos.
That's not
He followed science. He
true.
followed.
Now, this is a weird thing that he's doing because, like, right on one hand, like that sounds good, right? He's followed science. He did the lockdown. He followed Fauci, right? That sounds good to audience that cares about COVID, but to a bunch of MAGA QAnon people, right? That's not what they want to hear. And that is something that Donald Trump called him out with. But at the same time, Gavin Newsom is saying like he had the right response in the beginning, and so he's like sort of blaming him, like, you do the thing that MAGA does not like, right? You do the thing that Donald Trump does not like, but then you did the thing that they do like, and there's people not alive right now because of that choice.
You had more kids locked out of school for a longer period of time in California than anywhere else in the country. It was the working class kids. It was the middle income kids. His kids were in private school. They were in class in person.
Slow down. I want everyone to be heard. If I can ask you, I really do want this to.
God, you know what this thing needs is a fact check, right? Because I don't know, was there an exemption for private schools? Was there something like that where only public schools were?
Breathe. I want this debate to breathe. I want it to organically develop. To do that, I need both your cooperation.
Also, something that nobody ever mentions, right, is there was a way to like get back to work, to get back to school, to get back to doing things in person quicker, right? But that would have required investment. That would have required, corporations, whether they be like a private school or a gym or whatever, investing in filtration systems, investing in like, what is it called? Like circulation, air circulation, right? The and like making it possible for people to actually distance themselves, right? Because if your facilities aren't big enough for the amount of people that are in the facilities, then you're not going to be able to distance.
I don't want to be a hall monitor. It's not my style, all right?
This is a book that's in some of the schools in California.
Oh no, he's got genderqueer.
Florida, this is not consistent with our standards, called gender.
He's literally like all that's in the way. Okay, no.
It's cartoons. It's aimed at.
Look, I don't know how Twitch feels about that book, right? Yeah, because I mean, like, look, it doesn't show anything explicit because he's got it like, with black squares over the sensitive parts. But it's this book that I think was found in a high school somewhere, and they're trying to imply that they're teaching this to kindergartners, right? They're like, and Newsom makes the point. I don't know if they're going to show it, right? Because this is Politico's, whatever. Newsom's response, I think, was actually pretty good there, where he says sex ed is not being taught to second graders. Like, that starts in middle school, and that's something that nobody ever brings up. That like that actual, like, graphic descriptions, like what you could call like actually, sex ed is not really taught to kids outside of prior to middle school.
Children, and it's wrong. So this should not be in schools.
Those books.
Yeah, it's for high school
that's
students.
Appropriate for school districts to teach kids? Yes or no?
Come on, those aren't. It's not part of the curriculum. They're not teaching.
Biden needs to drop out. Yeah,
those are books that were in school.
Hold on. The bottom
they are
line
going to show
is
it.
You are on a book banning binge. Your state. 1,406
no, they're not showing it.
books, 3,362 in this country.
You didn't answer.
Florida's
what about
leading,
those books?
Florida. That's not. We don't provide for K through third grade education that kind of curriculum. It's just made up. These guys make it up. It's part of this cultural purge.
Should it
it's
be?
Just a made
what grade?
agenda.
What grade would it be acceptable?
What I find offensive, Sean and Ron, what I find offensive is a very significant number of these books happen to be LGBTQ books.
Joe Biden is in the pocket of the teachers union, and so is Kamala Harris. That's why they fought
by the way,
school.
I don't know why anybody thinks that Ron DeSantis can run for president, right? He just doesn't have the right, like he's a politician. He's been a politician for I don't know how long, And this is how he presents himself, like, right? He's not charismatic in any way. I don't know, honestly, how he won. Like, what he was up against Charlie Crist last time. Who was he running against before that? He must have just had horrible opponents, because like, I just don't see this guy winning, right? He's cringe. It's like Ted Cruz. I can't figure out what would possess anyone to vote for Ted Cruz, right? I would feel like even the conservatives would you know, look down on somebody like Ted Cruz.
Kamala Harris, when he came in there, when they had that in there.
I mean, you could also say that, like, Gavin Newsom's got, you know, doesn't exactly, like, what did they compared him to the guy from American Psycho?
Biden came into office and he brought in teacher union.
I mean, he's better at speaking and he's able to deliver, you know, what he's saying, and he's able to communicate, but at the same time, he does kind of have like he's a little too slick, right? He's a little too, like, polished.
Be able to, this is a map of San Francisco. There's a lot of plots on that. You may be asking, what is that plotting? Well, this is an app where they plot the human feces that are found on the streets of San Francisco.
I don't know. I'm going to tell my kids he wiped his butt on that. Florida Ted Cruz. Yeah, he's like the Ted Cruz of Florida. Zero charisma. Exactly. Just listen. Patrick Bateman. I couldn't remember Patrick Bateman's name, but that's who I'm talking about. He ran against a meth addict and barely won. DeSantis did. Damn. Comes off as a toddler against Newsom. Yeah, I think he looked bad. Obviously, the right wing is glazing him up. I misspelled Newsom again. And I'm like, not the only one. Newsom is not spelled like awesome. Natalie, did you find what Hasan was reacting to? Because, like, whatever that is should be okay, right? I can at least, if I get in trouble, I can shame Twitch and YouTube. Crystal and cigar. That would be no thank you. What is the Daily Signal? Is that like a right-wing?
This ethnic studies where they're dividing people. That's what they're doing. But let me just say something about parents' rights, because he says California respects parents' rights. This is rich. He's been telling a lot of whoppers tonight. This may be the biggest. In California, if you're a parent in Iowa or New Hampshire or South Carolina, your minor child can go to California without your knowledge or without your consent and get hormone therapy, puberty blockers, and a sex change operation, all without you knowing.
All in 30 minutes, or your money back.
Or consenting. How in the...
Just go to a mall. Just go to Claire's and you get all that.
Heck is that, you know, honoring parents' rights when you're bringing people from out of state to go around their parents' backs and getting life-altering surgeries? That is radical. That is
Ron,
extreme.
these kids
that is an assault on parents' rights.
You know what, Ron?
It's not for you to decide. It's for the parents to decide.
You know what?
And the parents do not want their kids going to these other things.
Let me go to a follow-up. Let me stay on a follow-up. Let's turn to the issue of education.
Oh, they're not even going to let him talk. Yeah. So one other thing that I didn't mention is it's really a two-on. I think I did mention this actually. It's really a 2-on-1 debate, right? There's Ron DeSantis, there's Sean Hannity, and there's Gavin Newsom. One of these things is not like the other, and it's Gavin Newsom, right? He's debating two people. Like, he's not allowed to answer. You know, he's getting interrupted and talked over by Ron DeSantis, and then when he wants to respond to what Ron has said, Hannity's talking over him. So
decency and humanity and grace when it comes
to ripping somebody away.
Gentlemen, please. Nobody can hear you.
That is wrong. That is wrong.
I'll tell you.
All right.
That should not stand in this country.
Let us turn, gentlemen, if I may, to the issue of education. Here is public school spending per K through 12 students, according
Here, let me change the subject before Gavin Newsom can respond. Yeah, I had a feeling it was going to go like that. Oh shit, maybe we should check this out really quick. Unrelated, but
tonight, a former Mexican mafia
worth considering.
Member has been charged with attempted murder for the stabbing of former Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin. Federal prosecutors say a 52-year-old inmate stabbed Chauvin 22 times with an improvised knife. It happened last Friday in the law library of a federal prison in Tucson. He told the FBI he'd been thinking about assaulting Chauvin for about a month. Chauvin is serving more than 20 years for the murder of George.
Okay, on one hand, like, right? Assault, sexual assault, all this shit is allowed to go on in prison. People turn a blind eye towards it. Nobody cares. Nobody does anything. But on the other hand, fuck Derek Chauvin.
Topic that will seemingly play a very large role in...
I don't know. I feel like we're not really getting it from Fox News, right? We're not really getting, like they, you know, like I said, this is 2v1. The plus one is Sean Hannity, the Fox News quote unquote moderator, right? And you know, these clips, why would I expect them to be any different? They're gonna portray this in a way they want. Fox is probably more friendly to Ron DeSantis than a lot of other candidates, including Donald Trump. If you know the behind the scenes of Fox News, they don't like Trump. They don't want Trump. They want to leave Trump behind, but Trump is just too damn popular, so they got to keep glazing him up. But you know, if it's against Gavin Newsom, then you know it's easy to
the future
tilt the scale, and oh, here he is going to drink his water.
Elections, and it's the issue of abortion.
I mean, he is kind of a dry boy, isn't he? He's kind of.
Yes. I have a question for both of you. I'll ask you to please respect the individual's right to answer uninterrupted.
They both look like I just don't get it how these are two prominent national politicians.
And that is Governor DeSantis. I think it's actually your turn, Governor Newsom, if you don't mind.
Like, you see, even Newsom, like Newsom's supposed to be the maybe the person, the next presidential candidate. Either, you know, if Biden drops out, he would be one of the top contenders to replace Biden, or if, you know, after this election, you know, he would be the next to run. But God, like, he just doesn't look trustworthy. He looks he looks like Patrick Bateman.
All good. Most medical professionals believe a baby is viable outside of a mother's womb by between 24 and 26 weeks. That is the general scientific consensus. It changes. There are some variations on it. Abortion is legal in your state, quote, up to viability, is my understanding, unless the mother's health is in danger. Right. I'd like to get you on the record. You've been unwilling to answer this question. Should there be any restrictions on the issue of abortion?
Did I miss something in chat?
That you support
it's an
at all? Because funding in California, you have allocated in your budget $265 million for abortion last year.
I see. That was about Chauvin, yeah.
Alone. My question, very specific. Do you support any restrictions at all on abortion, especially in months 7, 8, and 9, past viability?
I'm going to answer that question, but let's talk about the issue of abortion. Let's talk about the issue of abortion.
You're going to answer it?
I'm going to answer that question. Okay. I'll repeat that. But I think this is important, and it bears repeating. Ron DeSantis has signed the most extreme anti...
Wait, I gotta try to say the Trump line that or else ellipsis is feeding me here. Little Rhonda in his high heels. We all love that, don't we, folks? I mean, I gotta be like, little Rhonda in his high heels. We all love that, don't we, folks? Something like that. I don't know. Everybody thinks they have a Trump, and very few of us actually do.
Abortion bills in America. He signed a bill banning any exceptions for rape and
Irene
incest.
bounce?
And then he said it didn't go far enough and decided to sign a 6-week ban before women even know they're pregnant, Ron, before women can even access a doctor's appointment. So extreme
I wish I was
is
on
your
my
ban
trampoline, it'd
that
be easier.
criminalizes women and criminalizes doctors that even Donald Trump said it was too extreme. On the issue of the
even Donald Trump's
extreme exception that you highlight as it relates to the issue of later term abortion, it's almost always because of a fetal anomaly, the life
It was
of
a
the
beautiful
mother.
Trump.
And in
Thank
those
you.
rare cases, I trust, and answer your question, I trust the mother and her
I'm no
doctor to make that
Hasan.
decision.
So in other words, I want to be clear on this.
He does look slimy,
If a
yeah.
woman and her
He
doctor,
does look
for any
slimy.
reason,
not for any reason.
No.
It's
I'm asking.
extremely rare.
Should there
This is
be?
a canard. I know where you guys are going, Sean. You're even uncomfortable
asking.
with this whole issue. And I understand.
Yo, like this isn't a debate. This is an assassination. Political assassination. Like a metaphorical, rhetorical, not a real one, but
This is where you guys have to go to cover for the extreme anti-abortion agenda of Ron DeSantis.
Because here's the deal. Here's the meta. Okay, the country is with Gavin Newsom on this one. The Fox News audience, the 80-year-olds in their audience, are they still think that they can get rid of abortion.
Would you support a ban on abortion in 7th, 8th, or 9th month if the mother's life is not in jeopardy?
Extreme exception. People aren't going on and having abortions.
Should it be illegal then?
Unless something
If it's rare,
devastating has happened.
should it be
It should
illegal?
be up to the mother and her doctor and her conscience. And it
So the
almost
answer is
always,
no restriction.
I've already answered it, and I'll just
restriction.
reinforce it. To cover up, again, hold on, for the most extreme abortion ban in the country. I have a simple question.
I love how these assholes think that somebody's going to carry, going to be pregnant for like 9 months, and then they're going to somehow, like, because they're a bad person, because they like the idea of having an abortion, that they're going to, what he's trying to say is that if somebody's getting abortion that late, it's like there's a reason. There is something going on, right? Otherwise, why not just get the procedure earlier?
Question though, this is important.
No. I'm asking the question.
Ron DeSantis, will you?
If Gavin would have just said yes,
Or will you not sign a 6-week ban in the unlikely case you become
Governor
president of the United States? Would you sign a national ban?
Let's talk about.
Yeah, abortions are so fun, and these people want to. Yeah, they're waiting for 9 months just for the fun of it. Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure it's a more like it's a more it's a procedure that's more difficult recovery at that point.
Your state. Answer that. He's getting saved.
You had 15 weeks.
Fundamental question.
For the person having the abortion.
You had a 15-week rule, and
you had so many good one-liners. But by the time your hands were free, and you can grab. Yeah, I always have that happen. That always happens to me on the Majority Report.
In California, you reduced it to 6. My question is this. What was your thinking behind it? Was it for religious reasons? Was it for scientific reasons? What was the reason for you from going from 15 weeks to 6 weeks?
Well, I believe in a culture of life. I think we're better off when everybody counts, when everybody has an opportunity.
I used to use condoms until I became a leftist. When you first said that, the first thing that I thought of, right, was the Netflix Squid Games. And like the fact that they didn't have any like lip balm for anyone, and so they were like here, just use the lube from the condoms on your lip, just open a condom and use that.
Opportunity to do well, and that bill attaches when there's a detectable heartbeat for the child, and some states have done.
Yeah, these are the people that need the biblical commandment of "Thou shalt not kill" to reason that murder is wrong.
That some states have done, others some states have done later, and obviously they have a right to do that. But I think about one of our Floridians, a lady named Penny Hopper. She actually survived a late-term abortion back in the day.
again, like, do you notice a similarity between the way that he's describing like a medical procedure that somebody like asked for, and the way that they talk about like trans kids, and like more often, right? Because they want everybody to think that like trans kids are getting like surgeries at like as in like GRS like at a very early age when they're not, right? But when they describe that, right, they're describing them as victims, right? They're describing people who went to the doctor and asked for a procedure as being like the victims of the transgender agenda, the transgender.
And they left her on the table there to basically wither away. Her grandmother came, saved her.
What the fuck are you talking about? That's medical malpractice. Take it up with the board. Take it up with the board. God damn. If that's true, then somebody needs to lose their fucking license. That's not an issue about like whether people should have the right to bodily autonomy.
Brought her to a hospital. Saved her, and she ended up living a good life. So
wait, what is he even talking about? He's talking about like
she counts and she matters. And I think that what the position that
the doctor's there, like you go to Planned Parenthood, you get the procedure, and then they're like, nah, we're just gonna let you wither away on the table. That's right.
We have
what the fuck is he talking about?
Left, including in California, is that they will take your tax dollars and they will fund abortion all the way to the moment of birth. He's wrong when he says the later terms are all because of this. 88% past 15 weeks are in fact elective.
They're gonna start they're like on their way to convincing people that South Park is real. And do you know South Park, where was there like Cartman's mom wanted to like get an abortion, like of Cartman, like even though he's like been born and stuff, like it's like that's what they're trying to give you. That's what they're trying to get. Yeah, what he's describing is illegal.
From the Florida data, he doesn't keep data there, but that is really extreme to take your tax dollars and to do this all the way up to the moment of birth. He didn't answer your question about any type of protections at all for a baby that has a beating heart, that can feel pain, that is viable.
But hold on. Respectfully, this is an important conversation. Will you or will you not support
a
national?
Answer, Sean. Why didn't you answer his question?
Or will you not support a national ban if it lands on your desk?
They're trying to do this backdoor thing by ginning people up and convincing them that there's some kind of post-birth abortion shit going on, or that like Democrats want that, or like right, and they're trying to work their way towards like a national abortion ban. Like they've said it. They've come out and said, like, not even super right-wing Republicans. Lindsey Graham talked about a national abortion ban.
You couldn't answer that in any other context.
Okay,
answer
gentlemen,
it tonight. It's a
we're
simple
moving
yes,
on
no.
to
By
the
way,
next issue.
Hey, no, Sean, not a
You
next
never
issue.
gave a week.
The American people should know this. I'll answer it for Ron DeSantis. He can't answer it. He will sign that extreme 6-week
let me move on.
ban.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey.
Sean Hannity. Yeah, I feel like the clips that San Franciscans react to the debate. I mean, outlets like Forbes, DeSantis speaks to voters for the first time following the debate. Outlets like Forbes here, they probably want not that they have like that, not that they hate like Gavin Newsom or anything like that, but they probably wait. Chat, do we have it confirmed that Leftovers is like ending? Like, has that been confirmed? Because I've been hearing this in various places from the Vosh network. Can we confirm that? Is there something confirming that there will be no more Leftovers? Yeah, so Forbes, outlets like Forbes are like kind of trying to help they're covering this in a way that makes this look like a win for DeSantis. And honestly, two people who are red voters, who are MAGA, who are, you know, on the Republican side, right? Just going up against Gavin Newsom, you automatically win. It's like being a Hasan hater. It's like being Willie Mack and having a debate with Hasan, right? For your audience, it's an automatic W. It doesn't matter. Oh no, Anna Kasparian, Ron DeSantis is right. What do you think, Anna? No, chat, no. What is she gonna say?
The topic of homelessness came up in the.
Oh my God! Anna Hogsparian.
This debate between California Governor Gavin Newsom and Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. I thought that Ron DeSantis's best moment.
So wait, Ethan said it flippantly on his interactive live. What is the interactive live? Are you talking about like see you next Tuesday? For fuck's sake, you can't have an abortion if you're going into labor. I'm sick of this bullshit. There's so much bullshit, right? Ethan said it, but no legitimate confirmation. Yeah, he could always change his mind later, but yeah, I mean, it doesn't look, they haven't done it in a while, and I don't know. So if I did some research, if there's a medical condition that makes you eligible for a late-term abortion and it fails, the parents have the option to let the birth terminate or suffer until. Is that what he was talking about with the? Ethan posted a clip on TikTok that was probably over. So it's just like a little aside. I'm guessing during See You Next Tuesday. I mean, it doesn't really matter. I'm not that interested in what like Ethan Klein has to say about politics like going forward. Gonna lose your shit.
It was actually.
Well, Anna's about to lose hers first.
On this issue.
She's gonna put a new spot on the poop map, chat. She's gonna add a new spot to the poop map.
And he actually provides a statistic here that is going to shock you. You're not going to believe it, but it is actually more accurate than you want to accept. So let's watch the video.
Is it a poop statistic?
Oh, and then I'll tell you exactly what I'm referring to.
California's adopting leftist policies. Gavin Newsom was governor or mayor of San Francisco. He put out a 10-year plan like 20 years ago. He was going to end homelessness. Then a few years later, he had another plan. And now he says he's going to do, and it's only gotten worse. In the last 10 years in California, the homeless has gone up 45%. It's gone down in Florida 45%. But it's caused a huge.
Let me pause that, right? And with the caveat that you know that Gavin Newsom sucks, right? You know that Gavin Newsom isn't doing enough for an unhoused. You know that the entire like Democratic Party in California or any state is generally, you know, shitty, and they're not doing what they need to do to fight rising rents, right? Which is like a driving factor, right? Housing gets commodified, housing becomes more expensive, people can't afford it. That's what drives homelessness. You know what else drives homelessness? Red states with draconian policies, with punitive policies for people just being unhoused, right? Making it untenable to exist like that drives homeless populations to move to states that don't do that. And as bad as California is to its unhoused population, there's red states that are worse. Probably this guy's, right? But Anna's not gonna tell you that.
Huge problem with quality of life in California.
You would be disappointed if leftovers continue.
The people that flee always bring up.
What is the poop map? Wait, are you just getting here? What is the poop map? Oh my God. So this is like the big. I feel bad telling somebody to just like watch the rest of the VOD, but I also feel bad like. Okay, let me see if I can summarize. There's an app called Poop Map, right? As far as I can tell, the concept came from Florida, right? There was an issue in Miami where, you know, there were two organizations arguing over like policy towards unhoused people, and one of them created a poop map, like a map of like, here's where human feces is in the city of Miami. So this shit started in Florida, right? Now, it was before DeSantis is governor. So, I mean, I guess, you know, we can't really blame him directly for that, but it's his state. It's Florida. It's not California where it came from. It's actually Florida, right? Florida also has a lot of problems with its sanitation. It seems like under DeSantis, right? So DeSantis is actually, you know, kind of got a poopy state, but he brought out a printout that looked like he had like maybe wiped his butt, like a piece of paper that's like a brown stain. And it's like, did you just wipe your butt and you're showing us? No, he's not. Did you just wipe pudding? Did you wipe pudding off your hand and are you showing us? Nope, it's not the pudding. It's the app. He got an app called Poop Map that, you know, people can go on this app, and when they see human feces in a city or wherever, right, they can enter like the location that they saw it, or they could just be like, if you hate San Francisco, you could go enter, like, you could not even be in San Francisco and like enter like you know, yeah, there's poop here, there's poop here, there's poop here, right? So for whatever reason, this like unverified thing, this app that's supposedly a poop map, telling you where the poop is, you know, just showed San Francisco is just being completely covered. Like it's like literally everywhere, right? And he's like, this is your city, you've got poop everywhere. This is the results of your you know, policies, right? So that's what the poop map is. The poop map is a thought experiment of sorts. No, it's like it's a ridiculous, unverified thing that, you know, depends on people reporting it, right? So in other words, if there's a city where just like nobody has the poop map, nobody cares to make these entries, right? It's going to come up clean of poop. But if there's a city where people are like, oh, San Francisco, right? And then it's going to, so it doesn't tell us anything, but he showed it to us like this was his own. Here's your poop map, Gavin Newsom. You were mayor of San Francisco and there's poop all over it. There's poop all over here. So that's what the poop map is. It's literally an app that you can download, and I don't know why you would. Right? It's not like it's gonna keep you. Yeah, there's no dog poop. It's all human poop, I think. How do you tell dog poop from human? Oh yeah, good point. Yeah, are you gonna like do stool samples there and be like, oh wait, no, this one's a dog poop. We can't count this. It's absolutely. I don't know. Are we getting back into Amber? Are we getting back into Johnny Depp Amber Heard territory? Palm Dad, if you can, my mods only speak English, and so as far as moderating the chat, they can't do that for chats outside that are in other languages. I apologize, but that is what we're dealing with.
They've really empowered lawlessness and drug use. And
hey, maybe when I'm a big streamer, I'll have like mods who can speak every language.
You know, Gavin Newsom at one point tried to say that California was the freedom state. I just kind of laughed, like you're locking people down, you're doing all this. But then I thought about it. You know, California does have freedoms that some people don't, that other states don't. You have the freedom to
What if Anna uses the app and sees a homeless? Wait, what do you mean?
defecate in public in California. You have the freedom to pitch a tent.
So this is what Anna agrees with, right? And like there is a point to be made here that these, you know, politicians aren't doing enough about housing, right? About the cost of housing, about the accessibility of the housing, about affordable and you know, like housing for people who can't afford it, right? There's so much that needs to be done, and Gavin Newsom is just a regular Democrat, and they don't seem to care about this very much, right? This is a problem that should be solved. This is a problem that needs to be solved. It's a liability, as you can see here. When you're imagine this was the presidential. Oh my God, Chad, I don't want to say that. It could be. Maybe Trump gets drops out because of legal reasons. Maybe Biden drops out for health reasons. Maybe this is going to be the presidential debate. But like, it's too big of a And this is what Naomi Klein. Oh my God. Oh my God. Wow. Lexical, thank you for the gift membership to Mr. Audie. Mr. Audie, you just got a gift membership from Lexical. Kaiju was joking about the Oh, okay. Wait. Would she count that as a poop considered? Oh, she doesn't see them as human. Oh shit. I didn't even read what you said. Yeah, that's a dark joke, but that's a good joke. That's a joke with a point. I appreciate that kind of humor, actually. Oh my God. Oh my God. Yes. Yes. I think I just read what you said wrong, but yeah, thank you, Lexical, for that gift membership. And back to Anna. And back to Anna.
And on Sunset Boulevard, you have the freedom to create a homeless encampment under a freeway and even light it on fire. You have the freedom to have an open air drug market and use drugs. You have the freedom, if you're an illegal alien, to get all these taxpayer benefits. So those are freedoms. They're not the freedoms our founding fathers envisioned, but they have contributed to the destruction of the quality of life in California. And the results
I mean, the fact that we have more housing than we have humans, and we still have humans out on the street, is a fucking crime against humanity.
For themselves, people are leaving the state.
Housing should not be a commodity. Housing should not be an investment. Housing is a human right.
Because they have failed in addressing the home.
And like I said, what we were talking about with Naomi on Wednesday, right? With Naomi Klein, every time the Democrats let someone down, every time the left lets a group down, that presents an opening for the right wing, right? This vector of attack would not be open if blue states, blue cities actually took some leadership and did something about this crisis, this humanitarian crisis that's going on before our very eyes, right? This is an unforced error. And it's the kind of thing that could allow a President DeSantis. Do you want that? Then do something for these people, right? And you're like, yeah, Anna seems to look at at unhoused people as less than human. How does Gavin look at unhoused people, right? This is a huge issue.
Population.
Now, for anyone who doesn't live in California, it definitely feels as though this is a typical Republican fear-mongering moment. You know, I remember watching segments on Fox News at a time when homelessness actually had improved considerably in California, and they would still fear-monger about it. But I'm sad to report that, unfortunately, Ron DeSantis is right about a lot of the things that he said there. We do have complete anarchy as
yeah, that's what Anna wants. Tough on crime, tough on unhoused people, no solutions, just more punishment. Like that's Anna, and that is unfortunately a viable political belief sometimes on the left in California. We're not tough enough, right? These other states, they're draconian with their unhoused populations. They make sure that people know that you are not going to be okay living here, right? And so they move to states which are a little bit better. And then the liberal cities, the liberal states are like, hey, we're doing better than, you know, whatever state in the middle of the country, right? We're less draconian than them. We're pretty good. And look, I'd like to do something about housing, but the people funding my campaign are realtors, are developers, right? And they want their investments protected. So unfortunately, we're just like, this is the Democratic Party's policy. It's been the Democratic Party's policy since like freaking I don't know, Mondale, right? Since the 80s, right? Since the Democrats got scared of their own shadow and decided to become the Republican Party light. They're telling themselves that they're doing good as long as they're a little bit to the left of the Republican Party, and that is not good enough, right? And it's also a vector for them to get beat by Ron DeSantis, by Donald Trump, by whoever, by whatever Lion Ted Cruz if he wants to, right? Terrible politicians that should never win office in their whole life, and yet they win because the Democrats open up these opportunities, leave these opportunities open to them, right? The solidarity is about leaving no one behind. And when we leave people behind, we leave opportunities for right-wing politicians to come in and take over. She's thinking there is a complete anarchy. Yep, that's what she's selling us, right?
Pertains to.
Well, you saw that poop map, right, Natalie Marie? There's poop literally smeared all over the city, according to Ron DeSantis.
These encampments, you know, it's what
you joined the Patreon. Thank you. Oh my God. You know what? I got to get something so it should make a, I'm going to see if I can do that, right? Because it should do an alert when somebody signs up for the Patreon, right? It should, because like I want to make this stuff interactive, and like, you know, if you're willing to support me in any way, and Patreon's one of the best ways that you can support me, because it takes the least amount of money, like it gives the most of your money actually goes to me, as opposed to like YouTube and as opposed to Twitch and you know, some of the other stream elements and such, right, which I'm going to try to get off of because I don't want to make stream elements any money, considering their leadership is tied up into far right Zionist politics, since they got scared by the shadow of George McGovern. Yeah. We got 50 more years of neoliberalism. Yeah. I mean, yeah, we got 2 different conservative parties. That's what we're dealing with. What's up, Copioid?
One thing for people to, you know, struggle economically, and you want to avoid, you know.
Good night, Christy Z. Yeah, we're almost done here. We just got to cover Anna, and I think we'll
criminalizing poverty or homelessness.
After that.
But the issue is the state has really just allowed encampments to grow out of control without providing any services, including sanitation services. So oftentimes if you see these encampments, they're just absolutely like, they're disgusting. I mean,
look, if your real deal is that you want unhoused people to be taken care of, then say it. Because Anna, the way that you talk, you're dehumanizing these people, right? And you're contributing to the right-wing politics that wants to just criminalize and drive them out, right? And you can't drive them out of everywhere. They're going to go somewhere. That's why California ends up with so many unhoused people, is literally the unhoused from other states that come over because they are, you know, persecuted slightly less in California.
Mountains of trash.
What did Anna do now? Well, she's back on her like anti unhoused people kick.
In some cases,
tough on crime.
Actually, in a lot of cases, you'll see people lighting open fires. That's certainly true of Skid Row. But the thing is, it's not just in Skid Row. It's all throughout various counties, big cities.
But the way she's talking is like, okay, they're cold. They lit a fire. Let's make them stay cold. There should be enough cops down there to make sure that no one's able to light a fire to get warm. Instead of like put these people in houses.
San Francisco is the worst example. What DeSantis said about the open drug use is absolutely true. The defecation on the streets is absolutely true. In the past, when homelessness was really bad, I believe in the 1980s, the public defecation was so bad that they decided to put out porta potties. But then the porta potties ended up being hubs for various criminal acts. And so they realized it was actually causing more harm. They tried something similar recently during the coronavirus pandemic, and they ran into the same problems. Plus, local communities were unhappy about it because they felt that it was drawing in more prostitution and more crime. And so that was definitely an issue. And people are getting.
She's basically like DeSantis was right. Because, you know, if you want to take her at her best, because she does, you know, she does pay, like, you know, she does acknowledge to some degree that the part of the issue is that there's no services, but then she talks about some services that could be provided and says, here's why we can't do that. There'll be prostitution, there'll be drug use, there'll be this, there'll be that, criminal activity, whatever, right? And when you're agreeing with DeSantis, right, you're agreeing with the draconian policies that drive people from red states into California when they're unhoused, right?
Fed up because
so she's not offering any real solutions here,
because we are in fact living in a high tax state. Sales taxes are high depending on which county you're living in. We have state taxes that are also incredibly high. And so as you're paying these high state taxes and you're seeing your quality of life deteriorate because the state appears to have completely neglected this issue. Plus, on top of that, a lot of the services that we pay for, like the fire department, most of their energy, half of their energy, is focused on putting out fires that are started by homeless people experiencing all sorts of mental health issues. It becomes more and more frustrating. And the day that I was fearful of is already here in California. People are starting to feel less and less empathy for homeless people. And it's because they really are neglected by the state. And as
describing
the
yourself, Anna.
unsanitary conditions just continue to pile up and pile up, people get more and more frustrated and angry. And plus, let's just keep it real. Gavin Newsom has done absolutely nothing to help with the housing crisis in this state. You know, you have the state of Florida banning the purchase of various properties, including farmland, by foreigners. And I'm talking about people living in China, business people living in China or some other country, attempting to buy up land and property in the state of Florida.
It's just such a weird thing to lead with if that's your concern, if that's the kind of direction that you want to go in. To first of all agree with Ron DeSantis, and second of all to say this in a way that dehumanizes homeless people.
DeSantis decided, no, we're going to ban that. And I really do think that we should implement a similar policy here in California. If we had to have a limited inventory of residential homes, well, then that limited inventory of residential homes needs to be saved for the people living in the state of California. But Gavin Newsom hasn't even...
Like, if these are really your priorities, why are you glazing up DeSantis, who doesn't want this stuff? Like, why did you lead with DeSantis's right?
Entertain that. He has done nothing to build more.
I don't think she's serious about anything, chat. I think she's a complete grifter. She wants to have her bases covered, right? So that then if you attack her from the left, you're like, oh, so are you against the ban on you know, people who don't not residents like owning housing and then sitting on it for years and years?
Or housing. And so he is a target-rich environment on this issue. He absolutely is. And I don't think that communities should be victimized with open-air drug markets, open, you know, sex trafficking, which is...
we got to get tough on crime. Anna Kasparian wants to bring us back to broken windows policing.
Also a policy...
which failed.
...that Gavin Newsom signed on to. It was an anti-police harassing people for loitering policy. And all it did after he signed it was allow for sex traffickers to traffic women, basically naked, like completely naked in some cases. There's videos of this online if you want to double check and make sure I'm telling the truth here. And in broad day.
That's how I know somebody's telling the truth. If you can find a video that claims to be what you're talking about, never mind if it's in the area that they're saying it is, never mind if it's taken out of context. As long as you can find videos, you can find a video of that, then it must be true. It must be true. Let's not worry about statistics. Let's not worry about proof. Let's go to Anna's fucking videos that she's seen, that she can scare the fucking senior citizens when she gets a job on Fox News. Look, I mean, she's cut out for it. She's auditioning right now for Fox News, Fox and Friends with Anna Kasparian.
Daylight, they're free to just walk around indecently exposed and no one can do anything about it because there is literally a law now that Gavin Newsom signed that prevents the authorities from...
TYT recently interviewed a moderate Democratic candidate, and Anna said there is way too much red tape, which is a conservative... Well, yeah, that's par for the course. She's got all the talking points down. Yeah, she's ready. She's ready. She's ready for her close-up. I would say Mr. Murdoch, but Murdoch is no longer running. What is like his son? He's passing it to his son, I think. Her talking points are so tired. Adds absolutely nothing new, right? All the grift, zero substance. Devil horn. Good job, Anna. You suck. I'm just wondering why she spent so much time as a progressive if she was just going to pivot. I mean, it gives her like look at how much Dave Rubin, right? If you can claim that you were from the left, but you were disgusted, you saw the light, right? You know, you had a reasonable idea and you got canceled for it, right? That's what they're wanting to hear. That reinforces their thing, and they want to create a narrative of like, yeah, all these people are leaving the left and going to the right. And anytime anybody's got some dissatisfaction with something like say, you know, anemic housing policies of West Coast Democrats, right? That's your problem. Oh, maybe it'll be better under the Republicans. No, it's going to be worse.
Doing anything about it. Previously, people would be able to approach them from the county, whether it's a police officer, maybe a social worker. ask if there's any help that they can provide for these women, because some of them are being sex trafficked against their will and they deserve help. And the state clearly doesn't care about them because they're willing to sign on to this type of gross policy. Now, in terms of what Ron DeSantis said about the homelessness population in their state, he said it declined by 45%. I thought that was a lie, and I laughed at it when I heard it. But then I double checked, and according to homelessvoice.org, the state of Florida has seen its homeless population decrease by 41%, or more than 13,000 people since 2007. And that's based on statistics all the way up to 2023.
Great. So what happened? Right? Because you need a little bit more than that. You need to say, of that decrease, of that 45% decrease, how many of them obtained housing? And how many of them moved to a different state because Florida's got draconian laws, right? We don't know that. We don't know that. You're not giving us any information. You've reduced your homeless population. You know, you could do that by exposing, like, you know, homeless people to untenable situations where they lose their lives, right? Then your population will go down. Is that a good outcome? I guess for fucking right-wing bitches like this, yeah, that's what they want.
I don't know how they did it.
God damn.
I think that's incredibly impressive and also incredibly depressing.
How many are in
when
prison?
You consider
Yeah, exactly.
the context of homelessness here in California. So there are definitely areas where Ron DeSantis shines.
Sorry, I didn't mean to call Anna Kasparian a bitch. Bitches are cool. Anna Kasparian is not cool.
Compared to Gavin Newsom. I never thought I would say that in a million years. But there are also areas where I think Gavin Newsom did better than DeSantis, and it mostly had to do with some of the culture war issues and abortion-related issues. But in terms of homelessness and crime, I really do think that Ron DeSantis did better than Gavin Newsom, because the proof is in the pudding. You can look at the statistics.
How can she be impressed if she doesn't know? She's made a fucking habit of not knowing the facts. She's made a habit of going by, well, I saw a video, I saw a clip, and it was like that, right? And just, so this must be what's going on, right? It's a very right-wing mindset. It's a very right-wing, like, epistemological, meaning like how you find truth kind of approach.
You could look at the quality of life. You could look at
what really, like, you want to be a little bit more, you know, you want to be a little bit more methodical about that and look to studies rather than, you know, and follow those up, like with, like, okay, the homeless population increased by 45%. Where do those people go?
The residents of each state,
because it matters,
get for their tax dollars. And unfortunately, we get a lot less here in California, because the money that we pay in taxes that's supposed to combat homelessness and help people ends up getting funneled to nonprofits that squander that money. They use it to pay their executives insanely high salaries that they should not be paid, considering what they're tasked to do with their nonprofits and helping the homeless population. Homelessness has gotten a lot worse in California. Anyone who tells you that's not true is lying to you. So those are just the cold hard facts. I know that this is a lot that
I know that you're not ready to hear this,
and leftists don't want to hear, but unless you live here, I think it's hard for you to really
see if I can tell you what game.
Just how poorly Gavin Newsom has done in the area of homelessness and crime.
What is the game? I can't tell, but Chromatic Mage is playing a game. It's a Mario game. It's going to be fun. It's going to be exactly what you need. Exactly what you need after having to deal with Anna and her bullshit, after having to deal with Pudding Ron and Gruesome Gavin, after having to deal with so much garbage, Henry Kissinger, all the Johnny Harris, all the shit that we've dealt with tonight. We're going to relax now and pay a visit to Chromatic Mage. Much love, everybody. Much love to YouTube. Much love to Twitch. Follow me on Patreon, right? I'm going to try to do more with the Patreon and set that up. Also, look out for more videos coming out. I'm going to be trying to get you the video of the, what was it? The Sam Cedar versus Dennis Prager. That sounds like an interesting one. I'll try to get that one out to you next. Until then, much love, and I will see you on the flip side. Meow. Moe Moe Kyun. So many monsters, so little time. But it's always nice to check in with chat. Hi, Vadis. Hi, YouTube. Yeah, if you didn't get rated, I don't know why. But I might also be talking to VODies, people watching the VOD frogs, people following on the VODs. Later. Yeah, if you want to go over and check out Chromatic Mage. Yeah, otherwise, hey, here's the other deal. Oh, I should have said something about this earlier when there was the rest of Twitch was in the chat. It's December, okay? I want to be doing a lot more streaming, a lot more content, a lot more of everything, because this is the month to do it, right? This is the month that we do our growth, right? I've been growing quite a bit. I want to hit 2,000, 2K by the end of this year, right? So that I can then do my next channel update and show how much stronger we are at 2K than we were at 1K, and how much we've come through. So much love to everybody, and I will see you possibly. Hey, look out! I'm gonna try to give you a weekend stream, Saturday or Sunday. Be on the lookout, okay? Yeah, hopefully Letterhack is. I might hang out with Letterhack actually a little bit. That sounds like fun. Anyway, much love.